We actually
Why not?
contacted so many people. We were looking for the best speakers who can provide the most interesting and the best content for you, especially during this summer and vacation period. So
Ah, yeah, lots of speakers probably was preparing their speeches during having some, I don't know, sun baths, tanning, and everything, right? And yeah, so what's next? What we have here?
So besides this, we also have our amazing community partners. It's like there's
Yes.
13 community partners, like from all around the world, other game development conferences, some communities, tools, and they're all supporting us, and we really appreciate their help.
Yeah, so communities from all the world of communities of game developers support us, and thanks for that support. And also, we have to mention our program committee. How many people in program committee do you
Right
have?
now, we have actually 13 people in our
13 people.
program
Wow.
committee, and they helped us a lot. So, if you're watching us right now, thank you so much for your instant support and help with reviewing all the topics.
Ah, that's awesome. And also, I'd like to thank our sponsor. We also have a sponsor here. It's Apps Flyer. As I understand, these people provide really great tools for app kind of monetization strategy improvement, monitoring. They help to define what kind of gamers spend money and love the game, and help to engage them more and increase revenue. And they also have the fraud protection stuff, so they help to monetize applications a lot. So thanks for this support. And guys, if you need some monitoring and tracking for your games, go there. Apps Flyer. I'm not sure. We're probably gonna show some QR code or something to go with the link, but probably
We'll
during,
share the link
yeah,
in the chat.
in the
You can
chat. Yeah,
follow it,
okay,
and they
okay.
will provide a free demo.
Oh,
Only
free
for our
demo
team.
even. Oh, I like it. I would, if I have the game, I would like try it. Anyway, let's go to the next stop. We also have Q&As, right?
Of course. So, in order to make the content more available and in order to provide you the most interesting information, that you have a great chance to ask all of our speakers more about their talks, like whatever you want. Just leave your questions in the chat during their speech, and in total, we're gonna have 15 Q&A today. So, stay tuned.
15 Q&As. Yeah, and as usually, we have not just we have not always the Q&A after each talk. Sometimes or mostly we do the panel session where like you guys ask questions, and two or three or even more speakers answer what they think about like the stuff you ask. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. What else? What's coming up yet?
So I think we are about to start, and we can invite for a small chat our next moderator, who is also going to be a speaker, Lucas Kingsbo. He is right here with us. Hey, Lucas.
Hello. Thank you.
Hi, Lucas. Nice to see you. Nice to actually meet you, because, of course, you know Vicky and you was probably working together, but not me. Thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's very nice and sunny here in Sweden for a change. It has been raining for like the last 2 weeks. So.
Oh, really?
Great.
Again, where are you now?
In Sweden, in Stockholm.
Stockholm. Oh, that's nice. Well, actually, here in Kiev, we also have rainy week. It's crazy, actually, rainy, and not usual. Yeah. So yeah, but it's sunny today too. So I feel like it's gonna be something interesting here. So what do you feel? Sure. How did you come up with this?
How I came up with this?
Yeah. Being moderator, being part of this summit.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it a lot. It's a lot of interesting talks coming up, like throughout the whole day, I think. Like Vicky said, it's about 15 speakers today, I think, and I'm going to moderate the the two upcoming ones now. They seem to have very interesting topics.
Yeah, and what is your experience in game development, man?
So I'm a part of the development team for the open source game engine that is called Flame. So, and that is what I'm going to talk about later.
Yeah, so you are the one of speakers. Yeah, that's what I know. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. What games do you love?
I actually don't play that much games myself, which is interesting.
Really?
I'm more I spend more of my time coding things for games than actually doing the games. I enjoy more of the logical challenges of the coding than actually playing the games.
He was probably good in math at school.
I was all right, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, let's go to our first talk, right? Yeah, the floor is yours. Like, yeah, do whatever you think you need to. We're wishing you good luck, and let's do it.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
See you soon.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, see you soon. All right. Yeah, so our first talk is from Ian Shu, which is a business development lead at Tend to Play. And he will be talking about gamer personalization and how to keep gamers in the loop, which sounds very interesting. So yeah, to not take more of his time, I'll welcome him to the stage here. Welcome, Ian. How are you doing?
Hi. So yeah, thank you for the introduction. And I'm Ian. I'm a business development lead at Tend to Play. And in today's session, I'll be sharing the definitions and basic process of creating personalized in-game offers. After the talk, you should have the basic knowledge regarding how to collect in-game data and segment players and tailor personalized offers to each player.
Cool, sounds very interesting. And remember, everyone that is listening, like gather up your questions and we will have a Q&A session after Ian has finished his talk.
Awesome. We're really looking forward to it. So I'll start right away.
Yeah, sweet. I'll just add your presentation.
Okay. So I hope you guys can all see my screen here. So the essentials to a successful game, there would be just two essentials. First would be to acquire new players who are willing to try out your game. And secondly, you need those players to be invested in your game as much as possible. This is what we each call user acquisition and user retention and conversion. So let's start off with user acquisition. It is often done through paid advertising using platforms and services such as Google Ads, Unity Ads, Facebook Ads, and so on. This is where the most of the marketing budget is spent on. But apparently there are clear limitations to just relying on user acquisition. According to AppFlyer's analysis, $48.5 billion will be allocated for UA globally in 2022, which is double the amount confirmed in 2019. And the competition is even more fierce for mobile games since being discovered in the first place is a great challenge. More than 57% of installs among gaming apps are non-organic, and this quickly becomes unsustainable if the players refuse to stay or make a purchase. Also, the other limitations of UA is that it does not promise a strong return on investment, since many of the most recent games have free-to-play model, and any F2P game developer would agree that if users enter the game but do not spend at all or stay long enough, the game cannot be sustained. And in fact, D30 retention can be as low as 2.3%, which falls far below our expectations. So simply getting players to install the game is not enough. And what is user retention and conversion, and how can we benefit from it? It is basically taking care of existing users through live ops, such as CS, debugging, updating content, hosting in-game events, segmenting players, and sending promotions and offers. Personalized offers that I'll be talking about in this session focuses on behavioral segmentations of players and tailoring appropriate promotions and offers to each player. So, why should we care about user retention and conversion? As you can see from a simple equation for calculating revenue, user acquisition only takes part in increasing the monthly active user. On the other hand, user retention and conversion can keep the MAU high, increase the paying user rate, and even increase the average revenue per paying user. So across all three factors that build revenue, taking care of existing players has a vital role. Also, it is 5 times cheaper than UA than it is to invest in user retention and conversion, which means that your return on investment can dramatically increase if you allocate a portion of the finance you have planned to spend on paid advertising to live ops. So let's get into the main part. What is personalized offer? In-game offers are generally promotions or deals a game studio will send to players throughout the play session. It can showcase the newest release item, a temporary discount item, or maybe even some tips to earn additional currency. To personalize these in-game offers means to send different offers to different players in terms of maximizing conversion. This technique is common in any e-commerce or marketing-heavy industries, but is only starting to gain interest in the gaming arena recently. These offers can also help players overcome hurdles, help build stronger gameplay, or even fulfill individual desire and expectations. And satisfied players lead to higher retention and conversion rate, that in all increases the lifetime value. How Tend to Play does personalized offers is by segmenting players by player persona, which stands for unique player characteristics such as play motivation, needs, and interests. Now I will share with you an overview of how this can be done. So the juicy part that I believe that you have all been waiting for is the 3 steps to behavioral segmentation and personalization. First, you would have to collect data on player events, then segment players based on their playstyles, and lastly, recommend tips, items, and strategies accordingly. But we'll start off by talking about how we will collect data. It is vital that you collect data in a well-structured and carefully thought-out format. I personally call this the 4W1H data logging method, where 4W1H stands for who, when, where, what, and how. If you see event 1 in the table, who is the player, and when is the local time of the player, where is a specific space or event where an action takes place, what is the action itself, and how is the context behind the action. This lets us know for event 1 that player AAA today at 5:21 p.m. won stage 12 by equipping level 5 sword, a level 50 sword. The following events, in chronological order, event 2, 3, and 4, are logged in the same format. We do this because we want to know why a player does a certain action. For example, if a player has bought an ice-resistant armor consuming 1,000 gold, we want to know what drove him to purchase this specific item. Did he need a stronger equipment or wanted to build a full set of armor? Or did he wish to beat a friend in a PvP battle? And all of this can be proven and known through time series data. So by logging 4W1H data over time for each player, we learn the context behind each action, which allows us to understand the player holistically. For example, a slice of 4W1H would only tell you about the results, which should be purchasing a certain item. Here it would be the ice-resistant armor. But a time series data lets you know what happened before the purchase, which is going to be the biggest clue to the motivation behind the purchase. I brought a simple example here. We have a use currency method that we often use to log 4W1H data. It tells you that player XYZ that is playing as character ABC today at 5:21 p.m. leveled up Sword of Magic equipment at the sword shop using 50 gold. This method is connected to the level up method, as you can see from the where to entity, which can give you a more in-depth information on the action of leveling up the equipment. So if you see the connected method level up equipment, here you can see that the Sword of Magic has been leveled up from level 10 to level 11. If you believe that this kind of information can be useful when you're creating personalized offers, you should log such information as well. So in Tend to Play's case, we utilize over 80 methods that can log almost every event that happens within a game using the same 4W1H logging method. You can choose which methods are relevant to your game and adopt them accordingly, and it will be able to record the entire life cycle of each player. So a few examples here would be change custom ability, play stage with infrastructure, play stage with cosmetic, get character, and all of this can be applied to your game. So the reason why we do the 4W1H time series data is because it naturally taps into the player characteristics. It reveals the play motivations and styles of each player. So you can answer so many questions about a player that has always been under the carpet. Is this player competitive? Is this player motivated by PvPs? Is he short-tempered, or is he a spender or a potential spender? And so on. And these informations are vital for when you're segmenting your players. So now let's talk about the player segmentation. The same data logging method I just talked about, Tend to Play segments players based on their playstyles and motivations. I won't go into details about each of the segmentations, but a good takeaway here is that we are interested in what drives the player to stay or churn, and what tactics the players enjoy utilizing. As you can see here, the playstyles, there will be passive, savers, time investors, mistakes and responses, efficiency level, and strategic investments. And play motivations, there will be personal satisfaction, personal rewards, or social interaction, or public recognition. To develop such segmentation, you must create multiple models that each represents a property of a player. It can be about social tendency, maximum effort level, currency usage, time distribution, and so on. Think of these models as nucleotides, CGAT, that build human DNA. Combination of these models will define the unique characteristics for each player. Within your game, each of these models will have its own threshold, so you can appropriately assess if a player falls into the bucket or not. Then these models will be grouped in 2s or 3s, or however many you feel suitable to your segmentations. And then each of these segmentations are what we call player personas, and they're the unique genetic dispositions of your players, and how they would behave, and how they would make purchase, and if they would stay within your game or not. So here is an example of kind of a persona that we utilize nowadays. So think about players who are deeply interested in playing your game, but are struggling due to lack of information. This type has a clearly irregular and inefficient currency usage pattern, with low social interaction and slow leveling speed than average. Players who fall into this segmentation can be best managed by recommending game content, such as quests and missions. Here it would be a blacksmith's request, a gem hunt, or 3 PvPs in 1 day that would reward you with XP boosts. Also, it would be a good idea to show the stat distribution, the kind of strategies or tips that the high-level players are adopting. Now let's talk about how we could recommend tips, items, and strategies according to these player personas. So I prepared 3 examples to give you an idea of how recommendations can be done. Here, the comfort zone bunker mentality. This stands for a psychological state of players who refuse to try higher level missions or other characters because they're afraid of failing or losing current status. They feel most comfortable in repeating the same playstyle and strategy, but are also finding inner crisis of wanting to overcome boredom. In this case, it would be best to recommend a new character that seems most suitable for the player, since you want to encourage them to do more without putting too much pressure on them. Also, Just don't recommend a new character, but give them a proper introduction by also recommending events and quests to help them ease into the new character. Here you can see that a new character, Heifer, is recommended for a player who only uses the character Lucan. And by recommending Heifer, it also shows the new missions to recover from the inner crisis with less risk. Here you would have 5 wins with Heifer giving you 500 XPs, or 10 wins that rewards you with 1000 XPs. Second example will be collectors. Collectors are players who love to collect costumes or decorate characters, and this kind of persona is pretty popular in any kind of genre. For a card collecting RPG game, this type of players collect as many cards as possible, and for any other game with cosmetic items, this type loves purchasing equipments that are purely for aesthetics. It is important that we acknowledge and encourage their love for collection. As you can see, tell the player about their progress and achievements as a collector. Here it shows the collector score and also the percentage of top rankings. Since they are already spending more than average on cosmetics, you may not want to promote upsell too much, but it is always a good idea to show good deals related to their collection. In this image, you can see that we have given the player collector score and also the ranking, along with limited offers for characters that are missing in the collection. The last example will be the rabid PvP players. These are the ones that are motivated by in-person battles. They're less interested in daily missions or PvE stages, but are almost entirely looking to play with other players. Your primary recommendation for them should be about increasing their win rate by delivering popular combinations or strategies. If the player needs a boost with an in-app purchase, slide it in as well so that the players have all the options they need to win the next battle. Here in the image, you can see that we have identified the player's individual motivations and provided tips to achieve what the player wants. Also, if you can see the contents down, the recommended content, it is personally tailored suggestions and purchasing options to enhance the individual performance in their unique gameplay style. Here you have 3 different characters that are popular in the best PvP players strategies. And it also recommends in-game currency that you can purchase with real money. So I would like to go back and talk to you a little bit more about the behavioral segmentation that we do as Tend to Play. I believe this is what most people would be interested in. So these player personas, here you can see the personal satisfaction and personal rewards. These are the ones that are most famous in idle games. And also social interaction and public recognition are most popular in multiplayer and MMO games. Also, if you look at the playstyle part, the passive time investor players are the ones that you might want to focus on if you're creating casual games. Also, efficiency and savers, and mistakes and responses, and strategic investment. These are the ones that are most common in RPG games that have the most amount of contents and most amount of different characters to play with. So, to wrap it all up, the collecting data part, we have talked about the 4W1H time series data logging method, which gives you the whole idea behind your player's actions. Also, you can segment players by doing multiple models that each represents a property that a player will show. Lastly, you can recommend according to these player personas by personalizing your in-game offers, in-game promotions to each kind of play styles and play characteristics. So Tend to Play does this behavior segmentation and personalized promotions and offers under what we believe in is that provide the right offer to the right player at the right time. So it is very important that you bring what the player needs and what the player is interested in right to their fingertips to increase the conversion rate. So I hope you have taken away some important information from this talk, and thank you for having me.
Thank you a lot, Ian. That was a very good talk. Thought it was very interesting with a parallel to human DNA, to how to classify all the players.
Yep.
Should we see if we have some questions, maybe? Let's see. Okay, there is one here, but here there are a few. I don't really understand this first one, but maybe you would. How to build strong character depend on design sculpture. Do you understand what they mean by that question?
I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant to the talk, and I'm not sure if I understand it correctly, but
yeah, we can skip that one if you want.
yeah, sounds great.
This one, though, I think is relevant. What is the most important in players' engagement?
So, what I believe is most important in players' engagement is um, actually the player is satisfied. The player needs to be satisfied with his own gameplay style. So some might say like a collector in an RPG game would be not such a good choice because a lot of the RPG players are there to like increase the ranking or go on to the next stages. But that's why when we send personalized offers, we always send some sort of acknowledgement for the unique gameplay style that he has. So I believe what's most important for player engagement is that you kind of acknowledge and encourage each and every one of those play styles.
That makes sense. Let's see what we have more here. What is the benefit of making a game trying to target all types of players than to make a well-designed game for a certain user segment?
The reason why we developed these kind of solution is because a lot of the free-to-play games are interested in making a little bit more revenue from in-game purchases. And if you can see, the average of the paying users are around 5% out of the entire user base. So what we believe is that by targeting all different types of players, you can increase the engagement level and the conversion level of the long tail players. So that's why we try to target all types of player and try to satisfy individual needs.
Yeah, that makes sense. So here's another one. Is there any pushback if players notice how personalized their games are? Like if they would complain about unfair promotion or something like that?
For our clients, there has not been any complaints. It's because we don't use the dynamic pricing, which gives like different pricing offers to different players. So it's basically using the items and promotions off the shelf and just tailoring them to each player. So everyone can actually access to an equipment or a promotion, but what we do is that we're just basically tailoring it and just putting it right on the screen for them.
Right. Yeah, that sounds fair.
I mean, if there's any issue with different pricing, that could cause a lot of complaints from the player side.
Yeah, I bet it would. Let's see here. How do you deal with players who are more into FTP features but not into paying money for buying stuff in the game?
For players who play FTP but are not interested in making purchases, you kind of segment them towards the players who would not spend at all throughout their life cycle. So we will show a bit more of ads or reward ads if they're any kind of reward ads, and we would actually just try to keep them as long as possible within the game without encouraging too much in-app purchases. So for players who don't respond too well to any kind of IAP recommendations, we kind of erase out all the IAP recommendations for the following promotions.
Makes sense. Yeah, those must be the hardest ones to target because you don't get as deep data for
Right,
those players. Right. Is there any Unity plugin that helps you achieve different player needs that you know of?
Is there any Unity plugin? There's no. Our service does not provide Unity plugin, but we have a Unity SDK that you can just embed into your game, and it just automatically starts collecting data from your game through the SDK. So I'm not sure if he's asking if there's an additional plugin.
Yeah, no idea. That I think that answers this pretty well. Let's see here then. What tool do you use to monitor and analyze the data that you gather?
What tools? So it's just as I said before, we use the SDK to collect the data, and we have our own console. So we do all the calculations and analysis in the back engine, and then we expose the results on the console. So
right, so it's completely your own like built engine.
Yeah, so we do it on our own level.
Nice. Let's see, were there any more? One person asked if they could ask a question, so let's see if they come up with a question that they wanted to ask.
Please let them know.
Do we have any more questions here? Yeah, I don't know. It seems like that is it. If there's nothing more dropping in. Here was another one popping on. What's the roadmap to make an indie game? That was a very general question.
So we're not game developers, so I think it would be inappropriate for us to give you a roadmap for building an indie game. But yeah. I guess from my personal perspective, what's most important for indie games is the creativity that goes into it. And then after you kind of start to get new players, that's when the live ops tools like us will kind of kick in to give you a little bit of boost in revenue and retention. So
yeah. I would guess that would be pretty late in that roadmap that you would.
Yeah, so it would be a little bit further end of the roadmap. Yeah,
for sure. All right, here are some more stuff coming in. What are the main challenges in developing games for you? That is also maybe not completely relevant since you're not really doing the game.
So I guess a lot of the audience thought that I have a lot of experience with game development.
We can take the next one instead. Let's see what we have here. What is the best monetization platform, and how can we do the best marketing for our game?
Best monetization platform. I would say for user acquisition, there are clear rankings for monetization and UA, which is like Google ads is on the top, and then like Facebook ads, Unity ads, Iris source, and it goes like that. But if you're looking for a monetization platform for live ops, then I would have to say we have one of the best player segmentations in the market. So that could help. I hope that helps you figure out. There are other data analytics tools out there like Delta DNA and such. But so you should kind of weigh what you believe is most important to you and see what kind of features are delivered based on the pricing packages.
Yeah.
So whichever one fits your interests and fits your budget would be the best one.
Yeah. I mean, can't be a clear winner, I guess. Then there wouldn't be any competition on the market. Let's see here then. What is the recent trend with player behaviors? Are there any new interesting behavior that you have witnessed through embedding of analytics?
For us, it was really interesting. We were pretty surprised to see that we have a segmentation called perfectionists. It's the kind of players who are interested in making the right choices. So they sometimes kind of procrastinate and worry over making the wrong choices. And this kind of behavior was often seen in RPG games, but now we're seeing them across all different types of genres. So I guess players nowadays, because there are a lot of F2P games, they're more worried about making the right purchases and which purchase is going to give them the biggest boost in the gameplay. So that's what we've seen very recently.
Interesting. Yeah, you must be able to like discover so many trends and stuff with all the data that you get.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, even within the same game, you can see that different personas come up and disappear throughout the game's life cycle. So
Yeah.
that's one thing to keep in mind as well.
Okay. Here's another one. What's the roadmap to making the personalization, since the contacts from the client to putting the changes live on the game?
Content from the client. So RSK goes right to the clients, game clients. So you can manage everything for us. I'm talking about the Tend to Play service. You can go to our console on the web, and it just automatically sends your players the personalized offers. And if you want to do it manually, you can also do it in our console as well. So yeah, so for our service, if you implement Tend to Play's SDK, you can basically manage everything on the web console.
Cool. And the SDK, is that only for Unity, or can you use it with
For us, we have Unity, and we have a beta version for Unreal Engine. So if any of the developers or publishers here are using Unreal Engine and would like to try out the service, then please contact me, and you will be the first Unreal Engine to check out Tend to Play.
Nice. Right. Why not make a quality game that doesn't require data collection and milking money from players like during old times?
Well, that's a good one. I'm not saying you shouldn't strive towards making quality games, but what we've seen recently is that players want a little bit more interaction with the game and a lot of faster feedbacks with the game developers. So by implementing this kind of free-to-play models and recently play-to-earn models, players are having more fun with social interactions and having more freedom in their gameplay. So I guess it's just a new trend that on top of the quality game, you might want to add a little bit more content that gives individual players more freedom and fun.
Yeah, and I feel like I don't know how far back this person is thinking about, but like back in the days, often a game was made and then it was released and then it was done. Now the game is, I mean, the life cycle of the game is so much longer. You have to, can't just buy the game and then it's done. Okay. Oh, there is coming in a lot of questions here. Let's see here. Do you use all collected data for the game itself, or even for new game your team want to develop?
For all collected data, does it mean for our internal game?
I'm not sure.
Do you use all collected data just for the game itself, or even for a new game your team wants to develop?
Maybe that the data would be used like across games or something.
Across games. So if you are a one game studio and if you have 3 different games, and if all 3 games have Tend to Play's SDK implemented, it is possible that you can transfer some sort of data from one project to the another and kind of have a better idea of how your players respond to your games, your studio's games. So that's possible, but we don't transfer any kind of collected data or analysis out of the studio and then use it on other studios' projects. But of course, we use the collected data to improve our system and the recommendation system. So
that makes sense.
A bit different.
Here are some terms I'm not familiar with, but maybe you are. UA-wise, do you always test in the same GEOs for every launch, or does your team prefer testing over various GEOs?
Uh, I cannot answer this question because we don't do any kind of user acquisition side solutions. So we only do the live ops side, and user acquisition you would have to use other paid advertisement platforms and see what they do there. So we have nothing to do with UAs.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. That's, is player behavior used for training AI bots in the game? I guess that's a bit outside of your scope too.
It is, but actually it's not because we are using a lot of the player behaviors trend analysis that we have collected over time to build AI NPCs and bots. And it's kind of our side project that's going on right now. So whoever asked that question must kind
They
of
have
see-
some insight.
Yeah, so that's the roadmap for us.
Oh, that's very cool. That will be very interesting, I think. Okay. How do segmentation of players in an arcade environment work?
Oh, we've never collected data from an arcade environment, so it'd be a bit. I believe the input would be a bit different, but as long as we kind of get the structured format to come into our engine, I believe the analysis part would be pretty similar.
Yeah. Wouldn't certain player archetypes gravitate towards certain types of games? How does personalization work out for games where one player type is dominant?
It is true that there are games where just one or two player type is dominant, and what we do is that even within the same persona, we give them different rankings, and we see them by their retention habits or purchasing habits, and we try to kind of break them down as much as possible, so that at least more than half or 70% of players get different personalized offers.
Cool. Does personalization of collected data create more production? Example, more unique cosmetic types for a collector. Would that decrease the return of investment?
I mean, I believe it really depends on the studio if they want to do more, create more items or create more content for a specific type of uh, player persona or player segmentation. So, if you believe a certain persona, such as a collector, is dominant in your game and they respond very well to the personalized offers, then I believe it'll be a great idea for you to kind of focus on that persona and create more content. And I don't think that would decrease the ROI.
All right. Here is a double question. Let's see. Did you notice any cases where after a certain time a persona or player consistently becomes another persona?
Yes, it is true. It is very actually. This is very. It is a very common case that a player comes into the game with a certain persona, and then as he plays the game for a month or two, their persona changes throughout the process. So, yeah, the good thing about our personalization engine is that our models adapt to player lifecycle and player journey as they go throughout the game. So it'll be able to detect any changes in the persona group.
Right. And here was the second part of that. For example, a player play for personal satisfaction, but it evolves into playing for social interactions. So,
Yeah, that happens often as well. There's personal satisfaction pivoting towards the social interactions as they make more friends and get more information about the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with the last question here. How do you gauge the value of bundles or items in games? And for event/holiday specials, how much can you reduce the price to keep a profit? Or is it more aimed to build hype than make profit?
I would have to say it is more aimed towards building the hype, and also actually it is aimed towards making more profit as well. But the thing is, we don't do dynamic pricing. We do not actively reduce the price or give this different discount percentage for each bundles. So it'll be a developer side that they want to, if there's an item A or a bundle A, and if you want to put it in 3 different price categories, then we can actually pull those items and use it in our personalized offers and see which one works best.
Yeah,
So,
makes
but we
sense.
don't actively make changes to the price.
Yeah, that'll be up to the studio then, I guess. Oh, that one came back again. Let's. What? Oh, there we go. Okay, I think our time for Q&A is up. Thank you a lot, Ian. It's a lot of very interesting talk and a lot of interesting questions and answers.
Yeah, there are a lot of really good questions. I'm glad that you guys have enjoyed the talk.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Lucas.
Have a good day. All right, so for our next speaker, we have Tsahai Lieberman, which is a senior product manager at Lightner, and how he will talk about how to create a successful hyper-casual hit game. And I'm really looking forward to this talk too. So I'll, since his time is coming up now, I'll just add you to the stage. Welcome.
Hey everyone, do you see me all right?
Yeah, all good, and you sound good.
Great. I'll also catch the last beats of the previous talk, so that was also interesting. Trying to tackle dynamic pricing, that's always hard.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah,
Which country are you sitting in?
Excuse me?
Which country are you sitting in?
So I'm based in Israel, and the game studio that I work with is based in Helsinki, Finland.
Okay.
And as everyone in COVID, we work remotely, so that it's just very well for the game industry. So great. Can I share my presentation? Is it like
Absolutely?
Great. So let's do. Cool. Let's do that. Yeah. And I guess you see my screen.
I will pull it in here, and the stage is yours.
Great, Lucas. Okay, so hi everyone, and welcome to my talk. As was mentioned before, I'm Tzachi Lieberman. I'm over 16 years in the game industry. Did a lot of projects and developed many games from the early Flash and Symbian Java games to later on console and PC games, all through mobile games. So I'm based in Israel. I'm working with a game studio in Finland, which is named Lightner. I actually started my way in the gaming industry as creating educational games for children, work with many big IPs like Nickelodeon, Sesame Street, Disney, PBS Kids, and the sorts. Also mix that with television, which was highly interesting back in the days and still is with the entire Netflix and games new projects. So that's also interesting to speak about maybe later on. I'm highly active around the world in using games for social change. So I was part of Games for Peace and using games for conflict management around the world, won the UN prize for that. And at Lightner, as mentioned, I'm running the product for our game teams and also the data insights, trying to understand what will be successful in the next several months, what is successful currently, which teams, which mechanics are interesting for us. So a little bit about Lightyear. As mentioned, we aim to create fun, snackable, very small games made by and for curious and happy people. That's our slogan. And we already have several hits. We work with Voodoo, Supersonic, and still working with them and with top 10 publishers. For hyper casual, we already have over 75 million downloads for our games, and we're happy about it. And what you see underneath is actually our values: honesty, respect, and playfulness, which is part of our culture. We don't believe in crunch time. Well, we are very respectful for another. We play the games and love the games that we developed and play the games that we love, vice versa. And maintaining, a well-being culture is highly important in a game studio, specifically for a fast-paced game studio like hyper-casual games. So a little bit about hyper-casual. I'm just trying to lay the field for those of you who haven't got a clue what hyper-casual is. So hyper-casual games, mostly mobile games, are quick-to-develop games, very concise core game loop, very easy to understand. The understandability is key in hyper-casual. You mostly, jump right into the game. It's really quick to play, no elaborate intros, no storylines, no complex storylines. It's mostly free to play based on ads and rewarded videos. And very short play sessions, but we always aim for those KPIs mentioned here, over day one retention, over 40%. Specifically in Lightyear, we aim over 42%. Day 7, normally that's the benchmark of the market, between 12 to 16, and we always aim to get our games over 800 seconds of playtime. So that's the base for that. And another key point for creating hyper-casual games is making you as a player feel very powerful, very clever, and you can play the game in many different ways, more than one way to solve a challenge. Most of the times, or a large part of the times, it's humoristic. It's like a wild angle of that day-to-day activity. And you see everything. You see runners which are based on toothbrushes. You see many cleaning games that are very satisfying as part of ASMR teams. So we try to, additionally to normal gameplay, we try to simulate life and different tasks in it and make it interesting and fun. Some visual examples. So you can see on the left side some of the biggest publishers and developers. Voodoo, Say Games are part of those, and probably you played one of those games. If this is like Perfect Slices, or Cube Surfer, which is a classic. Jelly Shift is also one, and we can see here several mechanics which are common today. You see like the end sequence on the right side, where you finish the level, and as much as you accumulated, you can go that way and reach a multiplier for your points. And then in the middle, it's a crowd mechanic where you can multiply your character's number and then compete or fight against another group of characters in different teams. And runners are highly interesting and leading the charts of hyper casual around the several months. So that's also interesting to see. As I mentioned, COVID has done very well to the game industry, not just the mobile game industry, not just hyper casual. Everywhere I was just being involved with a console game that I ran the studio for a game called Grime for console. So I was head of studio there for several years. So there we've seen as well interesting rise of gameplay and purchases. But in hyper casual, you could see over the years, not just at COVID, starting several years ago, from 12% to in 2020 that's 31%, and 2021 is already towards the 40%. So that's highly impressive. There was a huge jump in 2021 as well. We can also look on the different genres. So as I mentioned, runners are really popular, but they are starting slowly to decline towards letting puzzles take the lead, or the combination of a runner with puzzle elements. And imprint to, interested COVID gameplay and purchases. But in hyper casual, you could see over the years, not just at COVID, starting several years ago, from 12% to, in 2020, that's 31%. And 2021 is already towards the 40%, so that's highly impressive. There was a huge jump in 2021 as well. We can also look on the different genres. So as I mentioned, runners are really popular, but they are starting slowly to decline towards letting puzzles take the lead, or the combination of a runner with puzzle elements. Of course, there are also other mechanics which are being used, but those are the leading ones. And this is by the courtesy of Coda Platform. It's a Turkish publisher that has a market intelligence platform. We'll speak about it further on. And we can see several games that are highly interesting and leading the charts as we speak, like 2 days ago. Judge 3D and Castle Raid, which was Castle Storm in the past. So Fighting Stance as well, which is Angel Fight 3D currently. So publishers and developers changing their names, and testing different types of creatives to see what brings more statistics and more KPIs, and see what does better for the game. As well as you can see here leading publishers for hyper casual, specifically for the end of 2020. So Voodoo is still first, and then several other publishers which are highly impressive. With these numbers are impressive, and for example, you can see an Israeli here, which is Crazy Labs, and Supersonic Studios is also an Israeli publisher. So a lot of pride for Israel here. Good job, guys. So let's start to speak the components of creating hyper-casual games and leading that to success. So the first element is a team. You need to have, in any startup, in any product, you need a good team, a skilled team, that preferably one that has already experience in hyper-casual. And that team normally comprises of game designer, game developer, an artist that can be also an animator, and a producer. A producer can split and manage several teams. It doesn't have to be, per team, but that is a must in order to give priorities and understand the task that needs to be delivered until the very tight deadline. Another thing to remember is don't get attached to anything that you develop, because it can fail, and it will fail really quickly. It's hard to create a hit and to reach a hit, and don't be frustrated by that. Just understand that this is the market, this is the process, and you need to learn which mechanics worked, which visual worked, and try to learn from your mistakes and try to make better and better games over time. It's only experience. Of course, there's luck, but hey, we don't count on luck. As for the management, you don't need like a manager or a leader or a boss per team. The producer side can take that, but we in Lightner work in a flat management style. Every team is autonomous. We don't waste time, which is precious time, on hierarchies and bureaucracy. We don't do that. And the culture, as I mentioned before, it's highly important to work in a very fun, engaging, and relaxing environment. Although you will have sprints, you will have deadlines, but then it is. I say always that this is like a marathon, which includes many sprints, but it's not like a huge sprint over time, because then your teams will be less and less creative and less productive. So that's the first important bit that we need to remember. As for art and concepts, the visuals. So first, what we do in Lightner is we create as many high-level concepts as we can, and then we use Miro to put them in a visual way. Then create a small GDD using slideshow, Google Slides, and then we show that. We meet with our publisher. We only develop, we are not a publisher, we are a studio. and we meet with the publisher. We have a discussion with them. Hey, look at those 10, 8, 6 concepts which are based on market insights, and which one is more interesting for you guys? Which one do you think we can all create in terms of 8 to 10 days? And that's the time frame that we work at Lightyear. And then we settle on the leading top 3 and then select one according to what we feel and what the publisher feel. Sometimes the publisher will say, hey, we had a pitch internally, and that pitch is something that we really want to do, and we want you guys to think about it, to see if you can take that ownership on that pitch. So normally it happens, but it's a discussion. Secondly, onboarding, mentioning a little bit of UI and UX. So it's highly important, as mentioned before, to understand the game from the get-go. When I see a CPI video, when I see a marketing video, I immediately understand what I need to do in this game. It's really quick. I click on one button and click on the icon of the game. Straight up, I understand what I need to do in this game. I don't need like a full intro and story and help text, because nobody reads that. It's highly fluid. So when you design that, think also about your mechanics. Don't use highly complex mechanics that it's hard to explain and how to understand, and save details even on the visuals, because most of the design for hyper casual are using very soft colors, very colorful and happy colors, I call it, not too saturated, so our eyes would not be hurt, so we can play more, right? We want to extend the play session time. Not too many animation that distracting me as a player from the core game loop. Hey, I need to play a runner, I need to concentrate on the obstacles on my character. If there's so many animations all around me, that would probably make me fail over and over and over again, just because of the animation, not because of my skill. So we don't do that. As well as for terrain design, something that we learn by experience and from our publishers is that using blank terrain is boring for gameplay, is boring for the players, and it's much more interesting and also lowering CPI if you use some kind of terrain. It could be a chessboard, it could be something which has a very slight pattern, but it needs to give character and identity to that terrain. And if we speak about specifically the characters that we are designing, those characters, depends on the genre, are mostly stick figures. If it's human, it's object. If it's object, or also if this is like a runner, which is more female oriented, it's mostly low poly characters. Not many details on that. You see many similar characters, but with the USP, the unique selling point of your game, of your identity. So that's important. And as any hyper casual game, we have to remember that this is a mass appeal. We design games for 14-year-old teenagers, and we design the same game for 60-year-old woman from another place in the world. So this has to be, adjusting in a way to that mass appeal. But there are genres, as mentioned, like runners, which are more women-oriented, and we see many of those on the top charts. And there are slicing games, shooter games, car racing, which are more oriented towards men. And I mentioned that here. I'm not saying that stigmatically, but in a way, hyper casual is very stigmatic. It's also very radical to one side. So you have to understand that. Always test who's your target audience. Like, try to understand from your analytics, like we try to do, who's your players. And we were surprised to find out in one of our versions for Bazooka Boy that we did, that actually one of those versions is been played by men 45 to 56. That was even older when we started working on that, and we did see a rising number of female players, but that that age surprised us. Not because we don't believe in older players. Hey, I'm 46 and I still play every day. But this was like something that we didn't expect. We wanted to, or we expected to see more like 18, 20, 25. Spoke a little bit about the CPI video, the video that we create when you want to test our game for CPI. And of course, we want CPI lower than 30 cents, 40, 30 cents. Then we understand that this game has potential. If it's close, we have a layer of playing with the visuals and the mechanics. If it's way over, if it's $3 or $2, we don't really have anything to do with that. But this is like the video that the player sees that indicates the gameplay and the hype of the game. And this video should be about 15 to 30 seconds long. You would see first, most of the times, the fail moments in order to create anticipation. Hey, I want to see the success, but also to live with a taste of failing and trying to beat that challenge. So I want to see what happens when I succeed, what happens when I failed in a game. It's very concise. It has to be done very professionally, in a very polished way. You would see, as I mentioned, the premise of the game, whether you're a new or pro player, and as mentioned, aiming for CPI under 30 cents. We did had a chance to, move the needle from 80 or 70 cents down to the safe zone, but that include a lot of research into what we can actually improve, whether it's the level content or the visuals. You also have to remember who is doing that in your team. Is this the artist? Is this the game designer that is doing those videos? In our case, we normally do that internally, but that takes time out of our game designer and artist, and that bites in development time. So if you have the budget for that, just hire someone which is specializing in motion art or marketing art, and they have the knowledge of using the correct camera angles and the colors and the transition between interesting scenes, and using the specific memes from gaming culture to create a whole and polished experience for the player. Let's speak a little bit about development. So I wouldn't actually tell here, how to, I wouldn't show any code, but something that we are doing and will do more in the future in Lightyear, is creating pre-made templates. So if we are working on 10 runner games, it would be easier for us to have a ready beforehand template or interface for that game with the entire functions and mechanics, just add a specific USP for the game. But that's something that shortened development time for us drastically, not just creating that over and over and over again. Reusing is always a good tactic in programming. And the file size, although we do see games go around the 100 megabytes and a little bit over that, it's always a best practice to stay lower than that on mobile. And we do see some of the games which are around 20, 30, 40 megabytes. So hyper-casual games are mostly lightweight comparing to others. Another thing that we do is we create tools for the developers to just concentrate on creating a great game, and everything around it, like dealing with analytics, dealing with APIs, whether it's Facebook or other platforms, everything is already taken care of, as well as DevOps tools that we create for them. More in depth on our development process. So we start always with the ideation phase, where we are speaking about the concept, creating the concept, speaking with the publishers, fighting internally about, hey, this will work, in my opinion, this is cooler, this hasn't been done, this has been done successfully. And then we develop a prototype for 4 and 5 days. We test, we release that for a CPI test. We give raw videos and raw materials for our publishers. It's different from publisher to publisher. Some publishers will say, hey guys, you would do the CPI videos and take care of that. and there would be publishers. Some of them work with us that will say, hey guys, we have the expertise for us, just send us the materials, we will create everything. So it varies. Later on, we do retrospectives and try to, deconstruct other games and deconstruct our game again to understand what worked and what not, do post-mortem and also, discussion with publishers if that game didn't really succeed. So if that game didn't pass the CPI test and we try to improve that, we try to understand why, not just visually, also market trends, and we always try to be with one eye on what expected to be successful. And I will speak about that really soon. Second phase, if we did manage to pass the CPI test, hence, manage to lower that to under 30 cents, we aim to see the stickiness, which is highly important for us to see day one retention and raise it over 42%. And then see other factors which are important for example, total playtime. Okay, is it like, beyond 800 seconds? Is it beyond 1,200 seconds? And we did that with Bazooka Boy, for example, that we did with Supersonic. And then if everything goes well, we are currently soft launching a game, so expect a surprise very soon. We are soft launching a game, then try to lower our CPI even more with more marketable videos, and try to keep a stable day 1 and day 7 retention. Important to have the LTV higher than the CPI, and then go to global launch. So that's a happy end, and then we always hope for a hit. A little bit about testing. I mentioned always test. We do that internally. We always test our prototypes and play them, but you need more than that. So I think it's mostly on the middle of that process, so a little bit towards the end of the CPI test, but also after that, we use Playtest Cloud, where we send 10 users or 12 users. It's a very small group. We send them the game. We record the session, we record their comments, and we understand always so many factors on our game that we didn't even see. We have a blind eye for that. We also use SmartLook that helps us with heat maps and understanding more of user behavior or player behavior and their sessions. And as for a more stable QA process, we don't have QA testing employees in our company, but we do use an external service, a great company called Kudos QA, great guys, and we always we work with them. They find bugs that we didn't even think about, and that's always the case. But as mentioned, we are always testing internally, and we use Jira. We use Jira for tracking the bugs and using priorities. Just a little bit about UA and monetization. This is not a presentation about UA, and we actually don't do the UA on ourselves. We develop the games, and our publishers are taking care of the user acquisition as well as the advertising. As I said, we create all the creative materials for them. We do normally 6 to 8 raw versions. As for attribution, we normally use Singular. We tried AppsFlyer, we moved to Singular. It was more fitting for our own purposes. But specifically speaking about monetization, so everybody knows about interstitial. It's still a big part of the monetization strategy for hyper casual. It's always important to A/B test where is the best placement to use an interstitial, which is a static ad. To people here who haven't get the knowledge on what it is, and of course, the art is important and the quality of the art, but the timing and the cooldown counter is also important to understand. Some games are more fitting with a 15-second cooldown counter until I can use that interstitial again, and some games are more fitting for 45 seconds timer. So it's more adjusted to the specific game that you are working on. as I mentioned before, it's also important which levels are we showing those interstitials. So in Bazooka Boy, we tried to use those interstitials starting level 3. It was too early. It was actually negative to our retention. And then we placed them deeper in level 8. And we managed, using more and more interstitial down the road, we managed to increase our play session to overall 1,200 seconds and LTV over $1, which is normally 60 cents or 80 cents. So that's also good thing to remember about interstitials. And as a thumb rule, always aim around, specifically for interstitial, about 70-80% engagement rate, around 6 impressions per users, and around $21 eCPM. But yes, it's not complete without speaking about rewarded videos. So I see a video in order to unlock something. So it's highly massive in hyper casual, and there are publishers that we work with that are asking specifically, hey, for our games, the best practice for us is that you use 80% rewarded videos and 20% interstitials. Other publishers will say, hey, it's 60-40 probably, but still rewarded video or RVs is massive and increase engagement, increase retention, increase session length. So there are several types of rewarded videos. The first one is a luck-based, like a wheel of a social casino game or roulette, where you spin that once per day or once per defined time. You get a reward, you get a gem, you get more coins, and then if you want to spin it again, you have to pay gems or currency, and then you get like a premium item, which is more prestigious. That could be done as well as with different combination of art. Sometimes they use chests, which are you can unlock that moving lock on top of each other. So it depends on the game and the game theme. The second type is unlocking specific or special content. If we want to defeat a very hard level, or if we want to unlock a bonus level, or defeat a boss, or skip a mission, or replay that again, that's something that we can use as an RV in a deeper level of the game. We can also affect the progression of the game, right? I can gain more percentage, more progress into that level, build that overall car, weapon, castle, whatever I need to complete. So sometimes in a normal situation, I need several levels in order to complete that specific outfit or that specific character or weapon. But I can speed that up when I'm watching a rewarded video over and over again. And the last one is a very straightforward one. I want more rewards, more coins, so I can, at the end of the level, I have the chance to triple or double that. And that is very tempting because I just had a success moment. I just had a happy celebration moment, and I want to use that because I always need to unlock something. Data insights. So another something that I do at Lightyear is leading the data insights, and it's partly being the oracle of trying to understand what is going to be successful, but it is based on what is successful now, what is interesting now, what is rising on the charts or on the social media. So first, every morning, check top charts, which kind of games reach the top 25, which kind of games reached interesting traction, which one had dropped to level to rank 50. Why was those changes? Was that like a change of an icon, a change of creative, just like a pump of user acquisition money for one day that made that change? So that's interesting also to understand. And I use App Annie. Sometimes I use Sensor Tau, but most of the time App Annie. As for social media, I research that every day. I go to Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat, YouTube Shorts, and I try to understand what are those viral videos and with top views? What makes them interesting? Is this a trend? There was several days ago a trend which was called milk crate challenge. So people would be piling crates as a stairs way, and they try to step over it, get to the top, and then get down out of those steps very safely. And most of them just failed horribly. And that was so trending that Snoop Dogg was featuring those like 10 or 15 videos, top videos in his own Instagram account. So immediately you would see different platform that I use, like Coda platform, which is mentioned here, or Boutique Insights. We see those new prototypes and new ideas turn almost immediately to games. And that's how the market is manage itself. When you see the creative mind never stops, and you would see immediately the transition between a very successful YouTube video or a TikTok trend to something which is gamified. So in order to see more prototypes, I use normally platforms like Boutique Insights, Ludo AI, and Coda platform that give me more market intelligence, but also allow me to see, hey, this is something that hasn't been released yet, but it's in development. Sorry. And then I can understand and see the trend, where the market is going, which new creatives are made, which ranks are changing. Hey, this game just jumped in 200 places up, so that's interesting enough. And as mentioned, I try to predict what's going to happen. So I always go not just researching the game industry and which games are going to be successful or anticipated in the next 4 to 6 months. Go to Steam, I go to Reddit, I speak to the community and try to understand where are the hypes in those, anticipated games. But I also research other adjacent industries like sports. We could see, for example, in the times of the Olympics and the NBA finals, that you would have like a bombard of many prototypes and new releases of basketball games like Block'em and others, and Olympics-based games of different types of sports professions. So that was also very limited in time for several weeks, but that created many games that some of them succeeded. So if you can anticipate and you know that event is going to happen, try to work on that game. That can be successful, but always test, always try to understand what is going on in the market, what didn't succeed, maybe change your course very quickly. As well as fashion events and movies that are highly, influencing what is developed even now. If I know there's like the Black Widow movie going to happen in a specific month, we already seen a month or two before that, we've seen prototypes of games that are trying to imitate that in different genres, whether it's a runner, whether it's like a thief kind of theme. So you could see that and anticipate, hey, that's going to be strong, and we would see more and more games which are closer to that event. So always try to be on top of that. And another thing,
sorry to interrupt you. We're almost running out of time. Yes, so
Cool. I think I'm not that far from.
Yeah, great. So we have time for a few questions today. Awesome.
Yeah, I'll try. Another thing which is important is it's also understanding player behavior and their emotions. So 12 Threads, which we work with, which are based in Berlin, is actually helping with understanding the culture and the values and the emotions and motivations of the players that are playing your game. That is only from day 3 and based on a questionnaire, which is really interesting to see how this thing works. But this is a service that we use, and also Voodoo and other big publishers are using. And as I mentioned, we are almost at the end. So the takeaway is, first, remember to be data-driven all the way. You need to do that. You need to understand the market and see what works and see what's not. Also, always deconstruct hyper-casual hits that you see on charts or on top publishers and try to understand why did it work. Why was the hype interesting comparing to other almost identical games, right? understandability is a key. As I mentioned, I have to understand the game from the first moment I see that. Hey, okay, this is a runner game where I have to avoid unhealthy food and have to pick the healthy food and reach to the end. Great. Okay, that's understandable. But if it's too complex to understand the mechanics and if there's a story, that's also more complex. And I can speak, if you have question about narrative design for hyper casual, I can mention something about it. Another thing, as I mentioned, placement is important for interstitials and rewarded videos, and can affect your game design. Always test. We don't do CTR tests. CTR is a video that you take even before you have a game, when you have like a very initial concept. We don't do that, but always test your prototypes up until the completed game. That's highly important. And if as a studio or as a team you don't have the funds, or more specifically and importantly, you don't have the understanding of user acquisition and monetization, just find a publisher, because they can help with that. It's not an advertisement for get a publisher, but sometimes it really helps propel a studio to making hits. It's not always a good case, because it depends on the culture of the studio. Some studios, as we see in PC and console games, sometimes some of them are very indie and prefer to wait more and more up until finding a publisher. But if you don't have that knowledge, that's highly important here in hyper casual. So thank you guys. I'll stop the share and you can bombard me with questions.
Awesome.
Yeah. Now I see you. I hope my throat will survive the next 10 minutes.
Yeah. Right. Very interesting. Thanks for all your insights. It must be so different to make games now compared to like when you made games on Symbian back in the days.
Oh yeah, it's very different. The mobile devices are highly, different. The requirements are different. The market is very different. But it's a cycle, because hyper casual is actually reminding the old, very quick arcade games, which were really fast, really concise, and it's trying to get you the same excitement. Although it depends what you play.
Could do it on any platform, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get some questions going around. As a small starting developer, how do we get access to those market insights? And I think they are referring to the market insights that you had when you decided whether to keep a concept or not. That was when the question popped up, at least.
Yes. So as I mentioned, first you can go into store glide and try to understand what works. You see the concepts that are being developed and try to understand what happens in the market. Secondly, Coda platform has a free version of the market intelligence suite they have, so you just have to sign in. Ludo AI has a trial for 30 days, so you can try that as well. Boutique Insights is mostly paid, but for very small developers, it's a really comfortable price. I don't remember the quote, but this is something that you can, even as a small developer, allow yourself to do. But those insights worth it, because then you have like a closer eye on what happens in the market and what works and what not. Not just looking at top 25 and say, okay, this is what Voodoo and Sega and Voodoo and Crazy Labs and Tap Nations are doing, or Olic, but you as a small developer needs to be more agile, and of course budget is always the case. So you can use those free suits and offers.
Right. Good answer.
And another something, go. I mean, it's hard to go to conferences now, but go to conferences like that. There's so much information shared about hyper casual games. I was speaking at Pocket Gamer the other week, and there are conferences every week. Specifically, there are some on hyper casual. So check other conferences and collect that knowledge from them. Normally, they have some free version for that. So. Yeah, let's go to the next one.
Yeah, let's see. I think this will be the last question because we're running out of time. But yeah, as a rule, your games are free. Do you use contextual advertising to make money?
So as I mentioned, we don't deal mostly with the ads and with the user acquisition or monetization. We don't do that. Our publishers are doing that. But yeah, I mean, you know, dealing with trying to raise LTV. Normally, what we do is we advertise other hyper casual games. So cross promotion is highly desired, and of course we try to understand that because this is a mass media or mass appeal market, we try to be very respectful with our selection for bids on different advertisement offers. So yeah, and it's mostly on the same theme of the game. So if this is a game on cars, car racing, we try to do something similar to that. So you could find more games which are like that, and because we know what you already play. So that's something that we try to do.
Yeah.
And by the way, about questions, I can leave my email here on the comments.
Do it.
Unless I can't comment here. I don't know. I can't comment here. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to understand. Just look me up on LinkedIn and send me a message. I'll answer gladly.
Yeah, we can put out your email in the comments.
Sure.
All right. Thanks a lot for a very interesting topic. I definitely learned a lot from it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. It was
Have
fun.
a good one.
Yeah.
All right, then my moderation block is over, so I will introduce our next moderator, which is Ranko. Welcome.
Hello, welcome.
Where are you?
I'm in Belgrade, Serbia.
Cool.
And it used to be autumn in here, but now it's summer again, so enjoying the nice weather.
Nice. I'll leave you to it then, and you'll
you.
take over the moderation.
Thank you.
Have a good block.
Have a good one. So next 3 hours, or 2 hours, you're with me, and we have 3 speakers who's going to talk about career advice, which is very important. I mean, I wish I had some career advice back in my time. And without further ado, let me add our first guest, Mr. Germano. Is it Germano?
Yes,
Germano. Yes, who's very intriguing personality. I mean, when you hear that a biologist is making games and doing it from Amazonian forest, that definitely piques an interest, especially because he works for Fortitude Games as a senior programmer, and it seems that they're cooking up some nice handcrafted games with dark twists, so it all sounds very exciting. But today, Mr. Germano is gonna help us with tips how to boost your career, how to prepare for interview, and importance of social media, of course. So, if do you have presentation, Mr. Germano?
yes.
Yes. So let's add your presentation to the to here. Can you? Okay, here it is. So, floor is yours, Mr. Germano.
Okay, thank you. And hi, folks. I hope you are having a really nice day. And yeah, this is my presentation. Tips to start your career is just a little joke with the clickbait things, and some of clickbaits, if you have luck, you was able to find these missing variables and this kind of thing. It's just a programmer's joke. So let's go. Here. Yeah, this is hide this. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. who am I? As they said, I am a senior programmer at Fortitude Games. Fortitude Games is a small studio, part of the Mediatonic group, and now part of the Epic Games group. Right now, I'm working at Fall Guys. I have a degree in biology and an MBA in software architecture. I almost got a computer science degree, but I ended dropping. And yeah, I learn English by playing games and watching movies. So if sometimes I'm not clear or I just freeze it, it's because I learned in this way. I never had a formal education in English, so yeah, this is the best I can do it for now. Where I come from? I came from Manaus, a place in the middle of the Amazon rainforest, and okay, and this place is known for its architecture and its monuments, for the Amazon River, the biggest river of the world, and the meeting of the waters, environment thing that we have two rivers from different color and they don't mix it, the rainforest and the fauna and flora. But you know what is not known for is not known for game development, right? So when I started, and there is a reason, because when I started there is no game development at all, and was quite hard to learn about anything related to game development. And right now they have a really good established game development community, and there are a few studios, mainly thankful to Samsung, who made a game studio there, which enabled the region to get more game developers and have a game development scene there. So, how a biologist from a place not known for making games um, ends working as a senior programmer in a game studio owned by Epic in the United Kingdom? And the answer is luck. There is a lot of small events that enabled me to be here right now. So luck is quite a big factor, right? I have friends and colleagues at the computer science college university. They were way better than me. They know the things better. They were more focused, but they didn't end it working with games as they wanted. So luck has a major factor. You can do everything right and do your best, and may you not making the cut, and maybe it's not your fault, and maybe maybe you can do it. So no matter how good you are or how bad you are, at some point you're gonna need some luck to make it. But yeah, besides luck, we can do a lot of things to improve our chances. So before giving you tips, let me give you the first best piece of advice. I think it's align your expectations. There is a lot of people who are willing to join as game developers and start to developing games, but they think they are going to do this. Oh, let's do the next Skyrim, but better and have a lot of money. When game development looks more like moving tickets in Jira or Trello or any other Kanban software you have. and no matter if you are a programmer, if you are a producer, or if you are artist, you probably most of your work is gonna be moving tickets and
Speaking about
complaining if
blockchain,
you
if
have more
what
money
is
and if you have more
yesterday
time and
folks
if you have more resources, you're gonna do a better game, and which is true.
in a
But why? Also, you need to know why you are willing to make games. Right? This is the the second best advice because this will guide you to take the better decisions. Right? If you have two opportunities and the two opportunities are really good, and you need to decide it, and you're gonna need to decide based on why are you willing to do games. Right? Maybe it's for money, maybe it's for fun, maybe it's to make a game you played on your childhood, on your teenagers. Um, Once you know why, and this will help you to decide a lot of things. For example, roles, what kind of role you are willing to work with. For example, a programmer. A programmer can influence on how some mechanics works, but we cannot decide much on the game narrative at all. So if you are willing to make games to give your own narrative, to make the story you have on your mind, maybe being a programmer it's not the best choice. You can do it. Um, so yeah, knowing why will help you to determine how you can make games. Maybe you just want to be part of the game production. You can be a producer, right? You can manage the teams and know which person is doing what and how to better work to deliver the best game with the amount of time and money that you have. So there is a lot of opportunities, there are a lot of holes. So knowing why will help you to decide how, and this will make your life way easier. Well, at least I hope so. Yeah. Also, you need to have a good idea on how the financial expectations for the whole you are looking for your career. Um, Also, knowing why you want to make games may help you to decide you don't want a career in games and you want something like be a hobbyist. Something games is just games can be a form of art that you do in your free time or something like that. So this is why it's important to know why you want to make games. And if you decided, okay, I want to make games, I want to have a career in games, and this is the whole I want to have it in the game industry, and you are fine with the financial expectations you're gonna have, and you're gonna need to think on how these skills can be transferable to another industries. Because okay, you make a decision now, and 2 years from now, and you already have a kind of career, or 5 years from now, and you have an established career, and you have a son or a daughter, or you marry someone who is moving or going to another place where make games is not a thing that you can do it, and you, for whatever reason, you want to shift to another industry. So based on how your career is and what role you are working, maybe you don't have much skills and you're gonna need to start a career from zero. Um, Probably game designers maybe have more struggle on this. They have less transport skills, as they told me, and someone like a programmer can have more transport skills because yeah, most programming, and yeah, you can like programming other thing like mobile apps or make sites or something like that. So yeah, this is something that you have to be aware just in case. And yeah, I hope you have a really good career and never had to think about this, but keep on your mind because maybe you need. So where to start? One good thing is look around. Look for people that already work in the role you are willing to work with, and look for communities, for development communities in your area. Could be your city or your region, your state or your district or even your country. It will depend on where you are based. If you have a community for exclusively for your city, but maybe you are in a country which game development is starting yet. It's a very niche thing. So look for your country community development, your development country development community. Look for the hashtags. Go find it like indie game developers are the best because they like to share a lot. They teach a lot. They share their experience. They share what they finding, their struggles. So look for the hashtags like indie game dev or indie game. These people share a lot of knowledge and they are very open to help people. So a good place to start is looking through these people, right? Um, Social media basic rules. I guess the next talk or the after that they are working more on this, but at least I will give you at least some give small tips so you don't ending messing up too much your social media and like in closing door or burning bridges, right? One of the things that I like to suggest is use the same picture to all your social medias, at least your professional social media, or you're willing to be professional profiles. So yeah, keeping one picture so you can be recognizable. So if a person see your post on Twitter and find your post in the Unity forum or Unreal forum and you have like the same picture, people will recognize you and will start to looking more on your work and they sorry and they will start to recognize you in the events that you went to going when this COVID thing is over. Right. Try to keep your professional profile professional. Avoid going too much in discussions about politics, especially on LinkedIn. Right. Um, I, I come from Brazil, and Brazil is having a lot of discussion on politics, and sometimes I saw a lot of this on LinkedIn, and I feel it like, oh, I should engage it, but yeah, I don't because I try to keep LinkedIn as professional as I could because um, going on politics. I'm not saying to you not going on politics. You should definitely go on politics, but try to not mix on your professional profile. So you don't end like closing doors for a opinion that you have now, and it will be changed on the next year, on the next 5 years. Right? So yeah, be quite careful on this because first you can change opinions later. You can find yourself was wrong and you have burned bridge for being dumb. No. So yeah, but if you like to do something, people call it shit posting or being radical political or just having like fun or something like that, and create a new profile, right? Try to differentiate from your professional profile, so people don't attach you to that thing. And follow your colleagues. This is very important. Follow your colleagues, share with people, be proud of their achievements, and yeah, this is very important, especially when you are starting here. Right? Another thing that is quite good, it's not mandatory, but it's quite good to have is personal projects and portfolio. So there is something that you need to be aware is check rules about having personal projects with your company. Some companies allow it, some companies don't. Some company has strict rules about this, so check it. Um, don't aim for big things. Start with small things and share it a lot. Share any small thing you can build, like, oh, I just learned this on the book. Let me try to make a prototype of it. Or I saw a video about this. Let me break it down and make a small post and post it. And keep bringing on. Keeping this knowledge coming. Like, oh, this is a small thing that I learned. Let me share it. And this will work for you get some awareness and will help you to share some knowledge and will help you to validate this knowledge. So if someone say, oh, this thing you shared, it's not quite right, or you need to understand also this, or this step, the way you did it, it's not so good. And even this kind of critics could be good for you to improve yourself and yeah, help to share the knowledge and get some awareness. And another thing is make gifs of videos. People like this a lot. Even when I see things that I know how to do it and I see a good gif of it or a good video, I just share it because um, it will help other people know it, and it's nice. Um, and yeah, keep the comment, keep keep this flowing in a at least once a month, once a week, wherever you feel it. But keep it flowing and having always this content on your social medias, so people will see that you know how to do things and you like to share things and teach other people. And this is something that they could
Anya,
let
Sion Pali
you
Blote ಆಗ್ತದ Kalhawana
also keep using the proper hashtags. Or if you did something in Unity, use the Unity hashtags and the game dev and game indie or whatever programmer, producer, game design, something like that. Um, Tag the software company that you are using, if you are using any, because these companies like to reshare a lot of content, and you may get some attention, and maybe you get some traction. And why this is important? Because if you are seen, you are remembered. So there is a couple of times that people ended landing a job just because they shared a lot of they are doing, and when someone needed someone to do that kind of job, the person was like endorsed a lot of times for different people because
तुम्हारा एक भी कट से
this is something that
तुम्हारा पच्चीस
I really hope have with
तुम्हारा काले जो जैसी
one example is Game Dev HQ. It's a YouTube channel. They share a lot of this made with Unity videos they find on Twitter. I have friends who appeared there, and it's a resource that I use to know to discover new developers to follow, and I think it's really nice. Yeah, where look for a job. There is the class LinkedIn and Glassdoor, which I think are the major sites to you look for a job. Maybe also there is Indeed and other sites, but there is this also game development folks at sites like Jobs for the game Gamasutra, Game Jobs Direct, and GameSmith. These sites are um, more folks at in um, yeah, there also there plenty of recruiters in the LinkedIn especially. But also be aware, some recruiters, I heard about some recruiters applying some scams, especially when you are not looking for a job and they are sending you message to a not listed contact method like your phone, your Telegram account or something like that. Just check if agent the agents is real, if the person works for that agents and this kind of stuff before giving your data. But be nice with recruiters because I had good experience with recruiters, and they look for a lot of developers. They talk with a lot of developers. Some developers are really harsh with them, especially with new recruiters that don't know much on how to do their job, and they spam message to a lot of different developers. So be nice with them. They will remember you, and maybe they could introduce you to really nice companies. Well, I was introduced to really nice companies through recruiters. So yeah, I have very fond memories of recruiters. But I also have awful memories of recruiters. Another thing, when applying to job, people usually have this on their mind. I have this dream company and I have these interesting companies, and there are a lot of these companies that I really don't want to work with or they don't look interesting at all. When applying to a job, people usually apply like this. Oh, I first will submit my CV to this dream company. And this is not a good approach, at least for me. I suggest you to apply to companies that you are not looking, so you are not interested so much on them, and then you're going up on your list. This will give you some training on the process, on the tests, on interviews, and interviews. Looking for a job, it's a bundle of skill sets, and you need to train them. So it's better training with companies that you are not aiming to work for than companies that you are willing to work for. So when you apply to companies up in the scale, you're gonna be more prepared. So yeah, and if in the middle of this you ended getting a job, yay! Have a job, get some experience, and then continue the process a few years later, a year later, a few months later. I don't know. Um, sorry. Just don't change jobs too often because this is not very good. It's not very well interpreted, especially when looking for a new job. If you change too often, they will ask you why you are applying now. If you joined that company just a few moments ago. But yeah, another thing, maybe your country it's not the best place to develop a game, or maybe you are in a you reached a point in your career that you need to move abroad to continue improving or this kind of thing. Are just a few tips that you need to have in mind. Usually, I spend 1 hour just discussing this with friends of mine who already have a solid career and they are thinking to move abroad. So, yeah, you need to know why, why you are moving, what you are looking for, because different countries will offer you different approaches and different opportunities, right? What are you looking for? Better wages, uh, better opportunities in your career. You are looking for more quality of life or access to resources like funding, right? So you need to know what you are looking for and if that place you are going to have these two also, right? Uh, yeah, because you can like have a better wage, but the cost of living it's so high that you won't have less money, or you are living in a place that you have a lot of things, a lot of service that you will not have on that place you are going. So you need to be mindful about this. You need to take in consideration your partner, your family, because maybe they are not willing to move. Maybe they will need to change their career because there are careers like medic, nurses, uh, dentists. They are not very well. They are not easily to like land a job in a new country because there are a lot of rules and a lot of laws. Sometimes they need to end making a new degree entirely to keep working on what they already have a solid career. So yeah, keep this in mind. Research about the cultural differences, right? You need to be aware of this and embrace your new home. You will miss a lot of things, but enjoy the new things that you will have. How to prepare to interview
Just
easily. Oh,
Emmanuel, just a
hi.
friendly reminder, we have 2 or 3 more minutes left, okay?
Yes, yeah, I'm tracking here. Yeah, grab the description, create a document, a list of how you relate to each item they are looking for, and look in places on Glassdoor about reviews on interviews in that company. So you'll be more prepared when you have the interview, right? You will be able to point, oh, you are looking for this, and I work it with not exactly with this, but with that, and can be used to make this and this kind of stuff. So yeah, read the position description that you're applying, make notes, and be prepared to answer questions, especially difficult questions. Right? Um, there is another kind of interview that is the tech interview, and most positions don't have it, but for programmers, this is a big deal for us. So make documents, make a document and write questions from the previous one. After having a tech interview, make a document. Okay, I have this and this question. I was not able to answer well, and look for the answers. Take notes and review these notes a day before the tech interview. So you have, especially the trick questions that easily to be confounded. Like it's A or B or B or A, and sometimes review this a day before. So you okay, discuss the things you are able to discuss, like things that are not NDA. Discuss this with your friends. Obviously, the NDA you cannot discuss, but discuss what you can with your friends so you can have a better understanding on how was the interview and where you nailed and where you miss it. Make mock-up interviews, and there is this book. I didn't read it, but a lot of friends of mine and my boss read it, and they recommend it a lot. So if you are struggling with tech interviews, go for it. This is for everyone. Keep track of your submissions. Take notes for where you apply it and how it went, and each stages when you get reply emails and what was. This will give you a better notion if you are progressing and where you are struggling, and understand how some companies behave, and also will help you to know when you can apply and where you can apply again, right? Usually 6 months to 1 year, it's a good time to apply to the same position that you are not able to make the cut. So yeah, keep track of it so you can know when you can apply again. There is this engineer wars, right? It For most of you, it will not be a problem. This is not a problem. For example, for game designers, but for engineers, it could be. So look for what kind of jobs um, use which kind of engine, so you can better decide which engine you should focus or which engine you should learn. Right. Ideally, you should learn at least the basic on every engine. You need to focus on your major engine or the engine you are working at the moment. And when changing to a different engine, try to do the things you know by heart, because you know how to do it without thinking much, and try to do it in this new engine you are learning. And looking for the industry standards so you can make it in the way that expected for that engine. And as more you progress and more you specialize it yourself in one engine, harder it is to you land the same role in a different engine for the same position. Right? There are some exceptions, especially if you are going from Unreal to Unity, because they think it's easier to learn C Sharp if you know C++, but they think it's harder to otherwise. And going for Godot, problem is it's no problem if you know Unity or Unreal, because it's a new engine and you are not nobody expected to be like specialist on it. A few tips is keep improving yourself. Knowing how to make a game is not enough. You need to be always learning new techniques, adapt yourself, and yeah. Sorry. And when you finally get an offer, you get a job offer, look around, ask around if possible, if you have friends working there, look for opinions, right? Know if it, you need to know if it's a good opportunity, because this job finding, it's a two hands way, right? They are looking for a person too. So they know why they are looking for a new person. They right. If it's a good place to start work, and if it has a good life balance, and yeah, know where you are going to go, and if it's aligned with your objectives. Also, sorry, this is the last slide. Give you some credit. Imposter syndrome, it's a very common thing in game industry. I see a lot of idols of myself, thinking that people that I admire finding themselves like imposters, like, oh, I'm not that good or something like that. Sometimes this is risky industry. Sometimes there are a lot of layoffs and being redundant, being made redundant or being fired. In most of the cases, will not be your fault, and you should not like punish yourself much on this. Of course, you need to learn with the experience and make a check on yourself and check, okay, um, could I have made something different to not being fired? Could I have made something different to not being made redundant? Maybe, maybe not. You need to check on this, but you should not punish yourself. I saw a lot of really good developers like breaking down after being redundant, being made redundant because the company was just closing. And the company was just closing and was not their fault, right? It was like other things, but was not. It was clear not their fault, and they felt it like it was. I hope this don't never happen with you, but if it happen, like try to not like break down. Not passing to a dream position could be will not be the end of the world, and maybe it could be something nice. You may find a company that you are not on your radar, and is way better. Maybe. And sometimes companies also don't know what they are doing. They open a process and they ended like don't know what kind of candidate they are looking for. So they end like saying nobody's good enough because in the end they don't know what they are looking for. So if they don't know what they're looking for, nobody will be enough for for the position. Yeah, and this is my links. You're gonna see my LinkedIn, my Twitter, email if you want to make some contact. And if somehow you find this presentation nice enough and you want to have it, there is a link for it, and you can use your cell phone too.
Thank you. This was really insightful, and really, I wish we had these kind of insights back in the day. Now I will ask you guys to prepare questions for Germano. After the next two speakers, we will have a Q&A session, and I hope Mr. Germano will be around to answer us to your questions. Thank you, and stay with us. Hello, Magnus.
Hello, Ranko.
Sorry for running a little bit late.
No worries, no worries.
Our next speaker comes from Sweden, from Stockholm, and if you like Candy Crush Saga, this is the guy who's been making it amazing for you all. He's gonna tell us about ways of working for professional feature teams, how to enhance your team's ability to work together, and I think that's like quite burning question for a lot of teams. So, without any delay, Mr. Magnus, you have the word.
Nice, thanks. So yeah, can you see my screen? I hope you can.
Yes, I've added it to the stream.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. So yeah, hi, my name is Magnus Puch de la Bella Casa Christiansson, quite a long name. I work as a game developer at King on Candy Crush Saga, one of the biggest games in the world. And I'm going to be talking about the ways of working for professional feature teams. So the goal of this presentation is to give you some insights on how we do it in our team and provide you with some inspiration on how to improve yours, perhaps. You can find me on LinkedIn here in the link, or you can search by my name. I assure you it's not so difficult to find me. So let's start. So what is a feature team? That's the basics we are going to discuss. So a fundamental Scrum principle is that a team is self-contained and can own their own goals. It's highly valuable that a team is part of the full development cycle It gives the team the contextual knowledge on every decision made, so they can quickly take something from idea to feature to the players very quickly and know exactly what to change and so on. And the team should have everyone it needs to build the feature. Sounds quite simple enough, but yeah, if the necessary knowledge and skill to complete the feature is lacking, the team is expected to find that knowledge or acquire it somehow, either from external sources or within the team. Next up, we have cross-functional. So the team should be cross-functional. So on the left side, you see a functional team, which is a team based on UX designers, and then another team based on artists, another team on devs, and then some parts of the project get sent to them. But a cross-functional one is they have incorporated all different roles inside the different teams. And core game teams normally include artists, programmers, and designers. Some teams might have a bit fewer disciplines, and some might have a bit more, depending on the project. So the team should also be cross-disciplinary. So this means that a person, as me as a developer, should know and have a good understanding of other disciplines around myself as well. I should understand graphic design. I should maybe understand UI. I should be interested in game design, for example. And this also makes it easier to break the barrier between the languages we use in different roles. So in this picture, you see 4 different roles, and they have some kind of knowledge of each other role as well. So in practice, some things are quite difficult, especially the necessary dedicated disciplines in the team. So some disciplines are quite on a short supply. For example, the data scientists, we don't have too many maybe game designers or VFX artists, and also it's a short supply just because the whole project don't need a discipline like that for the whole project. The VFX comes in later, in the end perhaps, and just puts sounds on stuff. The data scientist perhaps is there in the beginning and then maybe in the end as well, and so on. So a really good thing to do here is always plan in advance with the disciplines you want to have to get help from, and communicate with them when during the project you need them, just so things don't fall down the cracks or delay the project and so on. So that's the core thing of the core feature team aspect. So now we have Q5, which is my team. Our team is called Q5, just like the 5th quarter of the year, which doesn't exist. But that's when we occasionally release our features, off schedule, so to say. And we just jokingly owned up to it, and that's how our name was born. We are roughly about 8 to 10 people, consisting of developers, and then a UX designer, a UI designer, a QA, and a producer. And a couple of semi-dedicated roles that help us during the project, as mentioned before. So in our team, we have something called a mission. So in bigger and larger organizations, there's a lot of different teams. And let's say all of the teams are feature teams, and they're going to work on features. Although we don't want them to work on top of each other. That would be complete chaos, and that would just cause problems between everyone. So to mitigate this, you could use missions, an area of focus for the team to strive for. So the mission will or should be based on the business opportunities that a company has, or the game, or the department. A combination of the company, the game, the area, and the team's personal goals. Since the feature team are meant to be long-lived as well, the feature team is meant to live as long as possible together, so will be the mission as well. The longer we work in a specific area of the game, the more reliable our features will become, and we gain experience. We will become the go-to team for a specific thing. For example, player progression, enhanced player progression, for example. That's an old mission we had. Enhancing the player progression and keeping the players to try to get them to wanting to move forward in the game, since we have so many levels. And next up, we have something called the discovery phase. Each project we start out with the discovery phase. In short, here we generate ideas and end up with a feature to work on. So it's the whole flow, what kind of feature or idea we're going to be working on. So let's jump into this. I'm gonna see if the sharing works as expected. I'm just gonna change the sharing to the correct one. Let's see here. Give me a second, the technical steps. And here we go. So here's the discovery phase. I just quickly made a simple preview of it and the steps we use. So in the first step, we have something called the purpose. The purpose is where we define the context and the desired outcome. We have a project owner, a producer, a game designer, and in some cases other stakeholders that we would like to help us with this one. So on a high level direction of the feature is the idea to get here. We want to define the desired outcome. So the producer is responsible to align the stakeholders in a clear desired outcome, a definition of success. If we do this feature with this idea, some kind of idea, and ended up with a feature, what is the definition of the success? When is it successful? Also, what player motivation we want to aim for. Do we want to make the player play more levels or come in more often each day, or daily active user, so to say? So the player motivation is a competitive, for example, as well. And then we had the desired KPIs to focus on. And the KPIs are performance indicators. So daily active users or gross bookings or something of the likes to focus on. And also if we have any time constraints. Are we going to do a short project? Are we going to do a long project? Do we have a deadline? Like there's a marketing deadline we need to hit. So this is the purpose that gets defined. From the purpose, we can then move on to ideation. The ideation is the part where we generate ideas based on the purpose, also the direction, perhaps the mission we have, and also the strategy of maybe the whole company or the department or the game as a whole. We usually, in our team at least, use something called the Crazy 8. The Crazy 8 is a fast sketching exercise that challenges people to generate a wide range of ideas in 8 minutes runs. So it keeps on looping 8 minutes until we find more and more ideas based on each other. Should definitely look it up, Crazy 8. That's a really good way if you have a hard time thinking of new ideas for a feature with your team. Afterwards, we vote on each individual idea, which one we like most, and so on, based on everybody's knowledge of what a good game needs. And then lastly, we jump into something called value and effort. We have a graph that we prioritize these different ideas. I'm going to start sharing the other presentation again so you can see what I mean by that. So here we go. And this is the one. So this is the idea evaluation phase. So on the left side, you see the value and then our effort on the bottom. So each post-it is an idea. We put it out. We have as many people in the session as possible, this one, from the business perspective, tech, design, art, other influential disciplines that can help us identify the value and the effort it takes. So for example, the tech will say that this will take a long time because we need to refactor something. The graphic designers expect the graphics to be really complicated and so on. And in the end, we can though see the value, and the value is based on the definition of success. So does it give us as much success as possible from the purpose? So and then afterwards we can see, okay, but the blue and this one, like there are 2 or 3 ideas that we can pull from here, and one of them will be the top idea that we're going to use, and the rest of them will be sent to the idea backlog. This is a lot of switching back and forth. I'm going to jump into the other one again. Excuse me for that, but here we go. This is the great thing about working remotely. It is jumping back and forth between stuff. So yeah, so next up, we have an idea. We have voted on it. We have evaluated the effort and value, and thereby we have found one we're going to go for. Next up, we're going to create a task force. So the task force is roughly about 3 to 4 people. Could be anyone. The task force is responsible to create a proposal. They're expected to gather sufficient input from both tech, art, design, and business to set an expectations for us to work on. So underneath we have they want to be able to get us a hypothesis, so one-liner to explain what we are expecting from the feature. An impact mapping. An impact mapping includes the MVP, so what is the minimal viable product for this feature or this idea, who it caters for, expected behavior change, so what do we expect the player to do differently, and if they don't do anything differently, well, then the feature hasn't made any profit or helped us or made any change to game or anything. And then also the desired outcome of the feature, so overall a package of the impact the idea or feature should have. Lastly, also UX flow, so how should the player navigate through the game or the feature, the art mockups, how should it look, and the definition of success. And this one is built upon the purpose one I mentioned before, but it should be more concrete now. And lastly, specifically for us developers, risk and dependencies. What risk do we see? What problems can occur? And what dependencies do we have to other systems, other teams, other features, and so on. So, in this case, when we have a proposal and the task force is happy about it, we go into the feedback loop. And the feedback stage, we want to see if the feature is viable. So we want to challenge it from all aspects and roles, from anywhere. So the UI director, or the art director, or the tech director, or us as teams, or whoever can give us a really good opinion about it, challenge the idea at any given point. Lastly, we then decide if we should reiterate on it. Well, the task force decides, reiterate on it and make it better. Should we abandon the idea and start with a new one because it's not good anymore? We define that there's too many problems. Or it gets approved. So it gets approved in this case. And here we want to see if the feature is ready for production. Short and sweet, ready for production. Everybody is involved in the team. So the desired outcome, is it crystal clear for everyone? Both the team, the stakeholders, everybody who's part of this. And then do we have a concrete UX flow? UX flow is for us developers and also some other parts in the team as well. If we know what should happen when, we know how to build the feature. If there's really a concrete one, we know every single step the user can take. Nothing's missed. And do we have a concrete feature scope? Do we know how much to build, what to build, where to build? And also the scope is based from stuff we have come up with, or the artist has come up with, or the UI designers have come up with. As an example now, I'm just going to say that we are not ready for production. So we move into investigation. In this stage, we further investigate into the idea, or now let's say it's nearly a feature specific. So here we investigate further to get a better concrete UX flow, perhaps. Quite likely that happens. Or also a concrete feature scope. Do we need to more tech investigation because we don't know exactly what we need to do or how long it takes? Do we need to player test it because we're not sure if this is gonna give us the behavior change we want? We prototype it, we can test it on ourselves or others, how easy it is to do. And afterwards we can do a loop, same thing as before. We have a new scope, a new UX flow, and then we go around and on a feedback loop with external people. So the prototype gets tested on, say, the guy in reception. Let's ask him, and we've done it several times, just because it's somebody who doesn't work directly in the game, which is really, really nice. Somebody who's outside of the thinking of how we think. And then the scope and UX flow is verified, and we all are happy with it. Then lastly, just to get it really clearly from every point of view, we want to have a decision to deliver, a decision to move forward. And this is where we talk with the stakeholders, and we remind everyone, both the stakeholders, the designers, the artists, that the future changes in this production will be costly. So if the whole UX flow changes or some features, they want to add a feature which causes feature creeps, it will cause delays. And then with an agreement with the stakeholders and everybody in the team, we get a green light. So nice. Now we can jump into production. And in short, just before the production phase, we do a production plan. Everybody is now in line. We have a green light. Proceed with production. UX for everything is approved. And since we've been part of the full development process here, from start to the idea to the end now, just before starting the production, a lot of uncertainties that could occur are gone. Most likely we know exactly if something happens, we know how to fix it or who to talk to or how to change something. We've been part of every single decision. And also, later on, nobody should just jump in and change the whole feature, because that would cause problems for us as a team, and we don't want that. So let's again move what I'm sharing and jump into the presentation slides. So production. So back to Q5, our team. We work in sprints. So that's the principle of agile methodology, and we work in sprints. A time box period where we aim to complete a set of amount of goals. In our case, it's 1 week we work in a sprint, and each Friday we come to an agreement in the team on what goals for the next week will be and what tasks are needed to achieve these goals. These goals are always ordered by priority, just so we can follow them closely. So this is quite a classic one, but we have a bit of things we've changed. So each day we meet at 9:30. We have a daily stand-up, the board, a stand-up by the board. We now use Miro, which is visual representation of something, which I just showed you before, for example, and I'm going to show you again. And also we use Jira. So Jira we use for the specific the Scrum board, and Miro for the visual other aspects of the team that we need. So during the stand-up, we make sure that everybody's aligned on the project, external project, and what everybody is working on. If we're doing something, we should have it visible here on the board. We should be able to see it. We, in our team, we always have the top line and the second one. The top line, we have our unplanned work, which is a story by itself. If something comes up from the side, oh, I have a tech interview I need to take care of. I put the task there. This is me. So everybody as we start the daily stand-up, we can just scroll down and see that, okay, but you got stuck up with something else and have to do that. Afterwards, we have team tests as well, just to emphasize on team testing. It's really important for us, and we always want to test everything we do constantly. Therefore, it's really high priority. We only move post-its during the stand-up. It worked before, when we were at the office, to move the post-its during the day. We can see when our colleague goes away, he's going to move on the board, or we have the board just beside the team, or he or she just says like, okay, I'm done with this, I'm just gonna move it. But working remotely, we don't know that. We have no clue. We're not gonna write every single task we do and so on. So the best bet for our team, at least, and I would recommend it for many others, is to move stuff in front of everyone. It keeps everybody aligned on what's going on. And then also the daily stand-up should always be quick, clean, and no unnecessary discussions. If somebody starts talking about something and try to solve something then and there, just book a meeting instead. If it takes too long, of course. If it takes a couple of minutes, sure. If it takes more than 4 or 5 minutes, skip it, book a meeting, or just take it after the stand-up. Overall, this gives us a really great oversight of things. It also gives us a social setting. If you normally work in a silo, it's really hard if you don't take meetings with your colleagues, you might not just like have the interaction you need to feel happy, sad, whatever. Just like here is a nice way of seeing your colleagues. Also, we can see each other in the sense of if people are stressed or burnt out or sad or happy. Like give your human interaction, talk with each other, like ask how they feel and so on if you feel something's off. And appreciate each other. If somebody did something really hard, really like worked for a whole week, even if you don't know how hard it was, but you feel that they struggled, but they made it, give their appreciation, that like, well done, nice work. And that's the only time you can have it, when you yourself move the post-its in front of everyone digitally. Okay, let's jump into a couple of tips and tricks from the Scrum board we have. So, yeah, yet again, as I mentioned, I'm gonna jump into the other one, and I'll show you how it looks. There you go, share. So yeah, this is our Q5 board. This is a board we use every morning and everything like that. But it's not specifically the Scrum board. The Scrum board we have in Jira. This one. We go in there for the stand-ups and so on. But first off, each Friday, let's start with that. Each Friday, we have something called boardwalk. The boardwalk is when we have the so-called sprint planning, sprint reviews, like populating the board and doing all these things that are important to plan the whole week. So each Friday we plan for the next week. We go and start planning for our weekly goals. Weekly goals is a really good way to always have something to strive for each week. The weekly goals are also something that the whole team decides. Each Friday we go in. Let's say that we had weekly goals from last week. We go through them. Which one are done? So release tasks. Yes, it's done. So we strike it. Secret feature. So have we merged this secret feature? Yes. Have we summoned Poseidon? Yes. Have we called McDonald's? No. Then the whole team knows that what's next up in priority list, most likely next week, is to call McDonald's, because we want some food, we want some energy. And then we store the statistics. It's a bit hidden now, unfortunately. Somebody put something there, I don't know. But we store the statistics and see how our team has progressed over the weeks. After this, we remove the weekly goals and plan for next week. What goals do we have next week? How does the week look? How many meetings do we have? What do we want to push for? Then we set new goals, and everybody's happy with it. We continue. We can also use the production plan or the feature scope to find new goals or new scope, new things to like focus on, stories, so to say. Afterwards, we have something a bit unusual. Not many people have this, but this has been very, very good, and I would recommend everyone to use this. We have something called Productive Happy. Productive Happy graph is a graph we use for, I don't know, 3 years, something. So we have happy on the left, productive in the bottom. So after we have set like the weekly goals, I come in here, everybody goes in together, puts their productive, like I was 9 productive this week and I was 7 happy, for example. And then each person goes through each other and presents. So, oh, it's my turn. Oh, 9, 7. Okay, I have a 9 in productive, and then I have a 7 on happiness. And then I explain why. So going through the reason why helps everybody to understand how somebody has perceived their week. It's really hard sometimes remotely to see how people feel, or how happy they've been, or how productive or stressed. So then in this case, we can see if somebody has been like untapped potential. Something's going on there. You are not productive, but you're really happy. You feel fine. You're bored, you're unproductive, and you're not happy. You're stressed, you're super productive, but you're not happy at all. So we talk about it, and then we can like help each other out if there's anything we can do to each other. Afterwards, we also track this stuff, short and sweet. We just track it to see like how everybody has feel, and it's been on since week 1.
Hey, Magnus, just 3-minute warning.
Yep, awesome. It's perfect. Thank you. And then we have something called Cheese Board. This was an agile coach that recommended this for us, and it was quite fun. In the beginning, it was really awkward, like really awkward. The whole point of this is that everybody gathers around, takes 5 minutes, writes appreciations, which in case can be cheesy stuff to each other, and then after 5 minutes have gone past, each one goes and presents all their notes. So like Magnus for being here, Kadri for releasing prep, or Team for fun fika, or a couple of small things, but makes the team like closer to each other, or trust each other more, or we can be very open here. And as I mentioned in the beginning, it was really awkward, but after we've been doing it for 1.5 years, it's quite nice. It's a lot, but it's really nice, and it's happy. Another thing that could be quite valuable is the quality lord. Right now it's on pause. And short, the quality lord we have is that one person in the team, developer, gets assigned the quality lord of the week. That person should be focusing on bugs, or keeping everything as good as possible in the game. And then we rotate every week. And lastly, we have the stand-up facilitator. So normally we have something called Scrum Master. In our case, we don't. Some cases there's something called Agile Coach. We don't have it either anymore. So we have a stand-up facilitator and a boardwalk facilitator. And this is meant for the person and the daily stand-up, facilitates it, keeps track of how we're doing, or where we are, and what story we're about to work on. And this is also very good because it helps the introverts handle the meeting their way, and the extroverts their way, or somebody else's kind of personality traits in their way, and everybody gets to see how everybody else does it. And we just organically improve the stand-ups. We do this for the boardwalks as well, the thing I mentioned. And also when we populate the board in Jira with tasks. And also when it comes to sprint reviews or after projects, or post-project retrospects, going through how the project went. So finding a really good balance in the team, how we can improve stuff. Yeah. And lastly, I can be really quick on this one as well. We did something called meetings and focus time. We evaluated what recurring meetings everybody had each day, each week, and then we added post-its to it. And then in the end, we can identify when there's meetings, continuously external meetings, we cannot move. And then we can see where can we add our focus time. So when we are going to book meetings, we try to book it in the blue area. And when we have focus time where everybody can just focus on their work, it's the yellow area. And this has helped really a lot to find some free time to work, especially remotely, when there's just constantly meetings, at least for a bigger organization. And yeah, I would say that was it for me.
Fantastic, thank you. This is really valuable insights from the big company, and really grateful for all the little details about your workflow and organization. And it was really an eye-opener. I mean, I'm like 10 years in industry or something, and it was like, wow, nice touches. So thank you.
Nice. Happy to hear.
Stay with us for Q&A, and we're moving on to the next talkers.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Now we have Sam. Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Hi, Samantha Hornsby will talk about how to get noticed, how to get money, how to get career you really want, and tips and tricks on how to get involved. Oh, May, can you turn on the camera? Will she be joining us? Yes.
Yeah, May's going to be joining. She's going to be the one doing the slides. She's
okay. May, can I have your camera on? Just a moment.
Hi.
Hey, hello, May.
Sorry, I didn't realize that at all.
To help people get into their jobs, and if I'm correct, you kind of are revolutionizing the way job fairs are working, which is amazing. And I'll just fade to black and leave you guys to do your talk.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So yes, I'm Sam and this is May. We are co-founders of Eric. We used to run the UK's largest creative industries career festivals or fairs. But we don't do that anymore, actually. We have moved online. So we now run a career app where young people can find the career advice that they need whenever they need it. We're making it easier to get career advice. But that is why we are experts in career advice, because we've literally been doing it for the last 5 years, just in kind of varying capacities. So we do know what we're talking about. Who here, I don't know if anyone is on the comments, but if there is anyone looking for a job at the moment, or I guess for some specific career advice, do ask your specific questions on the chat. We are going to be we can go through them as we go through the slides. But
yeah, I can answer in the chat.
May's tech support today. And obviously there's going to be a Q&A as well after. So we are going to be available for any questions. If you want to ask them kind of directly, you totally can. But let's get started. Let's get you a job. Let's get you some money.
I'm going to share my screen.
Thanks, May. Okay. So this is, just going to present. There we go. Okay. So so that's the little intro about May and I. So I already have a job, but want to grow on it. Well, great. Okay. Well, we can absolutely help you out, Alana. Okay. So let's move on to the next slide, please, May. Okay. Career advice is impossible to find. It is hard. So what we've done is we've taken all of our favourite learnings, all of our favourite little hacks that we've kind of accumulated over the last 5 years, and we've pulled them all into a little presentation for you. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, you can leave with, I guess, some very, very direct, actionable things that you can implement immediately to get yourself a job. Okay, so we're going to go through the 4 different things that we've got here. How to identify what you want to do. Number 2, CVs and applications, how to make yours stand out. I know that you guys are all thinking there's a lot of competition out there. We can make you stand out from the crowd. Number 3, how to find the companies that are hiring but aren't advertising. We'll touch upon the hidden job market and how you can infiltrate that. And then finally, for everyone who doesn't want to be employed, there's a large amount of people out there that want to work for themselves. We can give you our best hacks around working for yourself as well. May and I have obviously been working for ourselves for a while as well, so personal experience there. So let's go on to number 1, how to identify what you want to do. That's where we're going to start. It feels like a good place to start. Okay, so what you want to do is defined by who you are. Oh, so sorry, my phone is ringing. That's embarrassing. So identify all of the things that you enjoy, hate, love, don't understand, etc., and start to analyze your own behavior. Start to observe yourself and your behaviors, because they are going to dictate where you will thrive in what workplace. They'll help you narrow down that massive funnel that you're in at the moment, and it will help you identify what companies you should be working for and what suits you best. So here's a little visualization of all of the different things, that you could be thinking, and all of these will help you define what your job will be at the end of it. We're going through a funnel process here. Okay, so next slide, please. How on earth do you find out about who you are? Where's a good place to start? Well, actually, May and I have already done quite a lot of the kind of test work for you, because we've been developing this theory for a really long time. And so here are some places to start as to how you can identify. Here are a few things that has really worked for us, basically, that you can go away and start Googling now. And that's how you can find out more about yourself. And this will help you work out where you want to work for. A really key example of this is like if you're these personality tests, for example, will help you define how you take feedback. And so if you take feedback really badly, then that is something you need to work on. And that's something you need to be aware of. Working in a really small company will probably be really difficult for you to take feedback one-on-one. So these are all things that basically, this is a good place to start your personal knowledge journey. So yeah, okay. Moving on to the next slide, please. Okay, so now you need to translate that into the companies that you want to work for. Okay, so you will probably already have a short list or a kind of idea maybe of the kind of companies that you want to work for, right? And they probably reflect you as an individual and your values already. You've already done some of that work. Think about why you like those companies. What is it about them that appeals to you? Okay, and then when you start learning more about yourself, you will start building out that list of dream companies. So the end game shortlist is what we call it. Oh yes, personality test websites. Absolutely. There's a really good one called 16 Personalities that we use actually in ERIC. We use it in our own workplace with all of our employees. It's completely free. Highly recommend starting there. You can just start learning more about yourself. I think these slides will be shared with you afterwards as well, so you can just Google them as well.
There's a really good one as well called principlesyou.com, and that's also really free. But that's another personality test as well.
Exactly. One of the things actually that really helped me as well, like on a personal level, is discovering the theory of 8 intelligences, which is essentially that like academia is one intelligence, but it's the one that we celebrate the most specifically through the education process. It's really, really empowering looking at those 8 different intelligences and being like, oh my God, I am more than just the grades that I got at school. And that's really good for start developing, to instigate some sort of interest in yourself and the way that you think. So recommend doing that one as well. Yes. Okay. So now you've got your list of dream companies. Keep building it out. The last point there says it's okay. It's okay to keep changing the end game too. It's okay to build up your list to like 100 of your best companies if you want, the dream companies that you want to work for. So the thing that you want to do with this list is you want to set up a Google alert for these companies. You want to keep in the know of like what their big bits of news are, who the new CEO is, like anything. Have they won a big client recently? You want to keep up to date with that company and keep in the loop as to what their big news is, so that you can keep track of whether they continue to fit your values and what you need. If, for example, you live in Wales and you want to work for a big video game company, and then they open you get a news alert saying that they've opened a office in Wales, that's a really big deal for you. You need to be in the loop with these kind of things. So this is a really good place to start, I guess, kind of building out that end goal list, the end game list. Next slide, please.
Oh, I was going to say as well, you can also find and follow companies on the ERIC app. So this is exactly what we do. We basically partner with loads of companies, and we share all of their amazing news, content, opportunities, announcements on the ERIC app. So definitely make sure you go there.
Exactly. Okay, so we're going to come back to the brands later, but this is now we're going to chat about your CV, because when you email these companies, you're going to want to send over your CV, right? So it's an important part of the process. Next slide, please. Okay, so you need to know the enemy here. That's shorthand for just the person on the other side. But in the same way that in a war, you would want to know the tactics of the other people, right, on the other side. It's exactly the same process. Okay, so you need to understand what happens when you send that CV over to someone, to a company. What happens to the CV then? If you understand that process better, then you will be able to take advantage of the loopholes, get in front of the other candidates. You'll be able to get inside the mindset of the person that you're sending it to, and then you can use that to your advantage. Okay, so there are two types of companies here that we've kind of isolated: large companies and the startups. You will all know that in the gaming world there are so many startups, and there are obviously some really big key players. So it's a good kind of like two ends of the spectrum to focus on here. Those large companies, when they receive CVs, they normally, on the whole, pretty much all the time, have software that stamps out the creative thinkers. So that's a very aggressive way of putting it. I think that should have been toned down probably. But they have algorithms that basically search for keywords. So if your CV does not fit in with their way of receiving it in their automated process, you will immediately be discounted. It will immediately be pushed to the side. So you cannot deviate from what they're expecting and what they want you to do, because their algorithms and their processes are automated. When it comes to startups, on the whole, people tend to hand sort CVs because they don't have the funds to implement those, I guess, kind of automated processes. They don't have the funds to pay for those companies that basically enable that to happen. So you will, on the whole, get through to an individual who will be sorting out, looking through the CVs themselves, putting the good ones to the side, okay? So when it comes back to your shortlist, if the only companies on your shortlist are massive corporations, you need to get a bit more of an imagination, because there are 10,000 gaming companies in the world that you could be applying for. Also, on the whole, every young person is basically doing the exact same thing as you. They are essentially putting down a shortlist probably of about 5 to 10 different companies that they've already heard of. And they will be the same companies that you've heard of. So lots of people are competing for exactly the same jobs at a very limited amount of companies. Okay, so you just basically have to do a bit more research and find out 100 of the companies that other people don't know exist in that 10,000 bracket. There's a lot of companies that you could be applying for. Okay, so that's the first bit for making your CV stand out, getting inside the mindset of the large companies and then the startups. Next slide, please. Okay, let's talk about the startups. You're applying to a startup, okay? Bearing in mind what I've just said about on the whole, people at small companies are hand sorting CVs because they cannot afford the software in order to automate that process. That means that you can be unbelievably creative with the visuals of your CVs, because it's going to get in front of a person, in front of their eyes, without having to go through an automated process. So marketing and branding are your friends. Everyone is sending out a CV that looks exactly the same as everyone else's. Okay, you're applying for a job at a very creative industry. Make your CV reflect the creativity of the industry that you're applying for. So have fun with it. See what happens. Create different visualizations of the kind of role that you're applying for, and be creative with it, because you will stand out amongst everyone else that is using a blank sheet of A4 with Times New Roman font. If you're applying especially for a creative role, so for example, a graphic designer at a startup, a gaming startup, this is the perfect way of showing people what your style is and that you can create something that fits in with their brand and the games that they've created. Okay, so that's a startup, so you can be creative with that. At a large company, however, if you want to apply for a large company, you obviously have to go through that automated process, which is a nightmare. You know, that means, well, it's not a nightmare. It just means that you're more constrained basically to the visualization element of it. You have to keep it simple. You have to keep it a plain, one side of A4, and it has to be a specific font. It cannot deviate from that. So you don't have the luxury of being able to like put loads of color in, be really creative with it, make it look like the kind of job that you're applying for. But what you can do is you can make sure that you're including things in the text that make you stand out from everyone else. Okay, so companies, the majority of companies are actually looking for 4 things, but they never actually say it in a kind of really explicit key way. They don't want you to waste their time. So they don't want you to come to them every single time you have a problem. They want you to try and figure it out first and then go to the manager as the last resort. So that is a really key thing to make sure that you include in your CV, being, say, I like to try and figure out problems first before going to a manager. I enjoy a creative thinking challenge. Number 2, back up your ideas with reasoning and common sense. There is a consistent issue when it comes to lots of young people, is that I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to phrase this. Okay, an example that we had in Eric in our company quite recently. Someone said that they wanted to come up with we were just starting a marketing campaign, and they were like, let's do a video. And we were like, okay. Like, just doing a video, coming up with the idea for the medium first does not make sense. You have to back it up with ideas and reasoning. Why are you doing the video? What message are you trying to portray? Come up with that first. And that shows a massive element of creative thinking and understanding of the business as well, and the messaging that you're going for. So convey that. And then 3, understanding the company messaging and branding is a separate point as well. Like, that is so important. You can include information that other people don't know about that company. That Google alert that you set up before. If you know that company has recently, landed a really large client or launched a new game, you can allude to that. That can be in the cover letter. That doesn't have to be in the CV. You can make that first and foremost. And then number 4, someone who loves a challenge and loves to learn. Show that you are that you thrive off learning, that you are continuously improving yourself and your abilities. It's very, very important. That's what people look for in an employee. They don't look for someone who is just going to stagnate. There we go. Next slide, please. Okay. This, I think, is probably a bit that everyone has been waiting for. How to find the companies that are hiring but aren't advertising. Okay. Next slide. 70% of jobs are on the hidden market. You are seeing adverts for jobs, and that's 30% of the jobs that exist. The other ones you're not seeing adverts for. Okay, so why? Why is that the case? Hiring people is expensive, and it's a really long, hard process for companies. So where companies can avoid it, they will, especially if it is a company that doesn't have a huge amount of cash to play with, right? So when it comes to those startups that I was talking about earlier, gaming startups, it's very unlikely that they will, spend all of their money, all of their recruitment budget. It's very unlikely that they have a recruitment budget to start with. But if they do, it's unlikely that they will spend it on entry-level roles. They're more likely to spend it on headhunters looking for senior management. So you have to go and find those 70% of the jobs that are not being advertised to you. Okay. And it's not impossible to find the jobs. You just need to follow the logic. So we always say, approach the problem backwards. Okay. So when companies want to hire people, like, what position are they in? Like, what do businesses need in order to be able to hire people? They need loads of money. Okay, but where do they get loads of money from? When they have investment, a new client acquisition, or new product launch, or something like that. They have come into windfalls of money at certain points in the milestones of that business, and that is when they are looking to hire. Okay, so you just have to find out, where are those companies? Which companies are the ones that have just come into large amounts of money? Okay, next slide, please. So this is where, again, you can go back to your best friend, Google, and set up some more keyword searches, some more alerts. So you've got to keep your eye on Google News. Okay, so here are some suggestions. Gaming startup investment, gaming acquisition, gaming launch, gaming startup launch, always in those inverted commas. If you type that into Google News, they will come up. And then if you put in like a time zone, so sorry, not a time zone, a certain period of time. So in the last 7 days, you will get the news of people who have just come into loads of money in the gaming world in the last 7 days. The likelihood is that they will not be looking to hire just yet, because they've only just announced that they've got, this amazing, exciting investment, let's say, but they will be very, very soon looking to hire a large amount of people for whatever it is that they need, because they've just come into loads of money, and people only hire people when they've got money. And on the whole, people only spend money on hiring people. So you need to follow the logic. Okay. So that's what you need to do. You need to keep in the loop as to who's got money, and then you need to basically keep them on a short list, and then message them. We'll get onto the messaging. find the decision maker and email them. We don't have time to go into this now because it's a very it's a laborious 7-step process, but I have written an article about how to find the email address of pretty much anyone 80% of the time that this method works. So if you have found someone in a gaming company that you know is going to be hiring people in the next, month, this is how you can find their email and then you can email them. So highly recommend taking note of that URL there. Okay. So moving away from the job seekers, let's talk about the people who want to work for themselves, the freelancers and entrepreneurs. Okay, quick hacks. Next slide, please. Okay, so here are our 4/5 best quick hacks for finding or for developing your career as a freelancer. First of all, find a niche. May and I used to run a video production company many years ago. We accidentally found a niche, which was 2 female videographers filming for female-led events, which makes a lot of sense. No one else was in that area. And it was a very, very specific niche, but it worked because it was a community of women that were trying to help other women. And so we tended to get recommended to a lot of adjacent events and, businesses that were female-led. Recommend finding a niche. Carve out a little niche for yourself and you will maximize on that word of mouth client building, which is very, very important when it comes to freelancing. Second thing, identify your octopus or octopi. An octopus is a shorthand term for an individual who essentially is a very, very well connected and then basically just can redistribute your services for you to all of their networks. There are octopi everywhere. Highly recommend finding your octopus. We've got lots of them and they've helped build our brands so quickly. Social media is your CV. As a freelancer, you don't have a CV, you do have a portfolio, but now social media is the go-to for finding out what the general vibe is of a freelancer. So highly recommend that you get at least one social media account, whether that be Twitter, LinkedIn, or Instagram if you're a very visual freelancer. And get social media. And I actually do have points on this. Shout about, sorry, I was trying to ad-lib there, wasn't working. Shout about your work, clients, and your own development journey. Those 3 things are very, very important. And clients look to social media as a trust building exercise when it comes to choosing a new freelancer. It's very, very important. Social media is basically like your version of the CV. And then get your own Google Alerts. That Google Alerts hack that we showed you for companies in the money, those companies are going to be looking for freelancers too. They're not just going to be looking for employees. So highly recommend that you set up your own Google Alerts for businesses who have just got investment, just been acquired, whatever it is, because they'll be looking for freelancers as well. And then finally, download the Eric app because we've got loads of freelancing hacks and freelancing bits of career advice on there as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, on the app, it's all content. So it's like articles, videos, podcasts, events, jobs, courses. And so you can go on there and personalize the app. So for example, if you're a freelancer, you can literally just search for freelancing career advice and it will come up with all of that. Yeah.
And then finally, the entrepreneurs. Okay, so mindset. Okay, first thing you need to know with the entrepreneur quick hacks is everyone is going to be giving you conflicting advice. We wish when we were starting our business that someone basically would have told us this beforehand, because we went out to begin with getting advice from everyone and every single bit of it was conflicting. There was no consistency. So that is the first hack that I would say, is take every bit of advice with a pinch of salt, including this one. The irony. And then brand, break the mold and stand out. If every gaming app looks exactly the same, if every gaming company looks exactly the same, create something different. Make yourself stand out. Branding is very, very important here. Community. The great thing about gaming is it is an online-based industry. So start a community, even if you don't have a product just yet. Start your community on a social media first. Gather people together over a common cause and promote yourself that way. And if you can if you can build a product and launch it with a community already established, it will cut out half of your work. And then finally, sales, adopt the CV hack for the sales hack. So, sorry, I think I actually meant to put there the Google Alerts hack. So, you know what? I'm not sure what that means. And let's just move past that one. Finally, investment, gamify it. Investment is a game. If you're an entrepreneur, you're likely to be looking for investment at some point. It's a game. You work in the gaming industry. Use that to your advantage. And then finally, again, download the Eric app because we've got lots of entrepreneurial content on there too. Okay. There we go. That is it from us. May has been very silent. She's actually the better speaker out of us, so I should have given her the stage.
No, I was literally thinking you're definitely the better speaker out of the two. So.
Oh, man.
I'll stick with the tech. But no, thank you so much, Sam. That was honestly amazing. Just to let everyone know, so we keep banging on about the Eric app, obviously. It's not actually on the App Store yet, so we are launching next month. But you can get early access to our kind of version 1 beta test at the moment. But if you want to wait, then yeah, next month you can. It will be on the App Store. But yeah, that's our website there. You can follow us also on socials at the Eric app.
Yes. Also, please do connect with us on LinkedIn. We know that maybe if lots of people have questions later, they might not be able to ask them. So we are very, very happy to give career advice if needed over LinkedIn. So please do connect. No, I don't know what to do now.
Thank you. This is great. This is really amazing. And I just have a comment about this sales CV as sales hack. There's a strange thing happened to me. I was applying to a bunch of studios as game designer, and as we quickly went through my CV and experience, they were like, "No, you're not a game designer. We want to hire you as narrative designer." I was like, yes, that's my specialty. So not always, foot in the door is always better than just waiting for things to happen. So thank you, great stuff. I will add our other speakers. Hello, Magnus. Hello, Germano. And let's start with the Q&A session, okay? So first one is for the ladies. There is no Eric app only website, right?
Yes, exactly. So the app is it's coming on the App Store next month. We haven't launched yet. So you can find our kind of web beta version, but the app on the App Store is going to be the big launch. So follow us on Instagram and you'll know when we launch, basically.
Awesome, thank you. A question for our developers, what if you're applying for something more technical, like a game development job? Any chance a creative CV will seem childish?
Sorry, I don't know who that's for.
It's for everyone. Maybe the developers can be more specific, but also your insight is valuable as an expert in this.
I mean, I have one minor point. I mean, I don't think it would seem super childish, but the thing is, when recruiters go through your CVs or the hiring technical people, they want to see something easy. They maybe have more CVs. They look through a lot and so on. And if they see a childish one, sure, it sticks out, but at the same time, it makes it a bit annoying to look through. So it depends on the person that gets the CV in their hand. And I don't know exactly. I wouldn't do that in my case, generally. But another way, I would perhaps change it up a bit. That I can say, for example, how proficient I am in certain languages, for example. And then I have maybe 3-4 dots. 5 dots means I'm super proficient in it, and then I have 4 dots for something else and 3 dots for something else because it sticks out a little bit there. But making it too childish might seem unprofessional, in my point of view.
Germano, any advice?
Yeah, it's the hardest part because it's the first part. If you don't pass this, you cannot like show yourself in the next stages. So yeah, I usually try to keep it simple. Uh, a tip for the new people who still not have a lot of experience, they need to use show what kind of tools and technologies they are aware of, they already use it, so the the person looking will relate more with the CV. One thing that I noticed some recruiters don't like much, I used to put a picture of myself. The same I use in all the social media, and this I just quite enforce for the recruiters because as I keep this same image in all social media, it's easy to be recognizable for the good or the worst.
And what about the series of people who were like trying to find themselves or try different industries? Do you like hide the other experiences or not? Do you like risk not passing the filters if you had different experiences? What do you think, Sam and May?
I think it's I think it depends on whether that experience has taught you a specific skill or like given you something of value that you can then bring to the job. You know, I don't think you need to list every single thing that you've done. But if it's not about really the job, you know, if you work in a bar or something like that, or part-time work, as long as whatever you've learned from that job can have some sort of relation to what you're doing skill-wise or just communication or anything, soft skills, then there's a point for it, but probably not listing every single thing you've done in your life.
So again, a question about software engineering. Till now, I'm working as a software engineer, almost 7 years, not related to gaming industry. I want to enter into game development and design. How should it start? Anyone?
I mean, I could jump in here real
Yes,
quick.
please.
I mean, in this sense, a lot of companies, at least the bigger ones, have software engineers that don't specifically work on the game. And if you get to hand a like position in a company like that, you will be able to most likely try to find yourself into the gaming part, because most companies, if you are a good software engineer or person or colleague, they don't want to lose you. And if you want to change and move somewhere else, that's a possible way. But the dangerous part about that is if you're going into a company and they are searching for a software engineer specifically, and you quickly try to move towards the gaming part, then it might be a bit tricky and a bit weird for the company. But just having a dialogue with the companies you apply for could definitely help. That in about 1 year, I would like to start moving towards this department or something. So that could be possible, I think.
Yeah, this can be really tricky, especially as I mentioned. You should know why are you willing to do this, right? I had a friend who has a really good career as full stack, as we call it, full stack developer in other industries, and he got invited to work in a game company to work in the same position as a full stack, taking care of the back end and this kind of stuff. And 1 month after he quit, he said, "Oh, I am being paid," and was a company that he has a lot of admiration. He played a lot of games. He is really addicted of all games of that company. And so I was shocked when he said, "Oh, I left the company," and I was asking why. He said, "Oh, I'm not working making the games itself. I'm still working as a full stack. The salary was okay-ish, not better than my previous one, and the project was a mess." So I have no reason to keep that. So you need to know why are you looking for do this. And if you are willing to migrate, you should like migrate. And probably if you are senior, because you have like 7 years, you are not probably starting as senior. You're going at least to a mid developer or something like that. And yeah.
And I have a question specifically for Germano and Magnus. Like, can gamers make games? Oftentimes in interviews, this is your area, Sam and May, they ask me like, what games are you playing? Are you playing games we make? And I was like, no, hell, you're making some commercial games. I haven't played that shit. Oops, sorry. So like, I play some other games, and they're like, "Oh, then we don't want you." Like, why? I'm a professional. I can make any game you want. But do I have to play their games? Is like a part of the strategy to say, "Of course, I adore your game." And is it like being a passionate gamer really a reference, or is it just a hook?
You want to start?
You can start. You can start.
Yeah, I mean, myself, I've always been a passionate gamer all my life. I mean, since I was 10 or less or whatever, and played competitive also like a couple of years. Like when I started at King, for example, I mean, sure, I've tried Candy Crush Saga, I've tried those games. It's not like I'm a fanatic or sit down every day or so on. A couple of times when I'm with my family and I'm a bit bored and I can't be bothered talking with them, sure, I might just put up Candy Crush. But the company as a whole, I mean, we can still, like, if you're a gamer and you make games, you will be more knowledgeable on different areas. You will know more of different things you can do in the game, how you want to make a new feature, how you can, how this feature will be perceived for the player, or this game, or this thing we want to change. You understand the player, and then you can thereby change the game in a good and appropriate way. Then again, in my point of view, you don't have to fully be super engaged in the game you work with, as long as you still like it, you still understand like what it makes it good and how you can adapt and improve it. But I would definitely say a gamer can make games, and yeah.
Thank you.
One piece of advice I got when I start looking for jobs is never ever say, not even as a joke, that you don't like to play games, because this can be taken very seriously in a lot of companies. Yeah, gamers can make games. I play less games now, especially because my free time is not so much free anymore. But yeah, gamers can make games for sure.
Cool, thank you. And what about some CV hacks for Sam and May? Like, I remember I used to have like a full-blown portfolio stuff on my LinkedIn, and then when I deleted everything and just left the tagline, I suddenly got all kinds of offers and interviews, and like, wow, really cool tagline. Like, who are you? Tell us more. Before that, it was like skip, and then nothing. Like, do you have some creative hacks for that?
Well, I mean, what does that say about your portfolio? It's my number one question.
Probably poorly made, definitely.
Who's putting people off? No, I think it's difficult because to a point that was made earlier, it depends who you're getting in front of. That is the unbelievably annoying thing about getting a job, is that it is intrinsically a very human process. And so you, as a person who is applying, has to use the right tactics and the right tools in order to appeal to a complete stranger at the end of the tunnel, who will have their own prejudices and their own style and their own way of doing things. And it's literally just a case of, how do you get inside the mindset of someone that you have no idea who is on the other end? So you just got to hedge your bets. You've got to hedge your bets somewhere, and then double down on that. I'd say, I think that's why I love a, you know, you can probably tell already, like, I love a startup mentality because they're quite predictable in a way. Like, you're just quite like, you know, they love an outlier. They love someone who puts themselves out there. They love someone who like makes themselves stand out from the crowd. It's quite a predictable response that you're going to get from them, which is why I'm always like, it's easy to apply for jobs at a startup because you know how they're going to react. And so like that, but that's just where I've hedged my bets. And so if you want to get inside the mindset of a big company, you just got to find out about how they think, what the psychology is, and then appeal to that. But that you have to have tunnel vision. You got to go down there. If you're going to go down there, you got to go down there, you know?
Awesome.
No, totally. I was going to say, like, we've had, you know, examples of loads of people, and I'm not saying to do this, but it's just an example of like standing out, is that they send their CV to the actual person via like post, or like, you know, or actually not even by post. I think they went to the office and, you know, handed it with like a box of donuts. And I know that that's not, you know, that won't work for everyone, and I don't expect everyone to do that. But you, like, just through that, you know that the person is going to look at it. Do you know what I mean? Like, you've already stood out. So it's just thinking outside the box. It's like you guys as creatives, you know, that is the, like Sam said, like, have fun with it in a way. Like, just think how you could be weird and wacky just to be seen.
And one burning question. My country has no game industry. What would you recommend me to move? Would you recommend me to move to a country that does? Should I just move and apply once I'm there? Should I apply from my current country? So big love for all the third world country guys and girls. What to do if your game country doesn't have a game industry or is underdeveloped?
Just apply. I mean,
Just
apply
apply.
before. Definitely. It's my point of view, at least. I know so many different big game companies, and they have a whole process. If they hire you, they have a whole process of either just moving you to their country or moving your whole family, finding a school, finding an apartment, finding everything. Maybe even some companies have like help with the language barrier to help you to get to know the new language, or help your wife or husband to find a new job as well. So definitely I would say to apply first.
Yes, anyone else?
Yeah, there is a quite of dilemma. I never heard this word. There is a paradox, because if you don't have some kind of experience, it will hard to you get a position that they will willing enough to move you from outside your country. So one thing is, well, get a job that you can in your country to have your survival needs, like a roof, food, pay your bills, right? And start making the games as your side thing, right? Try to make small and contained experience. Look for indie communities. If don't have it, start a new one. Open a Discord server or a Slack server or something like that, and start looking around in Facebook, Twitter, and find people from your country who moved and have a solid career, so you can look for that person and ask, how did you get it? Probably it's in a way that you will not be able to reproduce, but at least he will be able to give you insights and spread nice words about you. Keep in touch. Don't be annoying, like showing every piece of thing you have made it, but keep in touch. Send an email once each month, or one at 6 months or something like that, just to be remembered and this kind of thing. And yeah, look around, start a new community. If there is a community there, when you start one, the community will show it. Why are you doing this? Are you trying to divide us or something like that? And just join them. And yeah, look around, try to get some experience, and when you have something to show, apply like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I had some fun experiences when sometimes big companies or medium companies or companies from abroad, away from your country, they don't even have idea that you have something going on there. I remember, because I come from a small country in the south of Europe, quite insignificant one, and then a Swedish team was like, "Oh wow, you guys have developers! I thought you guys have cows moving on the streets, like." Uh, so once they realize that there is a potential, like a big pool of well-educated people, of course there is cooperation.
I saw a comment that I would like to address.
Yes, please.
Andre Lancourt said it's been quite pretentious to say start end project. It's quite hard because I came from Brazil. It's a third world country. When I started like 4 years as web developer and app developer. At the time, I used it to sleep one day and stay awake 2 days, making freelance and working in my side projects. So I'm fully aware on how hard the things could be. But it's the way the world is hit right now, right? You are not, if you are not in a country like UK or Canada or USA, even if you are in these countries, but you are not in a place that have a strong game development industry, you probably will not get a position without having something to show. This is hard. This is hard to me to say. And as I said in my presentation, I was very, very lucky. If I didn't went to one birthday party that nobody went, I probably will not be here right now. So there is a lot of tiny, small events that allowed me to be here right now. So yeah, I know it's hard, but you need to find a way. I'm trying to give the best advice that I can based on my experience. That was not easy at all, right? Even to me, being right now speaking with you, it's hard because, as I said, I didn't have any formal training in English. All English that I have right now, I learned with games and books. So, as I said, there is words that I cannot pronounce because I never heard them being used, or if I heard it was just one time, so I cannot reproduce it vocally. So, yeah.
Thank you for the effort. Well, thanks everyone for asking questions and participating in our discussion. Thank all the wonderful speakers at this great event. It was really insightful, like wow. And next will be a short break, and then Mr. Pasha will take over. So once again, many thanks for the great advice and great tips. It was really a pleasure meeting you all, and stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one.
Bye.
Bye.
So, inviting Pasha. Pasha, where are you? Hello, Pasha.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. It was really amazing experience so far. I'm really thankful to be part of the moderation crew, and now it's up to you.
Thank you, Ranko. Thank you for guiding us through this extremely intense Q&A and through this career building block of topics, because we know that it's super important, and this is one of the parts of our mission. One of the biggest parts of our mission is to help those developers who just in the beginning of their way, who just starting to find their way in this ocean of opportunities and where to turn, which turns to take, which career advices to take. So thank you for your time with us, and I believe we will stop for a short break, like maybe 4 or 5 minutes, just to stretch our backs, to grab ourselves a cup of coffee, maybe to grab ourselves a sandwich, and we will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, see you a little bit later.
સેમ પહેલા કરવાનું હતું અત્યારે ચેન્જ વાળો આપ્યું ને એ તારું નથી ભાઈ, બીજાની વાત છે. આ કેટલા લેવલ થયા છે? 15 કે 20?
એમાંથી પાછળનો આંકડો નીકાળ દો, 1-2 લેવલ થશે. એ બી મારવા
1-2 લેવલ તો બેઝિક તો ક્યારના થઈ ગયા છે, એવું રવિભાઈને કહી દીધું એને. બેઝિકમાં તો એને બાયપું જ છે, બાજુના માઉન્ટેન ગાયબ, છેલ્લું ફિનિશિંગ નહીં, અંદરના લાઈન નહીં.
ફાઇનલ કરવાના
સેમ અત્યારે નથી કરવાના, આવ્યું તે જ્યારે કરવાના હતા ત્યારે તો કર્યા નહીં. શું રાખી દે? હરખું ટ્રી કયું રાખીશું? હા છે ને, હમણાં કયું વાપરું હતું? ઝોમ્બી વાળા ક્લાઉ હતું ને, ઈ વાપર. બનાવવા નથી આપણે કઈ વસ્તુ જે છે એમાં વાપરો. હવે તમારા પાસે ટાઈમ પતી ગયો બનાવવાનો, ચારનું તમને કીધા હતા લેવલ કરો, આ કરો, પેલું કરો, કાંઈ નહીં. લેવલ ડિસ્ટ્રીબ્યુશન નહીં, ખબર નથી કે કેટલા લેવલમાં શું આવશે. કર્યું લિસ્ટ કર્યું તે? લિસ્ટ કર્યું એમ કહું છું. અવાજ ના જ આવે ને. બધું મૂક પેલા એક સ્ક્રીનશોટ પાડીને મૂક કે ઘા કરી દે. ખબર નહીં ક્યાંથી આદત પડી ગઈ.
And before we start with our next block of topics and with our next speaker, Carla, I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of this event, to Apps Flyer, and to tell a little bit more of what kind of services they provide, what kind of product they have. And today we will have amazing presentation about their new product that they are launching, and what they actually do, what kind of services they provide. The main idea of the app Flyer service is that they help you to monetize your strategy, to help to improve your monetization strategy. So if you're a game developer who's or a studio that actually monetizes your game, and if you're targeting hyper casual or casual games and mobile games especially, they will help you to improve your monetization strategy and attract and retain, what's most important, to retain the high volume players, the high value players, and to maximize your return of investment by actually directing you, guiding you on, let's say, what kind of packs your audience prefers more, what kind of, let's say, what kind of perks or what kind of boosters they prefer more, what they buy. And this actually will help you to grow your business better, to grow your business more effectively. And also, what's even more important, they have really robust fraud protection, so they will help you to deal with suspicious purchases and things like this, and they will help you to handle this whole thing. And the link to the free trial for AppsFlyer product will be in the chat, so we will post it in the chat, and also we will have a form that basically this link will contain a form that you can fill in, and you will have a free trial and you will have a demo to how to use this amazing product. And also make sure to join us during the next blog of speakers, because Mateusz, he's the he's the lead account manager. He will actually have a presentation of this app in the next blog, so make sure to check out his topic. And let me introduce our next speaker, Carlo Damiani.
Hello.
Ciao, Carlo.
Hello.
How are you doing? How's your day?
Pretty
today?
fine. It's a bit hot, but
hot.
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it's a bit hot, but it's a bit pity. Can you believe 31st of August? I mean, basically, it just feels like I did like this. It was like 31st of May, and now it's like 31st of August. Summer is over like that.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us. And without any further ado, I guess I will let you do your introduction to system design. And we're excited to have you with us and to listen about this amazing topic.
Thank you. So, hello. System design, an introduction, how does it work, what does it do, and what can you learn from it? So let's start from the introduction. And yeah, my name is Carlo Damiani. I've been in the gaming industry since 9 years ago, since 2012. Currently, I work as a senior game designer in Sumo Digital. And yeah, this is some of the roles I had during these years. I've been a senior game designer, a senior game economy designer, lead game economy designer, game director of some projects, and UX design. My main occupation has been game economy designer for the most years. Some of these responsibilities that this figure has includes game design, system design, monetization, balancing, and live data analysis decision making, which is very important currently in the mobile industry or just live game industry. So yeah, we're gonna focus on the system design part. Just a small disclaimer, the presentation and its content is based on my experience, so of course it's very subjective. So yeah, let's start by talking about what is game design. So game design, this is one of the many definitions that we can give. This is a personal definition, as I said, one of many. So game design is creating a software, the user experience in a software for a specific type of users. And this type of users, we call them players. So basically, it's like modeling the user experience of a software, of an app, plus, let's say, a factor that we call fun. It's a bit of an abstract word to represent a series of things that we're going to talk about. Like user experience, game design also can be divided in multiple specialties, like level design, narrative design, UI, economy, and so on. But how do we define and quantify this fun? So we can talk about taxonomies like the Barth taxonomy and so on, but I just want to keep it simple because I want to keep it closer to the topic, to the system design topic. So let's say just simply that fun in the video game can be considered a set of fantasies, goals, and stories. So the power fantasies are what the player wants to be, wants to do in a game. So he wants to be a king, he wants to be an assassin, he wants to be a hero. Very often the game or the player itself themselves try to define goals that they have to achieve in this game. So it can be in a PvP game, it can be climbing leaderboards, it can be achievement in a single player, and so on. And many more that the player would set by themselves. And stories. The game can tell a story or some personal experiences that the player experienced through the user experience can be retold then again to other players, and it's also an important part of some of these games, especially social games. Yeah, so how does being a game designer work, let's say? So let's start from the beginning. To think as a game designer, we have to think like the players. We must understand the players, and we must try to ask ourselves, what do we do as a players in the game? What do we like and why? And then we can use this knowledge. We can use this knowledge as our own for our own design. So let's start by ourselves, for example, and we can try to understand what we like in a game, what type of genre, what genre we like and why, and then we can move to the next step, which is confronting with other people, with other players, and try to understand the different perspective on the same genre. So some players might play an RPG for a reason, some other players for a different reason. But the sum of all of those reasons is most likely to be the coincident with the audience that we're going to have for the type of game. So it's very important to understand the total perspective on the genre, the expectations of the genre, and then we can basically create the game for our audience. So as I said, basically being able to project ourselves the most, the best in the player's shoes allows us to craft the best user experience for the audience that we're going to have. So what is system design instead? So system design is, let's say, a sub-branch of game design and describes the mechanics and features in the game and how they interact with each other. So how they craft the meta. So just to make a quick example, one of the most simple and the simplest and the most common interaction probably is the tap and sync mechanics. So there is a feature, there is a tap, a source that provides a resource, a currency, and you use it to get this currency or resource. Like it could be herbalism in a video game, it could be mining, it could be farming, and then you get a resource and or a currency or both or multiple of those and so on. This is the tap. Then you have another feature that is the sync, in which you consume those resource, currency, and so on. For example, the equivalent for mining can be the blacksmith. The equivalent for the herbalism could be creating poisons and potions and so on. So those mechanics interact with each other in a tap and sync in type of relation. And there can be multiple relations between the same features or between multiple features. So yeah, this is just one, as I said, a very simple interaction. So let's talk about the meta, and I used the word meta just a bit ago. So let's start by the core mechanic, which is the core of the game, which is basically what sets the primary functionalities that define the game. So it could be what identifies the genre of the game. So it can be shooting, driving, solving a specific type of puzzle. That also defines the genre. So FPS, shooter, a driving simulator, racing simulator, and so on. So what is the meta? The meta is basically all the other set of features that are all around the core mechanic that altogether define the core loop. The core loop basically is a series of action and feature usages that define what the player does in the game. Why is the player playing this game? What is he doing? And why is he doing that? Why is, for example, getting the herbs from herbalism? Why is he crafting the potion? Why is he crafting the weapons? And what purpose they have in the game, of course. So system design as game design is still defining and designing, modeling the user experience of the entire game and for the players. So the system design basically describes how the game works and helps building the power fantasies, because it's not just how the functionalities interact with each other or the mechanics are in relation, but also helps building the power fantasies. You can model the progression in of the game, and why are we modeling the progression in that specific way? It helps gating, for example, the player, or providing in a specific moment of the game specific functionalities, or provide a metagaming function. I'm going to describe some of the examples just in a bit. So it's important, of course, like in game design, that system design must include the fun factor for the players. It's not just a model that we have to build to make the game work, but we have to take in consideration the fun that the player should have while playing the game. It's not just a matter of taking a functioning system and applying a skin all over it, and that's done. No, it's about choosing the correct systems that allows us to support the type of player that we're gonna have and we want for the type of game that we have. So, in fact, system design affects how the player will perceive and experience the game. So, a feature has a functionality in the meta, in the game loop, in how the game is played. But also, as I said, it can provide power fantasies, it can provide goals and objectives, it can provide stories to experience and retell. For example, progression. For example, in the beginning, while you're playing a game, the game might not require too much farming, might not require too many type of currencies and not much of those. But later in the game, it might become grindier and harder to get those resources, or you just need more. And modeling this experience, this user experience, it basically allows us to create what we want the player to feel and achieve through the game. For example, we can guide the player to use different features or to redistribute the time at his disposal in different ways. So a feature that might be very useful in the beginning, let's say again, herbalism, might become completely useless later because there are better ways. But this is on purpose. We are modeling the player experience in that way because maybe we want them to get into bigger, better features and just have some features that are less used, or vice versa. Or we just want the game to feel harder as the player progresses. These are many of the functionalities that we can achieve through the progression modeling through the system modeling. For example, an immersive sim type of game can require the player to expand their activities to just more than the action core gameplay. So it's not just, I don't know, shooting or fighting, but maybe we want them to push them to different functionalities. For example, herbalism, research of new skills, of new knowledge in the game, or dungeon dwelling, or anything that can then come back to the core gameplay. We research herbalism because maybe we want to heal ourselves more often, or to create poisons, or we research to get better in combat, and so on. So all these side mechanics then push back, as I said, in the core loop. It can be, system design can help interactions. For example, a skill tree is not just the functionality that it provides itself. So just to explain what a skill tree is. For example, it can be that when you're playing the game, you're getting XP, you level up. And when you level up, you get more points to spend in a skill tree. Skill tree provides you skills, and you use these skills in combat, for example. But this is not just the pure functionality that it provides. It can also provide a meta layer, a meta type of playing the game. For example, the player can try to strategize on this skill tree. And instead of just following the progression, he can try to exploit the system to try to come with crazy combos between those skills, or to come to the strongest skill as soon as possible, and so on. So it just does not provide the functionality, but it also provides a meta functionalities that sometimes are even unexpected. But we are okay if they are used them for the correctly, which means they are having fun, because there is no incorrect way as long as the player is having fun with our system. But also the system can also help create power fantasies, as I said. A king, he administrates the currency in the kingdom. So the way that features interact, as I said, tap and syncs, it helps empowering this power fantasy. So it's not just about reinvesting the currencies, because the game can also be about launching attacks with an army built with that very currency. So it's not just, hey, I'm ruling my kingdom, but also launching attacks on other kingdoms, and it's all delivered to the meta, because maybe the core is just the kingdom builder, the kingdom management. So let's talk about rules of system designs, because those might help you in your that can guide you in when designing a system and what to do and what to avoid doing. So my first rule of system design is the one I use the most, but it's similar to the Okram razor. But basically, if it's useless, you should not have it in the game. Here are some examples. We have a feature that we implement in the game that gives a currency that we're going to use later, that we're going to implement later. The sync for this feature is going to be implemented later because we don't have time or just because we want to progressively give the player more stuff. Well, this is wrong because the player is going to get currency that he cannot use and it's going to be frustrating. It's better to not have the feature in the first place at all. Another example, B is a feature that provides a tap for currency, but it's way harder or it's way longer to get this currency from this than another tab already existing in the system, in the MUI tab. So why using the B? Why using the B feature if I already have another one that is giving faster or better? So it should be removed, of course. C is a feature, maybe added later, that is separated from the core loop. And the focus is mostly on itself. So it's completely detached. Yes, it can provide fun for the players, but it's gonna distract from the core loop. And we might not want that. We might want that, but we most likely will not want that, mostly because they're gonna get distracted from the core loop. And if you spend 90% of your game to create, 90% of your time development to create a game, you want the players to spend as much time as possible in the core loop. D is a different feature that requires too much effort for the player. It's just too much effort. It requires you to farm for 4 hours to get an output. So it doesn't matter how good might the output be. Many players will not like it, and so it's a good idea to remove it. E is a feature that for any reason is not being used according to live data, and there is no actual solution or is no feasible solution to fix it. So we know it's a live game. We know that this feature is not being used. Scrap it. Scrap it because if you cannot fix it, it's better to not have a feature at all than a broken feature. Here's some other rules. You should design the experience, the user experience, through the entire time that the player is playing the game. So there is a very distinct difference between leaving the player free in the game by offering multiple choices and just leaving him be in total chaos without knowing what to do, because this might frustrate the player a lot. He might not know what to do. He might not know how to do it or when. And yeah, he's not gonna have fun, and you're gonna drop the game, or I don't know, leaving a negative review and so on. So you want to not guide the player necessarily, but know you, as a designer, know what is he doing in a specific moment of the game, or what he can do at any specific time of the game. So it's fine to give options, but they should be controlled by us and not random. Here's some other rules. If it's redundant, it's useless. So it must be removed. So A and B are two concurrent features with separate inputs, but the same output. And there is not a real reason behind choosing one or the other for the player. They don't serve different power fantasies. None of them is faster than the other. So they're almost duplicates. So if the player cannot be oriented toward which one is faster and easier, because he's gonna what is he gonna do, naturally, they're gonna pick a random one, and this is gonna be a problem most often because maybe you're just developed an entire feature for nothing. You're most likely gonna see that even when it's 50-50 in your idea, it's gonna still be not 50-50 in the actual live data. You're gonna see that one is gonna be played the most and the other one is useless. So you designed and implemented the feature for nothing. So another rule is if it breaks other interactions, you should avoid it. So we have A that produces a currency. Let's call it soft currency 1, gold. And B uses this gold for outputting a different currency, a soft currency 2, let's say bronze. Then we want to create C, which is a feature that gives Go a bronze directly. So basically making A and B completely redundant. Again, by accident, not on purpose. So we should avoid it. We should keep this in mind when designing the feature. And if we are doing it on purpose, it has to be a good purpose, a good reason, because otherwise we are, again, making two features completely useless. And for what reason? We just developed a lot of time. We invested a lot of development time for what? So actually those rules, as I said, there are exceptions to the rules, which is the most important exception is you can break those rules as long as you're doing it on purpose, as long as you're doing it for a design choice. Having two concurrent features that provide the same output, it's fine if they have two different hidden reasons, if they have two different power fantasies, so they provide the player with different fun experiences. So mining for gold is different than using alchemy to create gold. They are completely different user experience and power fantasies. So it's fine to have them both, as long as it's a explicit choice. Then okay, it can still be a wrong choice, but it's purposefully done, let's say, which is what we want. That's system design. So yeah, we want the player to we want the player to use less a feature because yeah, it's less important now, but in other times we want them to use it more. So yeah, it's fine as long as we're doing it on purpose. So just another small rule before we finish with the rules. Thermodynamics law states that in an enclosed system, the entropy cannot decrease. It remains constant or it increases. Entropy is a gauge of randomness or chaos within a closed system. To keep it short, the first sentence means that if you add an element in a system, it creates chaos, it changes the system, and that element cannot be removed because now it's part of the system and it cannot be perceived. It will always be perceived. Even if removed, the player, they're gonna know that it was there. So it's important to not remove anything from the players once they have it. Again, unless you're doing it on purpose. But a bad example can be that if you give the double jump to the player, you cannot remove it anymore randomly. In terms of the expectation of the entire genre on a bigger scale, if you expect to have guns in FPS, you cannot not have guns in FPS. Again, also you can use our own advantage if used purposefully. On a smaller level, we can remove temporarily the power-ups of a player character because now they know how good it is to have them, and then feel again the progressively difficult way to get them back. It's a simple example can be the Castlevania Symphony of the Night, where you basically you start with all the equipment and then you lose all of them. Yeah, so you know how good it was to have all of the equipment and you want them back. It's on purpose. On a macro level, having the player inverting the player expectation or strip them of those expectations, it can create a novelty selling point or an entirely new genre. For example, FPSs without guns can be survival horrors. So this is the last part, is how to start and how to learn to do system design. So like in game design fields and many other arts, the best way to learn is just do it. So create games, and while you're doing, think of all the pieces. What is the function? Why are we doing this? How they interact, and what option give to the player, and what option remove from the player when we add a new feature. Avoid putting parts in the game just because they are cool. Just think about it a bit more deeply, how they fit and how they affect the player expectation and how the player will feel the entire game. So start by writing down the purpose of the game. Its selling point, its genre, its power fantasies, the stories, and all the possible player objectives. And then start putting down all the ways, the features that allows the player to achieve those, the power fantasy, the stories, and the objectives. So if you know where to start, it's important that you study competitors. There is many games in the market. Just take them and study them, and you're going to get the answer that you need. Start visualizing the game loop, piece by piece, step by step. When the game is taking its shape, start visualizing and put it down all the interactions. So this feature does this to this other feature, does this to the core loop, does this, or gets affected in this way by this other piece, and start putting down stuff. So using graphs and charts will help you visualize what you have and what you might be missing. For example, a flowchart can be very useful to visualize this. This is a very simple flowchart. You have a campaign that gives you coins, XP. Sometimes you find a chest that gives you metal. You use metal and coins to create weapons upgrade. You use the XP to get XP levels to unlock new abilities. So everything is here. You have a legend, and everything is here. And if something is missing or something does not convince you, you can go back here and change it and understand it very easily. See what's surplus and so on. If you have double arrow doing the same thing, you probably know that you're doing the same thing twice, for example. So here's some conclusions. The video game industry is evolved a lot and it's keep evolving very fast. And core mechanics are becoming more complex and abstract. So it's not just shooting, it's an abstract that it's a set of rules that set what is shooting. And become more complex and more advanced as we go on. In the same way, system design is evolving. It becomes more and more relevant. It's assuming a more important role for executing the core premises of the game, to create the power fantasies, to create the objectives, to tell stories. So I'm not afraid to say that in this current era, that system design can be even more important for feature itself. On mobile games, we see this over and over with the clones. We see a lot of games that have the same meta and just a different skin or just a different core loop. Why? Because that meta is proved to work and it's proved to be very successful. And that's why we have so much cloning of the meta in games on mobile more than PC and console, for example. And yeah, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for a super interesting topic, and we will be waiting for you during our Q&A session because we already have some questions dedicated to this topic, to this whole system design, game design universe, I would say, because it's quite broad and overwhelming when you're a junior and you're just starting. So we'll be waiting for your answers and for your tips. So thank you once again, Carla, for joining us, and we will see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
And let me introduce our next speaker, John Diaz. He will be joining us shortly, I believe. And meanwhile, while he is joining us, let me pull up some information about his topic. And he will be presenting on the topic of building it yourself, the superpowers of tech designers. And John Diaz is a senior technical game designer at Electronic Arts. He will be sharing some tips about Unreal, Unity, Lumberyard, and other technologies that are used in tech design that tech designers use. And I believe we will pause just for a couple of minutes, and let me pull up some information about the next events and about the promotions that we have. So if you are interested in recruiting maybe, or in human resources, and if you've joined us as part of the development team, and maybe you're working in human resources, and game development is your passion, and maybe, I don't know, maybe some of your relatives or maybe your spouse, some of your mates are interested in human resources, I want to give you a super promo code for the game development to the HR Summit, HR and IT Summit, that we will have on 22nd and 23rd of September. So you can use special promo code GAME50 at checkout to get a 50% discount. And I believe it's never too late to learn something new and to learn something besides the besides the besides your stack that you already have, because soft skills are the king, and sometimes it's not enough only to have technical skills. So um, check it out, and yeah, we will be glad to have you with us. I believe in a couple of minutes, while I'm connecting with our next speaker, we will take a quick pause, and I will be back with you shortly. Stay tuned.
મને કઈ જગ્યા બી દો. અલા યાર ચડવા તો દે સંજય ઉપર. એ મારો મારો સાઈડ ઉપર બેઠો અહીંયા. એ મારી પૂરી સંજય મારે. એ આઈ ભારે કેમ કેમ લે રવિ તું. એ રવિના બડા.
Hi, John. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfect, perfect. How's it going, Paul?
Doing good, doing good. How is the weather back at your place? I guess you're not in your regular local area of your habitat.
No, I'm not. But so far, weather's okay.
The weather is okay. Okay, great. And so the summer is still on where you are at?
Yes, yeah, it is the end of summer. Still nice weather, right? Like we don't have the big jackets or coats on yet.
So nice, because this time the weather, I mean, the summer was kind of quick for some reason. Maybe it's the lockdowns that you're just at home in the four walls. So, and yeah, thank you for joining us, John. I did a small introduction about your topic, so I guess without any further ado, I would just pass the mic to you, and the floor is yours. So, let's start with your topic about tech design.
Okay, Paul, just a quick question.
Yeah, sure.
When I share screen, I share my full presentation.
Yeah, you can share your full presentation, and I'll just add it to the stream.
Could we do a test?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit the share button. I'm gonna hit share screen. Okay. Share screen. Okay, cool. Here's what so I can say share window.
Mm-hmm.
I can do this one. If I hit this, and then I hit
add to stream.
Right here. Okay, is it streaming?
Yeah, awesome. Build it yourself. Superpowers of Technical Designer. Presented by John R. Diaz.
Perfect.
Awesome. Let's roll.
Let's roll. You give me a cue, or we're going?
Yeah, I just gave a quick introduction about your topic, about your position at Electronic Arts. So just go ahead. Yeah, you can start your presentation.
Oh, all right, here we go. Hello, Geeko Game Dev. It's great to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about what I do. I'm a technical designer, have been for a considerable part of my career. And I want to bring your attention to maybe if you haven't considered it as a potential path for you, or if you've mostly built your own games as an indie developer, I would encourage you to take a look at this role. Welcome to Build It Yourself, Superpowers of a Technical Designer. I'm John Diaz. A little bit about me. I've been making games since 2007. And I've been at various companies, getting my start at Midway, moving on to Rockstar to work on open world games. It was actually at Midway where I came in as a game designer. And by the time I had gone through and shipped Blacksat, I made the transition over to technical design. I didn't even really know that this was a potential role. I thought I was going to be like a tools programmer when I got in the industry, right? A lot of these current technologies Unreal in its current fashion, Unity in its current fashion. A lot of these other engines weren't even around. Unreal existed in a level design fashion. And since then, I've gone around, I've done systems design at WB Games in Montreal. I made the jump back into technical design when I joined Amazon working on their Lumberyard engine. That's now old 3D, or the Open 3D engine. And then I made the transition to Electronic Arts to come aboard their core technology, the Frostbite engine, which powers some of the games we all know and love, including FIFA, Madden, Battlefield, the recently announced Dead Space, for those of you out there that are looking forward to that, hopefully. And as well, I also have a podcast that I run, a game development podcast, where I feature game developers and we talk about what we do, why we do it, and how we got here, right, for the sake of the current game devs and new and aspiring ones. So please hit me up if you ever want to talk more about that. Just want to take a step back and see how this role came to be, right? In the very beginning, in the 70s and 80s, a lot of these games only really needed an engineer, much like some of the indie games that we see today. Eventually, the artist came to prominence, right? So you had someone solely worrying about the gameplay and the functionality, and then someone else dedicated to the aesthetics, right? And this is kind of where you have those two ends of the spectrum, from like art to hardcore engineering. Eventually, design came into its own. Design used to be handled by engineering and artists. Eventually, design became its own thing and became kind of that balance to that game development T, where people worried about the logic and the rules and the engagement. And from that, you spawned out many different disciplines as a result, right? When you had to break this down, as games got bigger, more complex, you have the narrative, worrying about your motivations and the lore of the world that you're in, or the characters. Then level design. It used to be very much every one designer did all of this. Now you're having these specialties breaking out, where level design worries about the blockout. And also then you have the systems. That's an ever-growing tree of artificial intelligence, or AI, combat design, 3Cs, right? Like camera, character, control. There's economy, right? There's live services, multiplayer, a lot of systems under that umbrella. And then over on the left side of your screen, you have technical design, and that's kind of emerged over the years. It existed since I broke in, but it's not a very well-known role. And nowadays, a quick Google search, you'll find that a lot of these developers are realizing the necessity and importance and the utility of the role. And this role tends to live in this happy middle space between engineering and design, right? This is a middle person that lives in that world. So to draw a little bit more light to it, I like to compare it to, hopefully for the Team Fortress 2 fans out there, you can actually be part medic, where you're supporting your systems designers, your level designers, by building out tools, and prefabs are a popular one, or helping prove out maybe a new streaming solution, or helping stand up some co-op tests. Many different things, right? A medic is there supporting their heavy, but at the same time, you can be on the other end of that spectrum, where you are the heavy and you're trailblazing new workflows that the team hasn't even tested or figured out yet, right? And trying to figure out, hey, what's the best answer to this problem that we have, right? As designers and game developers, we're all problem solvers, and tech designers tend to take on that area that is unknown and often unexplored. Another friend of mine, dear friend of mine, Anne Childon, alluded or made the comparison that we can be like Doctor Strange in this role, where we live across multiple dimensions and universes, looking and peeking into each one just a little bit before deciding, like, okay, this is the route that we can take for the problem at hand. I really like that comparison. with those images in mind, let's break down the technical part and the design part of the role of the vastness of it. I know it can be a lot, so I want to help try to draw that down a bit. All the credit of this image right here goes to a great friend and former colleague whom I worked with at Rockstar, Alicia Thayer, currently at Crystal Dynamics. She was on a tech design panel that I helped moderate for GDC. On the left-hand side, you can see a lot of the different things we do on the... Oh, pardon me. You can see a lot of the different things that we do on the technical end of the spectrum. A popular word that we like to throw around is to be a dev force multiplier on the top left in that blue area. And when we say things like protectors of the engineering tenant, is again leaving the engineers time to focus on the very nitty-gritty parts of development, like optimization, and standing up entirely new parts of it. Could be a new shader or a new rendering thing, trying to get hair fully realized, or trying to stand up 128 multiplayer person lobbies. And then in the tech design, we help focus on offloading a lot of the heavy lifting that comes out of engineering to help empower our systems designers, right? Again, giving them potentially what I like to call abstracting a lot of the technical complexity, and just letting a designer know that, hey, this is your node that will give you what you're looking for from the game state, so that you can utilize this to help you balance out, the strength of your moves, or help lay out the keyframes of a powerful stance in your combat tree, for instance, right? We tend to live as workflow experts. I'll say that this role is definitely more of a developer facing role. What I mean by that is, more often than not, most designers get to live in that player facing role, right? We're always trying to cater and empathize. So what's the best thing for the player? As tech designers, we live asking the question, what's the best thing for the developer? How can we make or enable them to do their job faster, with less bottlenecks, and worry less about the how and worry more about the why, as I like to pull it, right? You'll see we live in the tools, quality of life improvements. We advocate and help educate. A lot of our time is spent writing documentation, or ideally it's spent writing documentation, training other designers how to best use the tools and show them best practices, right, for keeping the frame rate high, making the best use of the systems in a way that's easy to debug and iterate on, and so on and so forth, right? And then on the design side, you can actually wear multiple hats. It's not uncommon for us to dive into AI, into combat, into setting up the camera, maybe even proving out some economy things, right? I've been in a lot of animation tool sets and cinematic tool sets as well. Not fully mastering, but learning it and utilizing it as needed. And again, it's not uncommon to spearhead and try out some early prototypes, just to see and show other designers what's possible. Like I said, this role has come in a lot of shapes and forms over the years. I was surprised when looking through the credits on Anthem that you can see if they had something like 36 level designers, 15 gameplay designers, 10 systems designers. And I was shocked and surprised to hear, whoa, they had 12 technical designers on their team. That's like a good 3 to every, one level designer or something, you know what I'm saying? Like, you had one technical designer to support 3 level designers. I've definitely experienced in my time, to support at least 10, or even 5 is a great spot. So you can see that this role is rising to prominence, right? It's a very useful role, and I always encourage teams to evaluate having someone dedicated to deal with these problems that often go swept under the rug or are thrown onto engineers or other level designers to kind of work off of and figure it out and balance on top of their workload. You would look at a game like It Takes Two, right? Kind of on the other end of the spectrum uh, of when you have a massive BioWare Anthem game. I was surprised as well, right? They had a team of a good handful of level designers, and they had 3 dedicated technical designers. Again, this is a fantastic ratio that I haven't typically seen in my experiences working on teams, and it's such a great balance when you can make headcount for this on your team. It pays immense dividends and allows your designers to continue iterating on the gameplay and polishing on that experience, and allowing engineers to again worry about focusing on enhancing the tool set, the underlying systems, etc. Right? I've talked up the role, and I've hopefully shown you some of the things that it is, and it would be I would be remiss if I didn't call out some of the inherent risks associated with the role. Right, as you'd imagine, for a tech designer who is involved in a lot of different things on the team, supporting designers, sitting with engineers, understanding what's coming, figuring out how to package this up, document it, demonstrate it for the rest of the team. You can imagine, especially if it's maybe one or maybe two, hopefully, right? Hopefully it's more than one. I beg and plead you that it be more than one, is you can become a bottleneck, or you the team can become very dependent on you if you don't have other people to offload it. And I've definitely fallen into this pitfall in my career, where I was so busy trying to solve various problems and putting out fires left and right that would come up on the team, as very much as does in game development, that when I went to ask my manager, hey, I would need to take some time off, right? Need to detach and recharge myself. It became a negotiation because the team wasn't ready to be without that person or be without that role on the team at that time, right? We were nearing kind of shipping, and it became something that I had to put off my vacation. And so, to safeguard against that as early as possible, again, invest in an ideal world, you set up documentation, you have tutorial levels or example levels that anybody on the team can load up to test something or to see how something works, right? That's commented, well engineered, right? If you're working in a visual scripting language like Blueprint, that these things are very well commented and organized and are easy to duplicate or prefab, right? You've built prefabs that one person just needs to fix in one place, and you minimize a lot of the redundant code. And a great thing to do as well is to empower your junior designers or even seniors to own these key features or tools, right, as you support them. Anybody that shows an interest in anything, right, if that's a new cinematic workflow or an animation workflow, or they want to learn how to lay out some behavior trees or modify some core behaviors underneath the hood, that tech designer stood up and says, hey, this works, just plug this in. Make sure that you're always having conversations, and the people who take an interest, you empower them to own and keep understand how this works, so that you are not this critical linchpin that without you, things fall apart, so that you can take your vacation or spend a longer weekend than average, even if it is like a critical point in the development of the game. Just want to hone in on some of the things I called out before, right? If you want to do this for a long time, as we all do, right? Usually, when you get into this role, it can be a very wonderful situation, right? Where you're very close and embedded with the team, and you want to do this for a long time without burning yourself out. Some of the things I mentioned before, right? Documentation, building example content, and maps that are clearly labeled and named, and live in a clean folder structure that is easy to find, people know about, and make sure that you're advocating. Make sure that you're advocating for it and letting your teammates know as soon as something's new, as soon as something's ready to try out or demonstrate, turn it out into the wild and constantly be iterating and getting feedback on it, much like we do for games, just again on the developer facing side, so that this content stays fresh and is useful for this project and the next. And always be training each other for sure. I want to call out some additional resources that are available to anyone that has a GDC Vault account. I moderated a tech design panel called Avoiding an Identity Crisis as a Technical Designer at this past GDC with a lot of my great friends, role models, and mentors. On YouTube, there is Jamie Jeff Coates, currently at Bungie. Pardon me. She has a talk called The Missing Link: Technical Designers in Animation, right? There's a lot of permutations of technical design out there. Audio technical designers, UI technical designers. This role is growing wildly. And this is a great look at how Bungie's workflow incorporates those into the animation specialty. You might consider a technical artist in some other places. And finally, there's a great talk by Cedric Hutville called Technical Designers, the Master Link Between Engineering and Design. You can look for that on Gama Sutra, now called Game Developer, and I believe he also has a GDC talk in the vault somewhere. So just to recap everything we've talked about is that tech design is this support role. That's the most important thing I want you to keep in mind, that lives between design and engineering. There can be, for all the good and power that you have in this role to essentially build it yourself, you can also as a team scales and grows, you can also introduce a dependency that we all have to be very mindful of and work to mitigate those and keep yourself flexible and scalable even in your absence, right? We all need to take time off from what we do, no matter how much we love this. And just want to emphasize that there's no one size fits all, as we know in game development, but make this role whatever it needs to be to best serve you, right? I would always encourage having more than one, and it can very well be that every feature or every craft of design has a dedicated tech designer, right? Your systems people, your narrative people, your level designers, even additional, definitely live services and multiplayer in an ideal situation, right? I know as indie developers, we tend to do it all. And I always say that if you've come from one full production, AAA production, you have a good sense of what ways that workflow can be improved. Or if you've come from an indie game where you've built a lot of things yourself, I would encourage you to look at this role as well, right? It's really a world where you get to live in a lot of heavy scripting. If it's C# that's your thing, or in Blueprint, this is a prominent tool set of a technical designer. And with that, I'll say thank you so much, Geekle, for letting me be a part of this and talk about what I do as a technical designer. Please connect with me at linktree/jkingpin. I'm always looking for people to bring in to the podcast. And thank you so much.
Thank you, John. Thank you for joining us with this talking, and we will be waiting for you during our Q&A session because we already have a couple of questions for you. We have some comments from Phil Harland. Thank you. Very useful talk. Awesome. Thumbs up. And we will be waiting for you, John, like in 30 to 40 minutes, so quite soon. Thank you.
See you at the Q&A.
Okay, and we will um, introduce our next speaker in just in 5 minutes because we have finished the previous presentation a little bit earlier, and the next presenter will be Ellen Gomez, and she will be presenting on the topic of the basics of player focused game design. So we will talk about some aspects on how to design your game focused on player, how to get players more involved, how to get them more and more interested, and how to encourage them to um, to be more and more interested as they progress through the game. So this talk will be centered around things she has learned and experienced while designing features and gameplay in many projects during her professional career. And we will hear some tips on how to design components of the game while focusing on player experience, weaving in concepts from accessibility and UX into design thinking, because it's quite important right now in our day and age when gaming is, I would say, um, more accessible, even to those people who have some maybe some challenges health wise and functional wise. For those people, it's quite easier right now to use the manipulators like joysticks or just mouse and maybe game pads and just their phones or their tablets. So it opened much more opportunities to create games which are more accessible, which are uh, more accessibility and usability centered. Um, and so the main takeaway from this talk will be guidelines on things to do and on things to look for when designing features that are player focused and applicable examples in her work on uh, on those games she had worked on, and we will see some interesting references. And yeah, so we will have Ellen joining us just in a couple of minutes. So let me pull up the her presentation and her topic, and she will join us just in a couple of minutes. So stay tuned.
Ready, game, players ready. भाई के पास सब कुछ है, गाड़ी है, बंगला है, दौलत है, शोहरत है, अरे થઈ જાય જો કવર કરી શકતી વિચારીને જો કઈ કઈ રીતના ક્યાં ક્યાં હતા એમાં જો તારું આ કર્સર જે છે ને નજીક આવે ને ત્યારે ઉપર જશે અને દૂર જતા નીચે આવે जिंदगी की तलाश में हम मौत के
Okay, we have Ellen joining us. Let me add her to our stream. Hi, Ellen.
Hello, how are you?
Doing great. How are you? How was your morning?
I'm good. It was short. I usually wake up like 3 hours from now. So it was a little bit rushed, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And I made a quick intro about your topic, and about your what you do, what kind of projects you work on. So I guess without any further ado, you can give a quick intro about yourself if you want to, or we can continue. And hello, little cat.
Yeah, she likes to come on when I'm on webcam.
Same,
Yeah.
same. Mine just walks back and forth yeah, that's
Yeah.
the way cats are.
Yeah, everybody at work knows who she is, and everybody else that I've been at conference and stuff, they know who she is. She may come back later, so apologies if her tail like swipes through the webcam.
But at
yeah.
least she won't. At least she won't cover the part of the presentation.
Yeah, no, she definitely won't do that. Yeah, cool, awesome. Where I'm really excited to be part of this. A big thank you to Victoria for sending me an invite and allowing me to like submit something to talk about. So I really appreciate y'all. So yeah, I wanted to talk about a little bit of some things that I learned through my career so far. I'm early career. I'm only about five and a half years into the industry. But along with that comes definitely a lot of schooling, game design, game dev type of schooling, and also information technology and information sciences schooling. So programming background, data architecture, all that stuff. That's what I studied before going to get my master's for game design. So there's a lot of content in there, a lot of things that I learned that I never thought I would even use. Classes like web design and print design, things like visual languages, specifically for like web design type of stuff, like the color palettes that you should use, and like accessibility and human computer interaction. All those things that I learned prior to even coming into game design have really been super helpful, and they have shaped a lot of the way that I design and that I present ideas and information to my team when it comes to pitching things for whatever game I'm working on. So that's kind of like what really encouraged me and motivated me to talk about this topic that I want to talk about, which is just the basics of player-focused design or player-focused game design. So let me share my screen so that I can. Okay, cool. So I know that it was on Google. So let me put it over on my second monitor. Okay, cool. Awesome. So there we are. So I took a little bit of time to kind of hone in. There's so many things that I could have chosen to talk about when it comes to player-focused design, but I really chose 3 things, and I'll expand on those. And hopefully in Q&A, if any of you have any questions, you can ask later on, especially if there are questions specifically targeted on a point that I made, or perhaps even an example or reference that I used, because I will be going through some game examples. One of them will be from a game that I was a game designer on for at a game studio that I work for, and then others are just games that I've played, games that I've reviewed, games that I've analyzed. So a little bit about me before we start anything. Let's okay. So I wanted to do a pie chart just because I wanted to do something different. I usually just put a picture of myself and my cat and then call it a day. But I wanted to kind of show y'all that, like, as a game designer, like, I'm not all about games all the time. I'm actually a lot more than that. Like, I say like 20% of me is a gamer. And some people have even told me that it's really weird that I don't play a lot of games, that I don't play specific types of games because I'm a game designer, but I don't really care. But again, my background is information sciences. I never really thought that I was going to be a game designer or a game developer when I was growing up. In fact, my parents were very adamant about me pursuing like a medical field. So when I started college, I actually started with biomedical engineering and a pre-medicine track. So I was setting my sights to med school. So I didn't really think that games was a career that I could even choose. I didn't think that it was viable, and I had no idea that that was something I could pursue and that I could make an income out of. So while I enjoyed games growing up and enjoy them, playing them in my free time, my life does not revolve around them. There's so many other things that make up who I am and really inform my design senses, and which I believe have really helped me stand out from a lot of circles that I have been in, just because my thought processes are so different, because I get influenced by weird things that people don't really get influenced by. So one of those things is that I love to cook, and I cook every single day, all my meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, sometimes even snacks. So that has really informed everything about me. I like to categorize things. I like to see how systems work together, and it's kind of like cooking with game design, because every single ingredient of a recipe all comes together at the end, and they have a special purpose and a reason why they're in that recipe. And I feel when you adapt that to game design, like game design is the same exact way. There's different elements and fundamentals of game design that all work in unison, and at the end bring the game together. And if you isolate them or you miss some of them, perhaps your game's design will suffer. So definitely I see a lot of similarities between cooking and designing and developing games. And then lastly, I'm a big learner. I love to learn everything about not just game design, but what has influenced things about game design, things like architecture, things like the design of everyday things like doorways and walkways, things like that. I just love to learn how things have been influenced by other things throughout time. And that comes into the form of trivia as well. So I learn like really weird facts about dates and people and things like that that really may not be helpful for anything other than perhaps being on Jeopardy or something like that one day. But I love the fact that I can get inspired by books, blogs, articles, videos on YouTube where people discuss things. All of that really shapes my thinking and my methodologies, and not just design, but just anything that has to do with being a professional, being a leader, being a good communicator, a collaborator, a team player, etc. Cool. So a little bit on my timeline. So like I said, I've been in the industry for about 5.5 years, but it all started back in 2012 when I decided to pursue a games career for real. And 2012 was when I finished a research institute where I wrote a paper on like the state of the industry at the time. And I decided to enroll into a master's program at USC. It's their interactive media division under the cinema school. So the School of Cinema at USC is like one of the top film schools in the world. And having access to that, learning film theory and things like that, really opened up my eyes to what games could be. So once I decided to pursue that career, that's really when my trajectory started. Being in school opened up my network. So all my classmates that I went to school with, plus the undergraduate students who are now, all of them are in the games industry. I don't know, like being able to share like our beginnings together and seeing everybody grow and seeing how far we have come since we were at school is a really big joy. But this is to show you, like, it's taken me 9 years, right, to get from the point where I realized that I wanted to pursue games as a career to where I am right now. And my first job was at an indie studio called Eline Media. And now I am at a new studio, which could be considered indie because we're small. We're about 20 to 30 people right now. But it's with a AAA budget and with a big publisher. So I've never been in a situation like that. I've never had the opportunity to be a part of something like that. So it's been exciting to see how my career has progressed as well. And all the things I have learned kind of just stack on top of each other like a pyramid and have been able to make a way for my career now. So it's possible. Sometimes it takes more time than other people, but everybody's journey is different, and this is mine. Okay, so huge disclaimer before I go into all the points that I want to discuss. everything I'm going to share in this slide deck and what I'm going to be talking to you about is based on my experiences, things that I've learned, things that I've read, things that have influenced me, and things that I have personally found to be useful, helpful, and to be pillars of my design work. This doesn't mean that you should take everything I say for truth. Every designer has their own workflow. Every developer has things that help them get to a design in a different way. But what I'm going to share is just what I have come to found to be helpful. So I just wanted to put that out there in case some of y'all may disagree, or in case you may think that something is not as valuable. This is just a workflow that has worked for me and has helped me elevate myself in my career, and really has set my design work apart. So one of the things that I have learned is that before going into my engine of choice, I used to work in Unity, and now I work in Unreal. And one of the things that I have found, and I found this out like kind of like banging my head against the wall. I didn't have to go through like so much frustration and so many challenges, but I have come to find that it's always better to have somewhat of a clear direction about something before you go in an engine, because it's so easy to go off on a tangent, and it's so easy to spend hours and hours trying to debug something that is not working properly. And then you go on YouTube and you go on forums online trying to find answers to fix something that you don't know why it's not working. So I always say, before you go in engine, regardless of what you're making, if it's a prototype, if it's working on a game, just collect your thoughts first. And one of the things that I do is that I write down what my goal is or what I want to accomplish before I get an engine. So it can be as simple as like, today I want to make sure that my dialogue system is working properly. And if you have a goal and if you have a clear checklist of things that you want to get done and that you want to test, that you want to check, that will so help you in your day. And when you get to check off things off that checklist, it feels so good, because you really feel like you didn't spend too much time doing something that you weren't thinking you were going to do. So that's just a little tip that I have learned throughout the years, and I hope that you take it with you. One of the things that I have learned in regards to the basics of player focused design is actionable verbs. So when I say player focused, what I mean is that you're thinking about the person who's going to play when you are designing. So when I sit down, I'm always thinking about, how am I going to communicate an idea? How am I going to make it clear that this is the objective that a player needs to accomplish? How do I make it clear that the player needs to go from point A to point B? How do I make it clear that they need to collect this item? There are so many things that we as designers need to problem solve, and we need to have answers for, like 5 miles ahead, before a player faces that obstacle or that dilemma or whatever it may be. So actionable verbs to me are one of my pillars of design, which means that, like I say, a verb is an action. A verb is a word, right? And this is something that I learned at USC, where you should be able to clearly define a mechanic or a system with a verb or a set of verbs, because it makes it very clear as to what that thing it is that you're designing does. So when I say player focused too, I mean that I'm very fond of the player experience and the user experience. So you will listen to a lot of terms and vocabulary that I have adopted from user research space, or user research, user experience space, and human computer interaction, and just overall general design. And the reason why, it's because in games, we have adapted a lot of our terminology and a lot of our design principles from design that was not digital, right? Design has been around for a long time, just as architecture has been around for a long time. And each of those creative mediums have principles. They have pillars and foundations that you study and that you follow. And of course, you break the rules. There's nothing wrong with breaking the rules. There's nothing wrong with not following a pillar or turning a pillar upside down to make it more interesting. But the idea is that you want to have clear fundamentals, so that then you can start messing things up and trying to figure out what works best for your project. So when it comes to actionable verbs, to me, they mean clear mechanics. So when you think about a clear mechanic, you think about simple things. You jump on something, right? You can grapple on something. You can always use one verb to describe a clear mechanic. And when you're designing, it helps to organize your thoughts as well. So for me, I still work on like indie personal passion projects. And I had to do this just a few months ago when I restructured a game that I've been working on for about a year. And I used Post-it notes to try to figure out what are my actionable verbs for this game. And it's a cooking game. So I was trying to figure out, okay, when I cook, what are some of the things that I do? Well, I boil something in the stove. I blend something in the blender. I chop or mix, combine things. So I was trying to figure out the actual verbs that I use in the kitchen and how can those inform mechanics or mini games within my game. And that really helped me organize what I needed to do, what types of scripts could overlap between each other and things like that, because it really helps you organize your thoughts and it helps you organize the game itself, even from a very basic pencil and paper type of way, which is fantastic because the more time you spend in pencil and paper, the more time you will have later in engine to actually do the things that you want to do, and you're not trying to solve problems on the go. And that's one of the things that I have learned as well in designing, both in my own stuff and in professional space, is that you need to be very mindful of your time, because time is money. And if it's not time money for you, it's money for whatever studio, whatever freelance contract that you're working for. So always be mindful of that. How can you be most efficient with the time that you have? And how can you put resources to the test when you don't have the leisure of trying to figure something out for a long, extended period of time? So another thing is that you'll never go off a tangent, right? And I'm just joking. Like it's not like you're never going to go off a tangent. I still, even when I go in engine with my checklist, I still veer off tangents because I really want to solve something or get something in there that I wasn't planning for. And that's okay, right? But that's something that you need to be very mindful of as your time management, right? Figure out what you want to spend your time on versus what you don't. So the most important thing to take away from actionable verbs is that they should clearly communicate to the player what they need to do. And one of the things is that they go hand in hand with visual language, and I'll explain that a little bit later because that's another point that I'm going to be making. So what are actionable verbs? I wrote down what some strong verbs are and what some weak verbs are. So initially I was going to use good and bad, but there's no such thing as a good and a bad verb, because it's not about trying to figure out if something is not as meaningful to you or if it's like good enough for your game. It's whether it really strongly communicates an intention or a purpose. And identifying if something is a little bit weak, and if there's a different type of verb that you can use to reinforce a mechanic, reinforce a system or a feature. So some verbs that I chose here as strong are something like collect. When you think about collecting, you know that you're going to pick up something up. It may go away and it'll get stored somewhere. You may choose something like a dialogue option, and that is very, very clear with different types of indicators, whether that may be an arrow that lets you choose the different dialogue options or whether it highlights. Choosing something is something that is so, I guess, simple, because it's not that we only use it in games, but we use it even on our TVs. When we have to select a setting, you have to choose options. When we are even in the microwave, you're like trying to put something in the microwave, you're choosing an input to choose and you're pressing on it. So everything translates in this very mundane things. And I don't know. To me, it's such a strong verb because we know exactly what it means and what it would do. Same thing with shooting something. Same thing with running. We know exactly what those things are. What are some weak verbs that I identified? Were things like platforming, right? In a platformer, you have the sense that, yeah, you need to jump from one place to the other. But in some games, that's not enough. It's a jump and a dash. Sometimes it's a wall run and a jump and a dash combined. Sometimes it's different abilities that allow you to platform, like teleporting or things like that. So platforming may be a weak verb for some folks to use because it doesn't encompass the full breadth of what you need to go. what you need to do to jump from one place to another, right? Same thing with like defeating something. What does that mean? Is it using a primary weapon? Is it using a secondary mechanic? There are so many different ways to communicate proper verbs. Again, the same thing with solving puzzles. Well, every puzzle may be a little bit different. It depends on the game. It depends on what the themes are. Same thing with finding things, right? Sometimes there are items that help you find stuff. Sometimes you just run around and it's more like an Easter egg hunt type of thing. So always be mindful with the verbs that you're choosing for whatever it is that you're making. Choose strong verbs that really clearly describe what it is that you want the player to do, and try to avoid things that would need more things attached to that verb in order to really solidify its meaning. So an example of a clear verb here is Sonic, right? So I picked a platformer, right? You jump from platform to platform. It's 2D, so it's kind of more simple to understand here. But the main verb in Sonic is you have to run, and you have to run fast. And if you collide with something like an obstacle or get hit by an enemy, then you lose your rings, right? So it's really easy to be able to identify the core verbs that make up the game, because they're very blatantly obvious. Whereas in a game that I helped design called The Endless Mission, I circled and read some things that may not be very clear to a player that was playing the game. And this is something that I actually found out during a playtest session and being on the convention floor and seeing people play the game. We had 2 mechanics in our game that allowed you to modify properties of different things in the game space, including enemies. So what that means, really, it's almost like the game being a simple like game engine where you could literally modify the scale of something. You could modify a behavior of something by using 2 types of systems. One was the hacking mode, which I circled on the bottom left, and the lenses system, which is on the like middle left with the L on it. So both of these things, both of these systems allowed you to modify things. However, it was not very clear which one you should be using to defeat the enemies in the town square, because we only use the verb defeat, right? So maybe we could have used something like hack the enemies in the town in a town square using the lenses system, right? So the clearer we may have been with identifying what we wanted to test for in this sequence specifically, I think the better and clearer the experience would have been, and people would not have been confused as to what they needed to do in order to complete the sequence. So that's something right here, like something I designed. I'm proud of being part of this team, but every team has its good and bad decisions that have been made, right? And sometimes you just go with it. Your leads tell you what you need to do, and that is totally fine. The good thing is that in post-mortem time, we can discuss what worked and what didn't work, right? So I wanted to share that even myself as a professional game designer, I have made mistakes of perhaps using a weak verb or not standing up and telling my lead, hey, this is a weak verb, this is a weak mechanic, we can strengthen it by doing X, Y, Z. So it happens to even the best of us. So the second thing that I wanted to share was visual language. So this is really important to me, and it's also very important to the UX and UI teams in any team that is going to be working with you. So what is visual language and why is it important? So when it comes to player-focused design, the visual language is the thing that's really going to guide the player. So I took this description from a design book and a design blog, where it says that the visual language is a system. It's a system that communicates something that you see, and then you process inside your head, right? And then there's an output, right? It gets transformed to something, whether that is a sensation, feeling something like an emotion, prompting you to act, or prompting you to think something. So these are the things that really guide the player into what is it that they need to do. So if we look at a game like Mirror's Edge, you will see that anything that you need to jump on, anything that perhaps you can interact with, is always highlighted with color, a very bright color, and it's red, right? So it's very clear what your pathways are when you are doing your core in Mirror's Edge. It's not like you're going to get distracted by anything else. Yes, there's yellow around in the buildings and things, decorating things, but you know very clearly that red is what you are looking for when it comes time to jump, when it comes time to fly across roofs and things like that. Whereas in an example like Horizon Zero Dawn, the visual language can get a little murky when it comes to climbing things. So I circled here 2 screenshots from Horizon Zero Dawn. There are 2 colors using visual language for you to know that you can climb on something. There's a yellow and there's a white. So why is this clashing and could potentially confuse a player? Well, first off, there are 2 colors. Second of all, they kind of blend in a little bit with their surroundings. So it's a little bit hard, especially if you even have some type of visual impairedness, right? Where it may be harder to distinguish some colors from others. It would be hard to see white on a ledge that is really faded, or it would be very hard to see a yellow that is kind of brown and blends in with wood around it, right? So in this case, we're using 2 different colors to mean the same thing, to mean climb. We're using a kind of like, what they use is kind of like a rope, like a yellow rope, when it comes to like either nodes that you can climb or ladders that you can climb. And then sometimes it's kind of like a spray paint on rocks. That is like what the white color would be. And the visual language is so different, right? Because they're like 2 completely different types of things. And what would make it better? Like if you were a designer thinking about how could you improve on this visual language, what are some of the things that you could possibly do? Well, you could decide to stick to 1 color. It's like in Mirror's Edge, everything that could be climbable is going to be a bright yellow instead of like a more neutral yellow, right? You could say, all right, anything that's climbable is going to use that bright yellow rope, and we're not going to use like a spray paint type of texture on rocks or walls and things like that, right? So there's always a way where you can choose to clearly define something for a one-to-one so that the player can memorize that, right? Because now if I use the same color and I use the same type of object in different ways, like let's say we use the yellow rope and it's what is weaved into like the zip line is weaved into ladders, is put on ledges all over the world. If we use that from far away, the player can already, because they memorize what those colors and what those things mean, from far away, they can already start to strategize exactly where they want to jump to, what path they want to take, right? Especially when it comes to an open world where your decision making is your own and you can play the game however you want it in whatever order, right? So it really does help guide you in trying to figure out what you want to do next, and it helps you even look 5 miles ahead because you know what's coming and you have a choice on what you want to engage with. So visual language is super important. And there's a lot more to it than that. It's more than colors. It's more than objects. It really is the life of whatever mechanic and whatever feature you have. So how can you best communicate the life of that thing to the player? How do you communicate its purpose? How do you communicate the intent as a designer on that object or on that feature, on that system that you created, and then always just go from there. So the visual language really is going to dictate how you want to tell the player how to use that thing. So this is a checklist of questions that I use personally, and also questions that I have seen other devs ask even on blogs and things like that. So I kind of condensed a few questions that I thought were important that you can ask yourself when it comes to visual language. So one of them, and this was really important, and it was one that I recently used at my current job. So it is how important, do important objects have clear silhouettes? Can people, can players, can playtesters understand the difference between different objects that may look similar but are not the same, right? Because their silhouettes are different. And are they easily distinguishable? So that means like from far away, when the player is running towards something, can they see that there is an explosive crate coming up that they could potentially use to explode a group of enemies nearby, right? So that's actually a really good example, because in a lot of games you have exploding crates and then you have regular crates with items inside. So how are they usually distinguished? Or the explosive crates usually have some type of red marker on it, and maybe even some bombs or things like that on it, so that you know that it explodes. So that's a type of visual language that's super simple, but it makes it super clear as to what is going to happen when you interact with that object. Another thing, again, is color coding. The next point that I'm going to make is I'm going to talk a little bit more about color coding, because there can be issues with color coding, especially when it comes to accessibility. But it is a very valid way to distinguish something, right? And making sure that colors stand out from the environment. Like with the Horizon Zero Dawn example, if things blend in too much, it may be hard to distinguish things from the space around them. So just be very mindful about those things. Another thing would be is to ask yourself if you need any other additional cues in order to clearly communicate the importance of an object. So that may be a particle system, that may be a visual effect. And even though audio is not a visual language necessarily, right, because it's auditory, that is another thing that you could potentially add, changing out sound effects or something, right, to clearly communicate if it's dangerous, or if it's something that you should be picking up, or if it's something that the player needs to get their attention called to. Another question would be, what else? What are other things that we can potentially add to that object or to the game to clearly communicate what the player should do? And that's something that you can always keep in the back of your head, in the back burner, in case it is necessary, right? So I'm a firm believer that the more tools you have in your toolkit, the better equipped you are to solving something. So even if you don't need 10 things to clearly communicate something to your player, you can have a list of those 10 things, because maybe down the road when you do a playtest, somebody may bring something up, and you can say, refer back to that list and be like, oh, I already identified that before. Maybe I should bring it back and see how people react in the next playtest. So that's always a really good tip. Always have more rather than less. And then lastly, of course, is what does playtesting uncover about the visual language? So playtesting is going to be your friend, and I'm going to be talking a little bit more about that later on, so I'm not going to go into too many details. So the third thing that I want to share with you, and this is the last one, is accessibility. So with accessibility, it's definitely been a hot topic. It's been something that a lot of studios, a lot of games have been trying to adapt and design for in the last 3 years, I would say, at least that I have seen more of, right? But accessibility is not new. And one of the things that I want to share is that when it comes to human-computer interaction, which is a field in information sciences, right? The idea and the concept of accessibility and the way that people interact and engage with things has been around for decades. It's not anything new. And again, it's something that we're adopting from design, from things like web design and app design. So it's nothing brand new. The only thing that is new is the way that it is implemented in games, because the way that we engage with games, it is different than we would a website, than we would an app, right? Unless you're making mobile games where there's a little bit more of a correlation between the two. But when it comes to fully engaging with somebody perhaps on PC, on web browser, on console, it's a different tech thing. So it's nothing new, and definitely embrace it, because there's other areas in tech that super value accessibility in many different ways, and it really broadens the market to the people that can play your game. And I'm not just talking about the United States or Europe, we're talking about the whole world, right? If you open up your game and make it accessible to more people, that's more income for you, that's potentially more marketing and more word of mouth, so that you could potentially even make a second project out of that one, or fund your studio further, etc. So it's more than just allowing other players to play your game. It also has its benefits added on to that, because more people will play the game. So what are some accessibility features to include here, right? When it comes to accessibility, everything that I have laid out here, localization, setting options, gameplay alternatives, and even custom options, all of these weave into player-focused design because you are specifically targeting things that a player may need to adjust in order to improve their play experience. So that's why accessibility is so important to player-focused design, because you're really allowing the player to fine-tune the things that they need to tune in order to excel at the game, and not standing up and telling my lead, hey, do certain things like read a boss that may be too difficult in order to receive hints, perhaps, if you're not understanding something within a short period of time. There are so many things that we could talk about when it comes to accessibility. But some of the key ones, like localization, something as simple as having a set amount of languages that could be selected with subtitles is a big deal, because that opens up people from all over the world that speak that specific language to be able to play the game, right? When it comes to setting options, being able to adjust for audio settings, being able to adjust for display settings like resolutions and optimization, so that the game could be played to the best of that person's ability when it comes to their display requirements, right? Not everybody has a 4K TV. Not everybody has the next best monitor, right? So we always need to be mindful as to what we're giving people access to. And also input remapping. So what if somebody doesn't feel comfortable using certain keyboard keys that you selected for your game? Well, allowing them to rebind may help them have a better gameplay experience, right? There's also things that are gameplay alternatives, like auto lock. Auto lock or aim assist is something that I use in nearly every FPS that I play, because I know that I'm not good at aiming. I don't have good accuracy. So if there is a feature in a game that allows me to tweak that and toggle that so that I can have a better play experience, I won't get as frustrated, and I will enjoy the rest of the game and actually finish it, right? There's really cool things that come with also tips and hints. Some people really value getting some type of insight or clue, and it's nice to be able to have a toggle that pops that up whenever it is needed, right? Some players really just like to discover and figure things out on their own, and they don't like hints. But if you give the player the option, the alternative to be able to switch that on, it really opens up a world of possibilities for other people who perhaps are not as quick to understand things, who perhaps need a little bit more of a push in order to figure things out. And also custom options. This is something that I have a good example from The Last of Us 2, where I'm going to talk about custom options. But there's always room to have toggles and to have alternative options when it comes to specific mechanics and systems that are part of your game specifically and are not necessarily general. So what are some good things or a good example
Very
of
satisfying.
accessibility? So you can look into the world of film, right?
Symbian.
Apps like Amazon Prime Video
Designers
and whatever it is perhaps that you watch videos on. More often than not, subtitle settings have way more options usually than games, where you can resize your text, whether you want to make it small or large, and you can have presets, or you can change the background and the color of the text to make it easier to read. And that's super important because we don't know what type of TVs everybody has. We don't know what type of monitors they have. We don't know if they have any type of visual impairedness, where they are nearsighted, if they're farsighted, if they're not wearing their contacts or their glasses, or if they lost them and don't have them. We don't know the circumstances of people when it comes to reading, right? So it's always best, and it really doesn't take that much more effort to be able to have an option where you can resize your text and you can change the background color and the text color, right? And similar to here in Amazon Video, there are already presets built. So it's not like you're giving the player complete freedom to completely customize their subtitle settings to whatever they want. You're giving them a few options to choose from, so that whichever one is best for them, whichever one will work, they can select that one, right? So this is a great option. Presets for me are a great thing because in the back end, you are controlling those things. And you don't have to worry about anybody breaking it in the front end or things perhaps being used in a way that shouldn't be, right? Perhaps, for example, let's say your world, the world that you're building has a color palette that is really bright, cool colors like neon pinks and greens and purples, like what I have in my slide. So let's say that you give the option to the player to be able to customize whatever color they want, and they choose the text color to be hot pink. Well, that hot pink may blend with the rest of the world, right? And then it becomes like, okay, then why did you give me the option to do that if you knew that perhaps that was going to be a problem, right? So having a preset will completely avoid something like that from happening. So again, that's coming from the point that I made earlier, that as designers, we're problem solvers. And if we can think 5 miles ahead and problem solve for things that may come up later down the road before we implement the system, the better off we will be, because all those things will be accounted for in advance. So enough about subtitle settings there. Here's a good example. When the Outer Worlds came out, one of the biggest complaints that people had was that the subtitles were really, really tiny. And I could attest to that because I had Outer Worlds on my console and I have a 65-inch TV. And when I played the Outer Worlds, I was squinting. I could not read anything, even with my glasses, because right now I have contacts. I had glasses. I usually wear glasses when I'm at home. But I literally had to sit super close to the TV in order to read the subtitles because I just couldn't because they were so small. Luckily, they did do a patch, and in their following update, they fixed the subtitle settings. But the fact that it was shipped right off the bat with really small text really shows you how critical it is to be able to have options, to be able to fix that, right? For folks like me who are not, don't have 20/20 vision, and who have bigger TVs or bigger monitors where, small text is just not an option, right? So it's mindfulness, right? It's problem solving in advance, like I keep saying, because I cannot stress enough how important that is. So here is an example in The Last of Us 2. So the reason why I picked The Last of Us 2 is because their accessibility suite in particular was pretty robust, more robust than anything I had ever seen before and anything that I have ever seen since it came out. So one of the reasons why I brought up this particular screenshot with the difficulty curve is from an accessibility standpoint, it's great that you have the options of choosing a difficulty, right? But if you noticed, it's not easy, medium, hard. It's not vague, right? Look at the words that they are choosing here to be able to cap it. They're using passive and aggressive, right? And they're using a type of bar system to let you know how far deep you are between that passive and aggressive spectrum. On top of that, they give you a bullet list of things that are going to change as you tweak those values. So that is great because you are informing and communicating to the player exactly what is going to happen when they balance these features themselves, right? And if you look at even a step above it, you can see on the left-hand side that these things are categorized by buckets. Talking about the player, the enemy, ally, stealth, everything is categorized and you can tweak things to however way you want within a range, right? And on top of that, you get the description. So it's very clearly communicated and very extremely player focused when you are thinking about the player's experience. It's like, this is how you're going to experience this thing, and these are the things that are going to change for your play experience if you decide to balance this for yourself, right? So you're giving the player a lot of freedom, and that's something that's really important if you decide to choose to have a focus on players in your game's design, because it really gives them authorship. And that's, to me, player authorship is one of those keywords that really can change everything about the life cycle of a game's design. When you are thinking about the player first and not just your idea and not just your systems that you want to create, when you're thinking about other people and how they're going to perceive the world that you created and the systems that you created, these things starts to surface, and they really help you polish and iterate and fine-tune things at a much deeper level than it would be if you were just constructing something because you want it that way, right? So that will come hand in hand again with something that I'm going to say really soon. But I wanted to really put it out there because I really think it's important. And here is, again, from Last of Us 2, here's an example of a custom option that deals with accessibility, and it is for a mechanic to throw. So there are many games that have a throwing mechanic, and not all of them have necessarily an arch type of display. So here in The Last of Us, you could actually adjust the archway by which you throw something. You can adjust the strength. You can even adjust or toggle auto locking on something so that you don't necessarily have to do it yourself, right, with the controller. So it's interesting stuff how they were able to even fine-tune specific things about their game, like throwing an object. So again, with your game, whatever mechanic you are making, think about, is there a way where I could expose a value or expose some type of setting or option alternative so that the player can tweak it to improve their experience in some way. So this one I thought was really, really good to explain that custom option idea. Alrighty, so now that I went through all those things, one of the last things that I definitely can say is that everything that I said will not matter at all. It won't mean absolutely anything if you don't playtest. So when it comes to figuring out if your mechanics, if your systems, if your features are truly player focused, and if you really truly design them with a user experience in mind, with a player in mind, you will notice that you will get better feedback from people when they're actually playing your game on all of those things, on your visual language, on your actionable verbs, and your accessibility options, or perhaps if you didn't have any accessibility options, you'll get feedback on what to add to make it accessible, right? The best people that can give you those details are the people who are playing your games. And I'm talking about not your friends, not your coworkers or people that you're working with, not your family, really truly strangers, people who have no ties to you, who can be unbiased and give you honest feedback. Because when your game goes out there, whether it's on Twitch, on Steam, on Xbox Arcade, PSN, whatever it may be, people who are going to receive your game are going to be complete and total strangers, and they are going to be completely unbiased when they buy a game, and they will have their experience and have something to say about it, right? So again, as a problem solver, as a designer, right? It doesn't matter what discipline you're in, whether you're a game designer, an artist, a programmer, we're all problem solvers because we're human beings, right? It just, what matters specifically for game dev is how do you use your discipline to solve for problems, right? So when it comes to designing, can you identify those problems before?
Alan, you muted yourself. Could you please unmute yourself? It happened just a second ago.
Is it working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay, that was weird. It's funny that happened because I didn't touch anything. There's a ghost in my room, so sorry about that. But it's okay now, right? Everything?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much for telling me.
Okay, and so I guess you're already wrapping up, yeah?
Yes, I'm already wrapping up. I think I only have like one more slide.
Sure.
After this. Okay, cool. So playtesting is super, super important. So just make sure that it's people who are unbiased, who give you true feedback and can be honest with what's going on and what you need versus what perhaps you can even take away and edit, what is distracting, and all those things. Okay, and I will leave you with this quote that is super important, and you will hear it across the industry. I've heard it at indie studios, AAA studios, and at school, and just enthusiasts. Fail fast, fail often, but always fail forward. What does that mean? Failure is not a bad thing, and the quicker you can fail at things, and the more frequently you can fail at whatever it is that you're doing, the better you will be setting yourself for the future, because what failing forward means is that you are reaching the answer. It's like every time you fail, you're just going closer and closer. You're still moving forward, you're still progressing, but you're getting closer and closer to your goal. So failure is not a bad thing. So if your visual language sucks, if your accessibility options are non-existent, if your action verbs are not strong, it's okay. You can always go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do to improve and iterate. And that is the nature of game dev, right? We iterate, we polish over and over again until whatever it is that we are making is at its best place. So here are some resources. Feel free to screen cap this slide. These are just a list of books that I have found really helpful in my design work. Some websites, some organizations. The Able Gamers APX Principles are great for accessibility. Can I Play That is another accessibility blog curated by folks in the industry, people who actually work in the industry, who have some type of disability or who are very just passionate about disability. So I definitely recommend all these resources. And if you want any more, you can definitely shoot me an email and I'll be happy to send you some more resources. So thank you so much for being here. My email is right there on this slide. So if you want to reach out to me in private and ask me anything, I'm always available. And my Twitter handle is Chulatastic. So my DM's always open. If you need any pointers, any advice, or anything like that, I'm always happy to answer any questions. And I wanted to put a disclaimer that I did not put these slide templates together. They look really cool, but I always go to Slides Go. That's like my favorite place to find slide deck stuff that looks really nice if you're not an artist like me. So yeah, thank you so much, and I hope you took away some things from my talk.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing this exciting presentation, and we will start with our Q&A. So let me add Carlo. Hey, Carlo.
Hello.
And we have John with us. Hey, John.
Hello, hello.
Glad to have you back, everyone. And let's start with some questions for our Q&A session. And the first question will be for Carlo. So, Carlo, and everyone is welcome to join if you can answer and if you can comment and contribute on the question, even if it's dedicated specifically to one of our panelists. But you're welcome after Carlo finishes to add something if you want to. And we have some feedbacks, very helpful. Thank you. Great talk. Awesome topic. Thank you for sharing this. This was extremely useful. So thank you, everyone. Once again. Okay, Carlo, here is this question. It's kind of long, so I will show it in two portions. So this is the first one. Okay, my current goal is to become gay economy designer. What steps did you take to become the economy designer, and what skills did you wish you have known before taking the role? And this is the second part. Additionally, any advice that you want to provide to anyone who wants to be a game economy designer?
Okay, sure. So I start by my own experience. I actually started when I was very young. I was playing in '95, so I was like 6 years old. So yeah, I was playing games and I was already asking myself balancing questions and system questions, which is weird. I was playing Warcraft, the original one, and I was already asking myself questions like, how did they balance this? How did they do this? And why did they do this? And actually, it's just passion, right? It starts from there. And then after, when you have the knowledge and you are a bit older, you can start answering those questions in your own way, right? And that's the first step, definitely the first step. My university helped me. I'm a bachelor's degree in computer science, and there is a lot of mathematics there, and it helped a lot. One thing I really, really wished I had, it was a deeper knowing of the statistics. Statistics is absolutely important. It's a must. For system design, I really, really, again, push you to try and fail. Like it was just said, try and fail, please. And you're going to see by yourself. Get help from people that you know, even in the industry and outside of the industry. It's very, very important. And you're going to see that experience makes everything. thankfully, thanks to my university, I had some background because programming, it's already similar. You have to put pieces together. It's like the flow chart. You have imperative, right? Paradigm. So everything is linear and everything has to be in the correct place. Similarly, it's similar in the system design. Everything has to be in the right place. So what I would suggest is, again, try by yourself. Do maybe if you can do university that are close to this. If you have a university for video games, it's great. Otherwise, at least computer science, it's a good choice in my opinion. I didn't have the option to do video game university, so yeah, if you can, it's a great start, I think.
Awesome. Thank you, Carla. And Ellen, John, if you can contribute something to the discussion, please do.
Oh, okay. To be honest, I do not know what is needed for that specific track, but I can echo to what Carlos said when it comes to schooling. People always ask me, should I pursue a degree in any field in game development, or should I just teach myself and like hope for the best? What I can tell you is from my experience that going to school for game design, for game development, opened a lot of doors that would not have been open if I didn't go to school. And that comes to your network. It comes to your professors who are in industry, who have a lot of experience that they can give you, to building friends who will later on be going to EA, they will be going to Ubisoft, they will be starting their own studios, and it's just, there's so much more that you can get from going to a university or a college that has a game dev program than just doing things on your own. It's going to be just harder, and you're going to fall on your face much more often because
Ellen, you muted yourself again, or something happened to... So it mutes and unmutes you. Something, I don't know, maybe it's your... maybe... Is
it working?
Yeah, it's working now.
That's so weird. Okay, but yeah, anyhow, I definitely echo what Carlos said. Definitely, if school is an option for you, go ahead and do it, because it will make a world of a difference, and it will really set you apart from everybody else who's applying to game dev programs, especially in the United States. I can say there's a lot more competition now to come into the industry, because you're competing with people who are graduating from schools who have these programs, and every year 100 or 150 of them are graduating from all these universities, and they are more qualified in many different ways than somebody who's just learning on their own. So always think about that stuff. There are pros and cons, right? And I'm not going to say that going to school is the only option, because I know devs who have not gone to school and they just teach themselves, they release games, and they make a name for themselves, and they're in the industry. So there is a way. Everybody's journey is different, but there are lots of benefits to really go into institution and learning.
Okay, thank you. And John, maybe you can add something if you want to.
Yeah, I'll just corroborate what Carlo and Elaine said, that, it's about your network. School definitely gave me a network and an exposure and a common vocabulary that helped me a lot to break in and get my foot in the door. These days, in 2021, I would say that in lieu of an academic degree, right? It used to be that you didn't need any degree to come in. And if I'm looking at a resume and I see someone that has solid game experience, that's the person I'm going to go with. If I see someone that has solid game experience and a degree, I may give them the leg up over someone that just has the game, right? But more often than not, it's experience. And if you've built your own game from the ground up, right, I definitely want to talk to you. In this day and age, with YouTube being what it is, with Unity being what it is, Unreal being what it is, I love seeing portfolios, right? I will never turn down anyone showing me a game that they've built, and they can talk to me about everything that they've done and all the decisions that they made getting to that point, everything they learned, right? That's someone that I want to work with. And in particular, these virtual conferences are amazing, right? If you're part of the Geeko community, if you're part of a Discord that has a lot of people that I may know or overlap with, I think that definitely gives you a leg up, right? Because then that's growing your network, and that's someone that I can reach out to be like, hey, I haven't worked with Carlo, but odds are I know someone who knows someone that knows Carlo, and then I could be like, hey, is Carlo as awesome as he looks like when he's presenting at Geeko? Or Elaine? I know Elaine, and I know she's awesome. So it just helps out. Hmm.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. It's actually useful. Yeah, grow a network, grow a network, and just talk to people, interact with people. That's like the time when game designers and developers were like people who lived in their mom's basement wearing thick sweaters. It's over, dude. Girls, guys, it's over. I mean, just go outside and start talking to people, interacting, because that's the only way. And I mean, since we're some countries in a lockdown, just use the power of the web. I mean, just stay connected, get connected. And we have another question, kind of related to this. As a really small starting developer, how do I get to random people to help play test my games? What would be your advice?
I'm curious about this one. I'm curious what Elena Carlo have to say, because I wonder if there is a common ground. I know, I'm part of a few discords that have dedicated channels for play testing and getting people's opinions. And as developers, we love playing games, and we love giving feedback. We love, we don't like getting feedback so much all the time, but we love giving feedback. I know I love telling people, like, that's too hard, that's too easy. But yeah, I wonder what platforms you know about, because I only know of, like, Discords and Twitter, right? I seen a lot of people throw their game up there. You show me a cool GIF of like a cool combat mechanic, and I'm like, ooh, where can I download that? Where can I play that? Right. So, curious what you know.
Please.
I would say definitely what echoing what John said. Twitter is your friend. The industry is super active. In the indie industry, both in AAA developers, super active on Twitter. So I would try my best to network there and just link. To me, in my opinion, itch is like the best, because you can upload your file there and people can actually comment right there on the page that you made. But then you can just link that anywhere. You could go on Facebook, you can go to Discords and just use that link, and people can use it to download the game, and then leave you their own comments on the actual itch page, so they don't have to like go and like DM you or anything like that to give you the feedback. So I think Discords are great. There's so many communities out there who literally thrive on helping indie developers, and just having a hub for people to get better at what they do. So whatever it is that you like, I personally like wholesome games. So if you're making any type of cute games, non-violent games, that whole community is like 15,000 people, and they love playing games and looking at stuff and giving people feedback. There's the IGDA, different types of chapters. So whatever country you may be from, whatever special interest groups you may be a part of, IGDA would be a great place to also look. And I know abroad Facebook is used a lot, so trying to figure out what groups fit for what you're trying to do, and posting those links and putting yourself out there, right? It's hard when you're a solo developer and a small developer to put yourself out there, but that's the best thing that you can do. Like, the worst thing that people can do is say no and not click on your link, but just keep trying. And as many avenues as you can go into, and I promise you that you will get somebody to bite, right?
Absolutely. And wow, this whole block, it just went like and it's over. And I'm actually glad that we've contributed part of our Q&A session to your presentation, Eleni. It was awesome. It was interesting. We have so many great comments, but I guess we will wrap up our Q&A section for now, because we have our next speaker waiting for us already, and we kind of consume the break as well, because the discussion was so awesome and the presentation was just amazing. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you, John. Thank you, Carlo. It's our pleasure to have you with us, to host you. And I hope we will come together for the next Game Development Summit, let's say the 2022. It was our pleasure to have you, everyone.
Thank you.
Have a great week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me introduce our next speaker, Maddie from AppFlyer.
દેખાય તમારું કામ ભાઈ કામ કરીએ છીએ ના કે 15 દિવસથી હું જોવ જ છું બધાનું કામ એ ના આવ તું એક કામ કર હજી મહિનો દિવસ ના આવતો બરોબર
Hey.
Hey, Paul. How are you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, I'll hide it for a second. Okay, thank you for joining us, and thank you for actually sponsoring this whole event. It's our pleasure to have you with us, and it's super important for me, and because I have some friends in the development in hyper casual and casual games, and I know how important it is to actually have the right metrics, to actually have the right tools to actually analyze your product, and to actually the product that would actually help you to improve it, to make it better, to actually understand who your audience is and how they interact with your game. So thank you for joining us, and I guess without any further ado, I'll just let you present the latest update, what you can offer to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Great to be here. Great, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm Matti. I'm a senior account executive from AppFlyer, and very excited to be here. Great presentation so far. Very interesting discussion as well. So I hope you also enjoy this presentation. I'll show you basically a couple of new things, a sneak peek in our newest product that comes in the midst of the SCAD network on I would even say a paradigm shift that's happening in the measurement, in the mobile gaming and beyond. So I'll walk you through some challenges that everyone is facing when it comes to the user acquisition, especially on the iOS side, iOS 14 plus side. And then we're going to talk about what potentially can be done to simplify the conversion value setup. So let's start by stating what we already know. So this new shift in the ecosystem, the privacy first, has the two sides of the coin, right? So iOS 14 gives user control over their privacy, requiring user consent to share their IDFA, which is of course a good thing. However, for years, IDFA has been the golden standard for establishing a user level match between ad engagement, install, and in-app behavior. But now, marketers all around the globe working in gaming and other industries have lost access to IDFA for the majority of their user base. By the way, if you'd be interested to know what are the opt-in rates in this famous ATT prompt, as you can see on the slide, please make sure to check out the AppFlyer dashboard with the iOS 14 latest trends, as it becomes one of the most interesting insights you can get when planning your marketing budgets. And to fill this gap that I've been talking now about, is basically no IDFA, Apple has required marketers to adopt SCAD network. So SK stands for Store Kit in this acronym, in order to gain deterministic aggregate attribution of all users, regardless of ATT consent. So regardless if they opt in for that or not. However, in SCAN network, you'll see that the full coverage comes at the cost of a lower granularity. And while SCAD network has a variety of limitations, there are three main issues I'd like to focus on today, especially regarding the conversion values, or also known as postbacks by many of you. And while traditionally marketers could specify any number of and combination of in-app events, parameters to trigger a postback, SCAD network limits marketers to send one postback within the first 24 hours. It's already a first challenge. And then if you move forward as a game developer, you have the option of defining what this postback includes within a range of 6 bits or 64 combinations of user value signals. There was also one of the confusions about 6 bits. Is it 6 bits? Is it 64 value? Is 64 combinations? Those two things are exactly the same. Moreover, SCAD networks timer settings limit your line of sight. So limit your horizon to the first 24 to 48 hours of install, and no timestamp will be recorded from conversion values in this time frame. So effectively limiting your ability to cohort and to analyze the cohorts based on timestamp. So, I mean, those are 3 big challenges. And when you think about designing your bit and timer strategy, you'll have to make some important trade-offs. Very different than what we used to even a year ago before iOS 14 was introduced, to maximize your ability to make predictions based on those first 24 to 48 hours after install. Let's dive deeper on what it actually means in practice. So let's start by splitting the bits. And you can start with the simplest scenario. Say you use a flat model of all 6 bits to measure one KPI. In this case, we can see a revenue. So basically, you can start by defining the value of revenue in $1 increments. SCAD network would return a value between 1 to 64. So this is also something quite interesting. If you compare it to what was possible a couple of years back, this really limits your ability to measure the in-app behavior of your users. The next option is the split. So you can split in the 6 bits we talked about in 2 or more ways. In this case, let's say we see that 3 bits are split for revenue and 3 for the game progress, so level completed. This provides insight on multiple conversion types with lower granularity in terms of possible value ranges returned for each conversion. So we see the first trade-off. I mean, how granular you want to be and what you want to measure. Lastly, what we can talk about is a combo split approach. It adds to the split approach by reserving 2 bits for binary conversion events such as sign-up. And in each scenario, there is a trade-off between the number of conversion types you can include versus the granularity of possible value ranges returned by each conversion type. Sounds already complicated? And I think what's happened next is the timer challenge, to add to the fun part, is the fact that upon the first app open, let's say someone downloads your game, opens it for the first time, up to 1 conversion can be triggered within the first 24 hours. If a conversion happened in the first 24 hours, a second timer is set to trigger another conversion every 24 hours thereafter. So in theory, this timer can be reset up to 63 times, right? That's coming back to the SCAD network architecture. If your user log in and trigger the conversion value on a daily basis every 24 hours. I think you can already imagine that in reality, rather, most of the games aren't that predictable. So in most cases, 24 hours of visibility is all you get. And if you really then take it all together, from bits to bytes and timer constraint, scan rules and limitations put a huge burden on you, on marketers. They not only limit your line of sight by restricting the duration and granularity of post-install metrics available, but they also make your everyday life harder. I mean, there are a lot of things to remember. If I'm just talking about it, I think, okay, make sure that the bits are split in the correct way, that we're trying to get the different users from different networks. And mastering SCAD network strategy requires intense in-depth knowledge and technical implementation. This can be confusing, daunting, time-consuming, and challenging for even the savviest of marketers. So it comes as no surprise that in our discussions with our clients, prospects, a number one feature request has been a flexible conversion value mapping tool. And we want to make this less of a nightmare because we know that you would like to focus on the value-adding activities rather than digging into the bits and pieces of SCAD network setup. And we're making it super simple and super flexible for you. It's not about mastering the bits and bytes anymore. It's about getting the job done. So I'm very excited to announce that next week we will release something called Conversion Studio. And I think this is going to be really a game changer when it comes to managing your Apple and iOS campaigns. Why? Because Conversion Studio is a flexible and first-to-market tool that makes it easy to map conversion values with the intuitive visual interface. So imagine this. Instead of manually assigning a bit allocation on a backend, you can plug your measurement goals directly into the studio in plain English, and we'll handle the rest. This not only simplifies your workflow, but it also allows you to measure more than you could previously. Let's look closer at the 5 key benefits of this approach. So until now, as we discussed before, conversion value mapping solutions have limited advertisers to dedicating their entire conversion value to a single metric. That is using the flat model. If you wanted to measure multiple categories of post-interactivity, and I think for most of you, if you think about your game, you'd like to measure more than just revenue, just engagement, or just in-app activity. You had to code conversions value maps yourself for a complicated set of rules and update your app every time a change was made, which of course caused further delays, as we know. It sometimes happens when you update the app on the App Store. All of that changes with Conversion Studio because now you can easily measure multiple metrics simultaneously and customize the best combination of your business, all in one dashboard without having to manually update your app. So we taking the heavy lifting on our end. What's really worth mentioning here is that AppsFlyer has the competitive advantage across other providers because we are the only marketing analytics tool that allows you to distinguish, for example, between the revenue metrics. So we don't take revenue as a whole. Let's take any genre that doesn't monetize only on in-app purchases or only on ads, which is majority of them having this hybrid combo. You can now measure engagement for both in-app purchases and ad-funded revenue, which I think is one of the key elements when you plan and strategize around your user acquisition strategy. So in addition to that, splitting multiple metrics simultaneously, you can also measure flexible value ranges for each metric, which is a game changer for when you look at the whale acquiring strategy. Because before you were limited to using fixed single unit increments. So for example, from $1 to $2, from $2 to $3, from $4 to $5. Now you can define those increments flexible. So basically you have a full flexibility according to the tiers that make you the most sense for your business. As you can see in this example on the slide, we're using narrower ranges for low levels of revenue. So $0 to $5, $5 to $25, and the broader ranges for high spenders. So $250 to $500. It definitely opens up a lot in terms of the potential strategy and user acquisition tactics. And as the title of the presentation says, it's about working smart, not hard. We also thought in AppsFlyer, it's not always about measuring more. It's rather about measuring what really matters. And now you can measure a sequence of events to get the bigger picture on how users are behaving in your app. This is the most efficient way to measure sequential events because it uses fewer values for the same amount of in-app events measured. So you might question yourself, how does it work? Well, essentially, we know that if someone got to step 3 in a funnel, let's take a subscription in this case, we can assume safely that they also logged in and qualified for a trial before subscribing. So we're taking a shortcut here to minimize bid usage for a linked set of user actions, leaving us with more bids to use for revenue or other metrics. So let's take this example in terms of the events that you would measure in the funnel. So you select, let's say, 3 events like login form completed, qualified qualified trial, and the subscription revenue collected. And this funnel can be measured within the funnel setup in Conversion Studio. All right, let's move on to the point number 4, which is extending the timer. As we discussed before, it's one of the challenges, right? We have this timer. We don't have much of the horizon. We can look at the user behavior once they install the app. But on top of this, of all the other 3 points that I discussed, you would be no longer limited to a 24-hour window of activity using Conversion Studio. So using a very similar methodology to funnels, in this scenario, we are using some of our bits to divide the timer into 12 or 24 hours intervals. So you are allowed to measure up to 72 hours of activity. So again, it's about working smarter, not harder. Why we decided to divide it on 12 and 24-hour intervals? It's very allocation under the hood, providing very nice and easy visual cues to help you understand the best combination of KPIs to prioritize for your business. So you can basically stop worrying about complex conversion maps, those CSV files that you would have to upload before, and fully refocus on performance, having a clear overview of how much capacity you still have with your bits. So together, all these benefits allow you to save time, measure more, and take back control of lifetime value. And while the first version of Conversion Studio will be released next week, as mentioned in the beginning of a presentation, eventually what we hope is to make this one step further by developing a pre-built template. How we would do that? As marketers like you would start using the Conversion Studio, we'll be able to understand commonalities in a bigger setup across each vertical and share a set of recommended templates back with our clients, making that even easier for you to get started if you'd be new to iOS 14 post-IDFA world. And lastly, so before we conclude and move to a Q&A, if there are any, it's worth noting that Conversion Studio is just one piece of our full SCAD network innovation. We in AppsFlyers, we're preparing that for many months now, as we see that we are living in a privacy-centric measurement attribution world. And our SK360 suite allows you to easily connect to any partner of API, protect your business from fraud, analyze and optimize performance, and even predict in the future, which also will be a very exciting feature that will release soon. So in many ways, Conversion Studio goes hand in hand with the predictive analytics, right? I mean, you have all this flexibility that we mentioned. And as we announced earlier this year, we also have a Predict SK, which will be a full predictive tool and add-on that you can use for your business. And while we have some folks starting to play with both, Predict is still in a very early beta right now, so it does have some initial requirements for eligibility. Fortunately, which I find extremely exciting and very happy about it, the Conversion Studio is available to all advertisers of all sizes, so you can get started right away. Ultimately, though, we are only 1% done. As the market leader for mobile attribution, we have over 400 engineers working around the clock to develop a privacy-compliant, cutting-edge solution for our clients. And our mission is really to help you measure more, get more accurate, create exceptional user experiences, and provide all the tools you need to make a good choices in a privacy-centric world. So with that in mind, I know it's been a lot of information, but I highly encourage you to reach out to me or anyone else from Flyer, and I'm sure that our team and I would be more than happy to give you a private tour of Conversion Studio and answer any questions you might have about this and any other solution, really. So concluding, I hope you enjoyed this presentation, and basically feel free to get in touch. Would be very happy to discuss your challenges with iOS 14 solutions.
Thank you, Mateusz. And we have a question for you. So, is there any, maybe you have some kind of set of guidelines on what to look for? Let's say someone is just starting the studio, they have their beta project, or they've came up with new mechanics. Let's say let's pretend it's Among Us and they're monetizing this game. So what would be the key metrics to look for? What would be maybe you have some kind of I would say a blueprint that someone getting into this, making their first steps into systematizing, I guess, if there is a word like that. So trying to unify this whole data. What would be your advice for someone who's just starting with this?
Sure, Paul. Yeah, great question. I think so. What I always, whenever I talk to clients, also before AppsFlyer, I spent 3 years in Google Gaming. So I think the conversation around gaming are always something that I'd love to have. And I think when it comes to measuring those results in iOS 14 world and in any campaign really, you should ask yourself, what would allow you to judge if the game is successful or not, right? Mm-hmm. So is it the monetization? Are you monetizing through ads? Do you want to basically get more in-app purchases in your app? Is it really about retention? So you're trying, of course, to improve the retention for those metrics. And I guess when you start the Conversion Studio, and that's, I think, is the groundbreaking compared to the previous scan solutions, you can test those setups almost painlessly. So basically, you don't need to update the app and put the game again on the App Store. But you can say, okay, let me try with splitting the bits across, let's say, in-app purchases measurement, ad funded or basically ad revenue, and then maybe engagement in terms of number of levels completed. Mm-hmm. So I would really start with this question: what makes my game successful, and what kind of users I'd like to attract?
Okay, so what would be your advice for someone who's just getting into development? What would be the process in terms of maybe designing your game? Maybe like some tips how to maybe first in the beginning be more like easygoing on those like magic chests and upgrades and super bonuses to like when like you're just starting the game and it's there right in your face, like buy something, like do something. Maybe you have some kind of tips for those who are just starting the mechanics, the monetization. What would be your advice for that kind of
team? Absolutely. I think so. I think one of the most important parts about it is as you said, it's very hard when you start to exactly know what you'll be looking for, right? Mm-hmm. And I think nobody has this one silver bullet that solves all the issues, and that's going to be a killer game, because it is a constant process of fine tuning. So what I would personally advise, and this doesn't really come from me, but from all my great friends working in various gaming studios, is when you have a soft launch basically is usually divided into those three main pieces, which is the tech launch, right? The monetization launch and retention launch. Mm-hmm. You need to start measuring as soon as possible. And I think that's the main point of AppsFlyer and the likes and, product analytics tool, marketing analytics tool, to get the data and make sure that if you, as you said about those, gacha mechanism or basically the crazy chests, right? Yeah. I mean, everyone loves them. I do love them, but it is kind of like how much is enough, right? And to answer these questions, you need to start measuring for a very early stage. So if you do a soft launches of your products, make sure that you have both the attribution provider as well as product analytics to then compare different results of the tests. Mm-hmm. And so I think my answer wouldn't be like world changing, but it's data, and data.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point about soft launches and like different stages on different strategies, like taking steps and having those incremental updates when you introduce something, that's a really nice tip, I guess. It's kind of there on the laying on the top, but it's always useful to get reminded that you need to gradually introduce certain things and in order to succeed in your project. Mehdi, thank you very much. And I know that you have some things scheduled already after this, and we appreciate you joining us and sharing your presentation about the SCAD updates that you have for the iOS 14. And thank you once again for joining us. Thanks, Upflyer. And we are we're excited to spread the word about your amazing product. Thank you.
Perfect. Paul, thank you so much. Thanks everyone who are listening. Really don't hesitate to get in touch. I know it sounds scary because it's a lot of things changing in a very short time, but we are here to help. Once again, thank you, Paul. Thanks everyone for the Game Development Global Summit, because I think those initiatives are very much needed. So keep up the great work and stay in touch.
Thank you once again.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Have a good one. Goodbye. Okay, everyone, and we will pause for a 10-minute break. Finally, we skipped the previous one, and I guess all of us, we need to stretch our backs, grab ourselves a cup of coffee, maybe eat some kind of sandwich, because it's getting intense. Lots of interesting topics, lots of information. So let's pause, breathe out, stretch our backs, and we will be back with our next moderator and with our next block of speakers. And thank you for having me as your host. It was my pleasure. Paul is out. Goodbye.
And hi, hello everyone again. Before we'll proceed with our next speaker, I would like to make a small announcement about our upcoming event. So, if you are interested in the world of blockchain technology, you would definitely want to check out our Blockchain Tech Summit 2021. Industry top experts will join us to talk about the future of the domain and will share real life cases for this amazing tech. If you are interested in switching to blockchain development, don't miss your chance to get 2 tickets for the price of one. To get this deal, go to the link in the chat or scan the QR code which you can see on the screen right now. So don't miss a chance and register. And right now, we are already ready to welcome our next speaker, Nicola Strina. Hi, Nicola.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
How are you today?
Yeah, I'm very good. I'm excited.
Oh, so tell us what you're going to talk about right now.
So I've been a game developer for almost 10 years. And I think I did a lot of mistakes, especially at the beginning of my career. So I'm gonna talk about them, basically, what I did wrong. I'm gonna share with all of you, and hopefully, I don't know, probably gonna make the same mistakes I did. I don't know, but hopefully it's gonna.
Well, this sounds exciting. So I'll just give the floor to you. I'll just add your presentation to the stream. And awesome. Good luck. See you soon.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, as I was saying, mistakes have been made. What almost 10 years of game development had taught me. So, who is this guy talking? Hi, I'm Nicola Strina. Nicola is a male name in Italy, so I go by he, him. And I'm also this guy. As you can see, I got destroyed by life after 1 week of development and had to present a demo in an event. This is basically the story of my life. So I started in the industry in 2013, officially with my first company, but I've been making video games for slightly longer than that. I worked on several indie projects. And during my career, I already opened and closed my first company. They say that failing is part of the process and it's a great learning opportunity. So I closed one. So I guess I learned something from it. And today I'm working with Playthrough Games. I'm in London and we're making our first commercial title, Great Force, Mask of the Goddess. So just a few words about it. Great Force is a fast-paced 2D action RPG in which characters move and fight in grid-based arenas. We can say that it's basically a queer Mega Man Battle Network meets Fire Emblem with a deep story of youth, growth, and loss where every decision counts. After a few delays, the game seems to be set to be released in early 2022 on Steam and consoles. And so we're on Steam. If you want to leave a wish list, that would be awesome. All right, let's start and look at this graph. Okay, so actually, before I start, I'm going to tell you there's going to be a bit of millennials humor, so just bear with me. This graph is the Dunning-Kruger effect curve. If you know what it is, basically, this curve shows a bias, right? A bias on what a person thinks their abilities are. And at the beginning, when this person doesn't have much of abilities, they tend to overestimate their own. While if they have much more abilities, they tend to underestimate. So basically what happens, especially at the beginning of a career in game development, you start learning all those new tools, right? Unity, Unreal, Photoshop, whatever. And you feel like you're learning a lot. So you feel like very soon you're ready to make a big step in something that is actually much, much bigger than what you actually can tackle, basically. And so that's where most of the mistakes start coming in. There's a lot of hidden work, especially at the beginning, but also later on anyway. So some problems have started coming up, like you're going to start dropping projects maybe, or do some things that it's better to avoid. So how I want to make this talk? It's going to be a little bit interactive. I want to challenge your intuition. So I'm going to say a sentence first, and I want you guys to think if it's a positive or negative action. Don't need to write in the chat. No social anxiety here. Just think in your mind and see if it's a yes or no, and if your answer like aligns with mine. And then if it doesn't, it's fine. We have a Q&A session later. You can ask me questions, and we can have also a debate on what I'm going to say if you don't agree, maybe. So if you're ready, let's start. Okay, should you start with your dream project first? Okay, let's think about this. Okay, you're making your first video game. That's awesome. You start making video games because you had this amazing idea in your head. Should you start with this idea? Okay, so for me, absolutely not. Like, just leave that amazing idea aside. Okay, write it down on a piece of paper and leave it aside. Start very small, actually. Start super small. Why? Because you need to learn the full development process. So the goal is to start and finish a project. And chances are that's not going to happen with your first project, but try. And if you start small and if you keep it simple, the famous KISS rule, well, that's a good thing to do. Unfortunately, I started with my dream project first, and of course I dropped it after a while because I was doing Skyrim 2.0 basically with 3 people that never opened Unity before. That's impossible. Okay. Another suggestion is to start on mobile. The reason is because the entry barrier is quite low. Especially, I would say, start making hyper-casual games. Whether you like them or not, that doesn't matter. You need to learn the tools of the industry. You need to learn how the whole process works. And also, hyper-casual games, I think they're awesome to prototype, to test your game design ideas. And also, why not try to release what you just created on itch.io and Play Store, so you complete the whole cycle, right? From idea to development to release. This is something that's going to be helpful in the future. And as a last tip, if you don't want to work on your idea, or if it's better if you cannot. So you can either take your idea and reduce it and compress it and make it something that is very, very small. Otherwise, try to take a few different game genres and try to put them together to create something new and unexpected. An example of that, I know it's very extreme, but if you think about Rocket League, they decided to take cars and football or soccer, wherever. It depends where you are in the world. And they put them together, they create this amazing game. So try to do the same and let's see what it comes up. It can be something very, very unexpected and very fun to play. So force yourself to complete a project. What do you think? Should you do it like you're doing this out of passion? If you probably don't like it anymore, you should probably drop it, right? I mean, no, you probably should force yourself to complete a project. But actually, sorry, this was a tricky one. I mean, also no, and I'm gonna see why. So at the beginning, yeah, probably it's a good idea to force yourself to complete a project. That's mainly to building responsibility, right? That's quite important. But at the end, you need to be data driven. The best way to do it is with my favorite sentence in the industry: prototype fast, kill faster. I love this one. Because it means that you're going to create a lot of little prototypes and you're going to test them in the market. Okay, you're going to see how the market reacts with your game idea, basically. If the market reaction is good, well, then you can take this prototype and make it into a full scope project to be released. Because imagine spending 3 years on a game that then at the end no one wants. That's quite bad. You don't want to do that. A few tips to make prototypes. When prototyping, focus on the game feel and loop only. So that means leave aside amazing graphics, fantastic music, VFX, explosions, whatever. No, focus on what makes the game feeling great on a gamepad. That's it, and the loop of the game. And try to don't reinvent the wheel. Like, you can literally, if you want, steal code from internet. I know it sounds bad, but remember, it's a prototype. You're not selling it, so you're not doing anything sketchy. But if you're thinking of a cool mechanic, chances are that someone already did it. So you can really Google it, and you're going to find it implemented in your game. Basically, what you're doing in this phase is playing with Lego pieces, putting them together, and see what comes up, if it's fun. And also ask yourself, is it fun to play with cubes and spheres? Like, try to use primitives. Don't put together amazing graphic, right? If it's fun to play with that, well, then when you put together the graphic on top of that and the music and VFX and blah, 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 it's going to be super awesome. All right. Another sentence. Don't tell anyone. They may steal your idea. What do you think of this? Well, I think nope. Tell everyone. So in 2010, the movie The Social Network was released. And I think it created the social network syndrome, as I call it. So everyone thinks they have the best idea, and everyone thinks that if they tell, a random Mark Zuckerberg is going to come, take the idea, and make $1 billion project out of it. Now, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Actually, as we did with the prototype before, you need to show it to everyone, test it in market, and collect valuable feedback. So yeah, show it to everyone, everywhere. Ask for honest feedback, and remember that unfortunately, friends and family don't count as feedback because they are all very nice to you. So it doesn't work that way. You need brutal feedback, right? Remember, bad feedback is good feedback only if it's actionable. So if someone comes there and say, "Hey, your game is shit, bye," well, that doesn't count. They need to say something like, "Hey, your game is shit because the double jump doesn't feel great. That button is blue. I don't know." Well, in that case, yeah, you can remove the mean part, right? And you can try to see what's the actual message that the person was trying to convey. And finally, try to don't be like a flag. What do I mean by that? So flags move depending where the wind blows, right? And it can happen that you receive some very different feedbacks all around. So, hey, that button should be blue. No, that button should be red. What do you do? Do you keep changing the color of the button? Well, you are the game director at the end, so you need to take the final decision. And try also to maybe the problem is not the color of the button. Maybe the problem is the button itself, So you should really try to look at the big picture. You have the vision of the game, and you know what's best for the game. Make a game that you don't have the skills to make. You will learn with time. What do you think about that? I personally think yes. Okay, that's actually me. And I think it's another mistake. No, it's no. Like, I like learning new stuff. This is Nicola Strina talking, but as a professional, I should say no. And let's see why. You should really build the game around your skills, okay, around your persona. And let's take a look at two examples that I think they're doing that pretty well. The first one is Baba Is You, and the second is Way to the Woods. Okay, so Baba Is You is a super clever game. Like, it's they're both developed by solo developers, and you really see that the developer of Baba Is You is a great game designer. This game is amazing. The puzzles are fantastic, and he decided to focus the whole development into making amazing puzzle levels. On the graphic side, the graphic is super cute. I cannot really say anything, but on the other side, you cannot even say that it's a AAA kind of graphic, right? But that's not even the scope of the game. The game is all built around the amazing puzzles. On the other side, instead, we have the developer of Way to the Woods that is making this game that looks stunning. I don't know how it plays, but it's beautiful. The developer said, hey, I know how the colors work. I know how to make 3D art, animation, color composition, image framing, etc. And so I decided to make a game around those skills that the developer has. Again, I didn't play it. I would like to play it, so please release it at some point. Thank you. But yeah, those are the two skills that those two developers had, and they decided to make those two games. So don't go outside your expertise area and focus on developing your main skill. So this is kind of similar to the one that we just saw. Okay, you're amazing 3D artist. Should you should you focus on that? Well, the answer is okay. That was another tricky one. Sorry. If you say yes or no, it was the correct answer anyway. The point is, it depends on what you want to do. If you work on an indie team, you're gonna be a factotum anyway. You're gonna be requested to wear different hats. So if you're an amazing 3D artist, you probably should learn a bit of 2D, probably a bit of coding, maybe music. But something that is definitely important is to try to learn the language of your colleagues. Let's take the programmers, right? The coders and the artists. They literally speak two different languages. But it's quite important that they start understanding each other's, right? The programmers should ask themselves why the artists, save their files in a JPEG instead of a PNG or whatever. While the artist should know that an image is open in that way and read in that way in RAM or something like that. So the people in a team should really start communicating, and to do that, start learning the tool. If you're a programmer, open Photoshop every once in a while. Watch a YouTube video, a YouTube tutorial about how image composition works. That's going to be super helpful by working with your team. All right. Focus on development and leave marketing to a publisher or an agency. All right. Okay. We don't like marketing. It's hard. I just want to make games, right? Okay. I'm gonna leave Michael answer for me. No, God, no, please, no. You need to do marketing. There's no escape from that, right? You need to start building your community early. And unfortunately, not liking marketing is not an excuse. Imagine you're making the most beautiful game, the most amazing game, but no one knows about it. Is that useful? Are you making this game for yourself? If you're doing that, that's okay. But I guess you want to also make money out of it. That's just a thought. And you should really start early, very, very early. Also because it's quite hard to do. So chances are that you're going to make some mistakes and you're going to learn with time. So the earlier you start, the better it is. Do like this, write a piece of code, send a tweet. You create a little concept, put it on Reddit and Imgur and see what's the response. That's the best way to do it. And a source that for me was very helpful is howtomarketagame.com. Chris, again, behind this is awesome. He did so many blog posts, very useful. So if you don't know this website, just write it down. Go check it out. It's very good. All right. Study the market. Look for competitors and play games. Yeah, let's do this. Imagine which other industry is telling you, hey, to be better at building a house, you need to play games. That doesn't exist. That's the best thing, right? You need to know the market, of course. You need to do your own market research, and you need to check for your competitors what they're doing in any moment and know their numbers, okay? So you can compare them with yours. To do that, there are many resources around. SteamDB and Steam Spy are quite good to get some numbers, some data. Also, of course, you're literally a Google research away from any answer you want. To be honest, you can find many other resources. I'm focusing on Steam right now, but if your focus is on mobile, there are many other platforms there. And also events like this one, of course, are very useful. But I would really recommend to check the GDC YouTube channel. It's a goldmine, really, of information. Don't plan it, just do it. Just do it, like the famous slogan. Should we follow the Nike slogan? All right. So for me, absolutely no. Like, planning is so essential. At the beginning of my career, we didn't know about that, of course. So we were just making stuff. What are we doing today? I'm making an image and I'm writing a piece of code like that. Okay, I'm not saying you should do a Scrum Master, but tools like Scrum are definitely like industry standard, right? So you should start learning how the industry works. You should definitely start planning your game development process. If you don't know how to do it, just a little tip at the beginning. Try to set realistic objectives, realistic goals, and start collecting data about yourself. Let's say you're writing a piece of code. Imagine I'm going to take 4 hours to do that. And then at the end of the day, there are so many problems, so many things happening, and it's going to take 18 hours to finish, right? But that's good data. That's very good. Now you have a data point that you can use for next time you need to do an evaluation. Continue doing that. You're going to build a library of data about yourself or about your team that you can really use to plan your next move. In terms of tools in the industry, Trello, Hack and Plan, and Monday.com are all pretty good. The first two are for free as well. Okay, so open a Steam developer account, even if the game is not ready. What do you think? Yes. Okay. So this is something that I didn't do for quite a long time. And when I did it, I was like, why? Why? Just simply why? As soon as you start making video games, just open a Steam account, like immediately. You need to familiarize yourself with how a store works, right? A store works. And you need to learn the tools. Especially the Steam one is a little bit convoluted, complicated at the beginning. So take your time, study it, see how it works, see how all the tools the Steam offers you work, and you can also use them for your marketing push, for example, which is very good. And yeah, that's just a lot to learn. And you're probably going to make some mistakes also in that phase. You probably are going to push a build in the wrong depot, or I don't know, releasing your game too early because you forgot to change the release date or stuff like that. So it's better to do it with your first project than with your full scope commercial game. And why not? Like, try to launch a demo first. Launching a demo is like a small release, so you can really see how the whole process behind works. So you need to, you need to complete your Steam page with all the GIFs and trailers and screenshots and the thumbnail and the text and everything. You need to make sure that everything works correctly, and Steam is going to approve it. So that's the part where you can do a lot of mistakes and learn. And then when you launch the demo, it's like a mini release. So you have time to learn how the whole process works. And then when you need to actually release the game, well, that's better. You're already prepared. You're already much more confident. Hey. So, if you don't like what you're doing anymore, just drop it. I mean, right? We're making this because we're driven by passion, first of all. Okay. So, if you wake up in the morning and say, "Oh, why am I doing this?" Should you continue? Okay. No means yes. You should continue. Absolutely. Don't drop anything. the point is that this happened to me. When you make a video game, there are a lot of highs and lows in your mood, right? And anything can put you down. It can be that you're showing your game to a publisher and you receive a no. It can be that, some people were very mean to you on Reddit, specifically because on Reddit, everyone is quite mean for some reasons. And and you can really feel down. You can really feel like, what are you doing with your life and with this project? Like, no one likes it, right? First of all, it's normal to feel like this. I'm pretty sure that people like Kojima felt like this at least once in their life. That's totally normal. Also, remember, don't take any decision when you're like this. Like, don't do it. And unfortunately, I did it. We were working on a beautiful project quite a few years back in my previous company. And I think we dropped a project because we felt like people didn't like it. And people were like 3 publishers out of, I don't know how many there are out there, 150, something like that. And also, we did all the first steps. So the prototype was good. Like, the data was there, all right? So that was definitely a mistake. What I suggested you do is to step back, maybe write what you want to do with this project in a piece of paper and leave it aside. Go for a walk, take a few days if you need, but don't take decisions, right? And remember, be data-driven. So if you see that the prototype worked, if you see that the feedback from your community is good, etc., like that, the data is there. Just continue doing what you're doing. You're doing it right. And then when you go back to your high mood, well, let's see if the feeling is still there. Well, then you can take a proper decision. But just don't do it when you're in your lows. All right. In conclusion, yes, you're going to do some mistakes. Unfortunately, game development is hard. It's hard, man. So mistakes are gonna happen. I'm doing it right now, like almost what's 10 years right now, and I'm still doing mistakes. The learning curve is still there, and it's gonna be there in 10 years, in 20. It's like this. Just learn at your own pace. Don't rush it. It's a fantastic environment, and I love what I'm doing like every day. Right, just take your time to learn. But most importantly, the industry is full of amazing people. So don't be afraid to ask. Indeed, we're going to have a Q&A session quite soon. So just drop your questions there, and let's get in touch if you want. I'm on Twitter. Well, I'm not so much on Twitter, but you can send me an email, nicola.strina@playtra.com, and we can talk. I'm also on LinkedIn, everywhere. So yeah, just ask away. And thank you very much.
Hi, Nicola. Thank you so much. That was amazing. Sorry, I was 1 minute late, so I missed the beginning of your talk.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So where can people connect with you if they want to follow up?
Definitely my email is the best way to connect with me, or LinkedIn. You can go on LinkedIn. Nicola Strina, anyway. Or my email is nicola.strina@playtra.com. I think I can I send it in chat?
I think you can send it in chat, yeah.
Okay.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. But we'll be seeing you again, won't we, for the Q&A shortly. So I think we are actually a couple of minutes early. So I can see Alan is in the room. He's entered the chat. So Nicola, thank you so much. We will let you go off stage. And Alan, if you're ready, would you like to go on early? What event has ever managed to run early? So everyone, this is Alan from Twin Drums. Alan Cudiccio. Would you like to? Oh, hello, Alan.
Hi. Yes, Alan. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Well, thank you so much for joining us at Geeky. And yeah, if you are happy to start 3 minutes early, it means we get more Q&A time.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for having me. By the way, is my screen being shared?
I can't see your screen right now, but I can see it. Oh, here we go. Add to the stream. There we go.
Awesome. Oh, perfect.
Hey, Alan. See you later.
Cool. Thank you. So, hi, everyone. I'll be speaking about building an indie studio and an indie game. And my name is Alan Kudicho. So, who am I? I am African European, Ghanaian and Italian, currently based in Berlin, Germany. And a couple of years ago, I started an indie development studio called Twin Drums, which is partially based in Berlin, but mostly remote all around Europe and Africa. So the game we're working on is called the Ouagadougou Chronicles, and it's quite peculiar because it's the first Afro-fantasy MMORPG out there. It's mostly an isometric view game, and it's really about interacting with other people, very sandboxy, creating your own stories, and of course, everything is set in this mythological African-inspired world, which is very unique. I'm looking forward to see you play soon. This is just an example of how players interact. These are like two characters from the world, horned people called Swala, and they're chatting with each other. And most interaction in game are going to be in character. So we're creating a space for players to role play the characters, to kind of act out who they are. So how did we get there? The game is not released yet, but we're on our way. And we had a successful Kickstarter last year, which was really great to validate the concept and to raise a good amount of money. We almost raised $200,000. And then we had Riot Games, the developer of League of Legends, supporting us as well. And kind of these two things, in addition with fresh news, funding from the German government that was confirmed just recently. So yay. And all of these elements together basically supporting the studio for the next 2 years till the release of the game, which is going to be in 2023. So today I'm going to talk a bit about challenges, kind of tips, reflections. It's very open. I'm looking forward to the Q&A afterwards, but it's a bit food for thought to kind of initiate a conversation. Because as you can imagine, starting a studio, working on an indie MMO have challenges. They're not the easiest things, exciting challenges. So the first thing I want to mention is that I think you should really think, if you are traveling such a journey, about two things. So one is the product, the other one is the company, and they're kind of both products in some way. So some founders focus on the company. And so they say, you know what, we have a bunch of ideas for products. Maybe we don't even have a specific game in mind, but we want to make a company that's going to be like this and this, X amount of people with this focus, production style and everything. And we're going to iterate until we find the right idea, the right game. And then there's some other teams or founders that say, forget about the team is all about the product. We want to make this game. This game is going to be great. And people around it, the production team is just kind of a tool to get to the game. And I will say straight away, if you really have to pick one of the two, focusing on building a company is more of a long-term, like a more sustainable idea. But then you don't have to. Like in my case, for Twin Drums and the Ouagadougou Chronicles, the two things came together. So kind of the product was kind of built and birthed together with the company, sort of as a double vision. And that worked really well for us. A thing that's really important as well that I want to mention at the beginning is how ideas must always be researched. So ideas are great. You do need some good ideas. I know there's a lot of talks around ideas are worthless. That's not true. You do need to have a good idea, to get somewhere in the gaming industry. But you need to do a lot of research as well. And ideally, you want to combine the two things. Have good ideas and research them as well. And all of these elements, the product, the company, the ideas, the research around them, lead to what I would call very unoriginally the vision. I think vision is so important. So that's why I want to mention it specifically with one slide. And so speaking about vision, the vision for the Ouagadougou Chronicles was basically two things. So one on the left, bringing role-playing interaction online into an online space. So, you're probably familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, people sitting around the table, 4 to 6, 8 people acting out the characters, kind of the original role-playing when you're actually playing the role, which is a bit like you can draw a straight line from make-believe games when you're a child, playing, like a barber or whatever you're role-playing, to Dungeons and Dragons as an adult, up to your 30s, like me, or 40s, playing the game. And I think this is just something that people love, but there aren't enough spaces online, especially online video games, to express yourself in this way. Then the other thing, or the other element, the pillar of the vision on the right, is a fantasy inspiration as not just the usual Eurocentric fantasy, and specifically an African-inspired fantasy. So I had these ideas, so I have to say they started from passion, as you can tell. So that's something too very important. Like in my case, I've been running role-playing D&D games for 20 years. It's one of my main hobbies. I love it. I think it's awesome. I've been doing this on MMORPGs as well. You might be familiar with Ultima Online. I used to run a whole server with people who are role-playing online. So there's definitely a lot of passion. I think passion, it's very important because you're going to be putting a lot of sweat and blood into the project of a startup and a new game, so you should be passionate. But then, as you have this idea you're passionate about, as I said, you do need to do research as well. And in my case, for the role-playing element, I did notice that there was a trend online of people role-playing in video games. If you look at GTA Online, massive community of role players, people who act out their characters, and there's this whole kind of police and riots and so on, like really cool role play going on, like a big theater basically happening in GTA servers. And then you look at Dungeons and Dragons as well, and you see there's a massive growth. It is the last 10 years, like Google Trends charts, there's a growth in people interested in role playing, the traditional one as well. But doing it in video games as well, as you see in GTA and other games if you do more research. So there is a market. So that's why research is really important. Like there is a passion, of course, I'm very passionate, but there is a market as well. So that's why I recommend both. And on the element of African-inspired fantasy, of course, there's a passion I have for fantasy in general. Like I read The Lord of the Rings in my teens, and my mind was blown away. Awesome. And I used to love doing world building. I've been doing it since I was a teenager. And I love Africa because I'm half Ghanaian myself. I've lived there. So of course, there is like lots of love. But then looking at the research element, there is a trend out there. So a few years ago, if you had told me, like superhero movie, African-inspired, Wakanda, everybody's black, I would have been like, no way, that's not going to happen. And then it did, So, and people loved it. And millions and millions of people spent money to watch it. And if you look at the books, for instance, writing, they are quite ahead. There's a lot of not just science fiction, but pure African-inspired fantasy. There's some really good titles I'm showing there, both from African and African-American writers, African Europeans. There's really a trend happening there. So again, market niche, the research is market research. There's some potential there. So you need an idea and a passion, but again, like research to back it and to see if it makes sense to actually invest and make a project and a company out of it. For the company itself, it's really interesting too, because there was, a vision of creating a company that was very flexible. This was like 2 years ago, so before the pandemic, working from home. So this was one of the pillars that I had in mind. Is like, I want this to be a place where people can work from other countries, can work at home if they want to stay close to the family, for some reason want to work from home. We do have a tiny office as well, but it's flexible. And connected to this as well is diversity. I wanted this to be a place where people from all walks of life can, be part of this team. So of course, I wanted other people like me, of color and queer folks to be in, but all sorts of folks from everywhere. And so the two things combine very well, this flexibility and diversity. And I'll dare say as well, love for production organization, because if you want these things to work, especially the remote and flexible work, you need to be organized. So these are all elements that fed into the vision. And if you look at the research element, who would have known? But after this massive experiment of the pandemic, we know that people can work from home, and that this is a very healthy way for many people to work, a very productive way as well. Not for everybody, but for many people. And so from this research, Twin Drums was born, and I'm happy it was validated too in the last period. So this was, I think, was a good example too of how do the research in advance pays off, because there's already results. Like the fact of creating this company remotely and so structured so that things could work without sitting together in one place already paid off in the short term. And hopefully the game research as well. I mean, it's already started, but will pay off even more as we keep on releasing versions of the game. So I'll jump into a bunch of tips based on these experiences. They're kind of loose, but again, sharing my experiences, my thoughts based on my sweat and blood, and then we can go to Q&A as well. So one thing I found super useful while coming up with the process of building a company and coming up with a new game has been networking. It's so important. Like really, I cannot understate how important it is. So pre-pandemic, I was going to basically every gaming event I could go to, either for gamers or game developers, getting to know people. And going to game jams. Game jams super useful to meet people, potentially people you could work with as well, but just to meet people in general. And the thing is, you don't realize how useful connections are until they are very useful. So you just don't know what you don't know. So I can really recommend it. And even if you're shy and introvert, there are ways to network as an introvert. So, and there's literally like some cool YouTube videos about it and tips online. So have a look. And I'd say see networking a bit as a job as well. I mean, if you see it as like something, just a passion, you're like, oh no, I'm an introvert, or I don't have time for this. But if you see it as a task, as a job, something, an investment for your company and for the project, then I think you're in a better space as well to do it, and eventually to have fun with it, because it becomes fun once you kind of master it a bit. So that's definitely a tip I have. Another tip I have, specifically, I kind of hinted at it already, but think about production for the game and for the company. Like when coming up with the Wagadu Chronicles and how Twin Drums as a company would look like, one of the first things I discussed with some of the first team members was like, what's our production style? Like, yes, we have for the game, we're thinking about art style and what, as an MMORPG, what's the design style? Is it going to be sandbox, and so on? But how about behind the scenes, behind the curtains? What's the production style? And I have some studies in business as well. So I kind of, a long time ago, had to deal with this more from a theoretical point of view. But I think that's great because I've noticed some people in the industry, like really awesome, way more clever people than me, don't think about production and management, and that's a pity because then it's really important. It pays off, and it's an issue if you don't deal with it early. So the earlier the better. And in our case, we realized that we wanted to have good planning. We wanted to have constant builds. So internally, we create versions of the game that we can play internally, and kind of we look at our plan and update it often. So a bunch of things which really made our life much easier down the line and kind of really helped to the current degree of success where we're now as a kind of fledgling studio, which is funded and heading steadily towards the release of the game. Mentors. So I think I want to give kind of my personal view on this, because I think at the beginning I heard a lot of tips of like, you should get a mentor. And I found it a bit overwhelming. It's like, who's going to be my, it felt like dating. I have to pick a mentor, and it's like, but how do I know I'm picking the right mentor? And who is this mentor going to be? And it's like, there isn't a Tinder for mentors. It's just like, how do I find a mentor? So that was really almost stressful in some way. I knew it was very useful. I've heard a lot about it. But then I realized that this person doesn't need to be one person. You can have mentors, as you can see there's an S. And that worked really well for me. So I realized, especially as a CEO, still game designer and admin and people manager and biz dev fundraiser, and networker, and all the things you end up doing as a CEO of a small startup, actually having different mentors in different fields was much better for me as a way to approach this, and super useful. And I still have, I'm in touch with some of these folks. Some are more useful in specific phases, some throughout the whole journey, some just now. And I can really recommend, think about people for specific tasks, get in touch with them and create, and be frank about it. I'm looking for a mentor. I want to learn. I know you're awesome, and can you help me? Can you find some time for me? It's like, you'll be surprised by how people want to help. And I think one really awesome thing that starts happening is that you yourself kind of karma, start mentoring a bit, giving tips. At the beginning, you'll be like, wait, but I don't know anything. Like, I just started. But you realize that this just started includes so many things, you overcame so many challenges, that you'll end up being able to already give some tips and maybe mentor someone already. And I think it's beautiful, this kind of circle of people supporting each other. We should be doing more of it. Then a very game-specific one, monetization and live ops. So again, a lot of people in the industry, us creative folks, we don't like to think about money. In some ways, good, because we want to create awesome products that people love to play, and not just money-grabbing machines. But the thing is, like, you do have a company to think about. You have salaries that you want to pay for yourself and for others. So it's really important to think, where is the money coming from? And that's why the market research I mentioned before is really important. So again, research is really, really crucial. And how you're going to monetize. So, is the game going to be premium, free to play? What other references are out there? And I'm just mentioning this because I know I've spoken with people who don't really think about this or think about it late. But to be honest, I think the best monetizations to really match, they really fit the game. It's not something tacked upon that feels aggressive or invasive. It's just something kind of natural. And you can do good monetization. So the earlier you think about it, the better. It just fits. It's not invasive. It's kind of adds some value to the player. If it's premium, what's the price tag? And having an idea about this might help you as well. Make a budget. Realize if you can pay for the team and the whole development cost based on the end goal of the price tag and how many copies you're going to sell and so on. You should think about it. So, and there's awesome material out there to do this research. Then this is a bit of a kind of very broad one, but I think you have to really balance being humble and being confident. And it's a very tricky one. There's no silver bullet for this. But it's just important to keep on negotiating and thinking about this with yourself. So, you need confidence because people are, you, especially as a solo founder, as it was in my case, people are following you, they're relying on you. The morale depends on you as well. So you need to be there. You need to be energetic. You need to have, you need to be confident about your plans to make sure that you believe in your own plans. But at the same time, you don't want to kind of shift to hubris and just become arrogant and stop learning. So you need to be humble as well. And you can do it. And I think it's wonderful when you find that balance. And I see personally as a constant negotiation. You're constantly trying to find the right balance. Often you get it right, sometimes you don't. And being humble, I can make some examples. For instance, when I started the company, one of the first team members, the tech director, suggested to go for a 4 days week because he believed that would better match the vision of the company of being like a flexible, remote space, very inclusive for all sorts of people, very diverse, and working 4 days rather than 5 days a week. So from Monday to Thursday would make it easier for all sorts of people to join. And he was speaking for himself as well, as a parent of two lovely girls, and he wants to be part of their life and spend more time with them and be more flexible with supporting with his partner the parenting of the kids. And my first gut instinct reaction was like, wow, I mean, we're a startup, we have so much to do, and we're going to work 1 day less. I've never done that before. I never worked 4 days a week. So, but luckily I kind of had the humility to just say, you know what, let's try. I did some research. Again, research is important. I opened my mind and said, let's do it. And we tried it as an experiment. And to be honest, productivity is super high. The team has been growing greatly. There's no way I'm going back to working 5 days a week. It's just super, super, super good. And even the 5 days, even a bit of a buffer, like Friday, sometimes, as a CEO, there's so much to do, I'm a bit late. I'm not going into the full weekend. I'm just maybe doing a half a day on a Friday. So even for me as a CEO, it's been extremely useful to have this additional day of weekend, which sometimes is a bit of a buffer because, hey, startups, you have to be realistic. Even if I do the best I can to protect my time and to have a good work-life balance. Sometimes you have slight issues with your timeline, and having this 4 days week has been super useful for the team as well to deal with potential burnouts, to avoid them. Awesome. Sick leaves are super low. I think that's one of the reasons as well. So it worked for us. But again, you have to be humble and be open to learn things and to challenge your assumptions. while being confident. And then another one kind of related to is like innovation and tradition. What I mentioned before is kind of like, dealing with innovation within your company and company structures and production. But I'm thinking about the game as well in this case. Like, I think when you're coming up with a game as a startup, especially for your first game, you want to, I'll be frank, like you want to make sure that there's a lot of tradition. There's a lot of things that are like certain, that are confirmed, that are kind of tested already in your product. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean you have to make a clone of another game. That's not what the Wagadu Chronicles is at all, if you just look at the game. And I don't think what you should be doing either. But thinking about having a solid foundation of things that work. If you look at the mechanics of the Wagadu Chronicles, like the skill system, the cluster skill system, the crafting, the gathering, fishing, the traveling, even combat, like there's a lot of, most of the elements, or foundational elements exist out there. Some game did it. But a lot of the Wagadu Chronicles, and what I recommend for your game as well, is like combining things in a slightly different way, and then adding, some people say it's a 20% of innovation, of something new. So for us, of course, the setting is a very new thing. It already trickles down into so many things because all of the crafting items and so on are different. Many of the mechanics kind of naturally shift because you have new elements due to the lore, like spirits and ancestors and so on. The way magic works is a bit different because you have ancestral magic and juju and spirits and so on. But then even mechanics-wise, our combat, for instance, is like a turn-based combat. But it's a multiplayer turn-based combat. So we're mostly using all of the super ancient learnings of like the last decades of turn-based combat, from like board games all the way to video games for the 80s, basically, and then adding the innovation of making it like a snappy, simultaneous multiplayer. So basically, everybody picks their movement in a movement phase, and everybody picks an action phase, and a trigger roughly at the same time. And this is the innovation. But all the powers, the action point system, the hex map and everything, those are already traditional things that we know about, the AIs of enemies, there's lots of references out there. So it's a balance. So there's some innovation, and that would be my tip, especially for the first game. Don't try and reinvent the wheel on everything, because you need to anchor yourself to something. You need some safety, some stability, and you'll make your life too hard. And you do want to end up being profitable. If this is just a super creative game for yourself, you're not worried about money, and it's just like a pure indie artistic experience, an expression, cool. But otherwise, yes, then do think about balancing out these two elements. And then another thing that I want to mention is that do think about worst case scenario. This is actually a tip I've heard around a bit, and I really strongly believe about this. Like I have found myself thinking like, what if there's not enough funding? What do we do? What if this innovation we're putting in the game doesn't work? If it's really bad when we play in our next build, this innovation we're adding is just bad. What do we do? Do we revert to another more traditional mechanics? Or money? What do we do? Like, do we, reduce our salaries? Do we not like what? So thinking about worst case scenarios, and for the money scenario, I've thought about it so many times and so much that I had like basically plan A, B, C, D before getting to reducing salaries. There were so many things. And for the record, a couple of those plans did fail. So actually it was very useful to think about. I mean, now we're in a good position and quite stable financially, but that wasn't the case a while ago. And so it's really important to think about those scenarios, how to deal with them. And it even helps you psychologically because you are, it's kind of like facing your demons. Like some people actually watch horror because it says it helps them with like dealing with anxiety and so on. I don't. Maybe I should. But yeah, so that's my horror is like thinking about worst case scenarios for my startup. So that's my horror movies in my head. And then I think kind of last but not least, take care of yourself. Like I have mentioned, trying to, as a CEO of a small, very busy company working on a very big game, an indie MMO, really working hard to keep my work-life balance. Yes, I work a bit more than if I were in like just a cozy, large, well-managed organization. But I've been able to avoid burnout. And I feel I'm not in any way close to it because I've been really taking care of myself. And I think it comes from a place of experience or having gone through things in the gaming industry in the past. And when I started the company, part of the vision too was like sustainable. I wanted this to be a sustainable experience. And I recommend to you, even if you're super early 20s, as I'm not, and you're starting your company super early, kudos and congrats, first of all, if you're doing it, and you don't have a lot of experience with like burnout or like, not, you feel you're super energetic and young, still please take care of yourself, because in the end, you're going for this is a marathon, not a sprint. You want it to be a sustainable long-term thing. If you start in your early 20s, maybe you could still be working in your company in your 40s, make it sustainable, make it something people can join and stay there. Let's make this industry friendly, welcoming, loving, cuddly, a place where people want to stay and make beautiful products and fun games and not leave after 5 years because, they want to spend time with the family and they can't, or because they burn out. So, and we startups, like we're the beginning of this, even if we have excuses because we're struggling, we're struggling with money and we have timelines, but you can still do it. Just chop away 1 or 2 features, which you'd end up probably removing anyways or not doing. So just remove them and focus on, making things healthy and polished and take care of yourself. And that's kind of my last tip. You can find more information on the Wagado Chronicles and on Twin Drums on Twitter or LinkedIn. We're very active on social media. So this is the handles for Twitter, Wagado Chronicles. I'm Alan Kudicho. You can find me there as well. Thank you so much for listening so far. I hope these tips were useful, and you'll find me at the Q&A as well. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Alan. That was amazing. 2 fantastic talks there. Thank you. So, Nicola, if you are, I can see you down there. Would you like to enter the stream, and we can get started with the Q&A? Thank you guys so much, both of you. Those were amazing. Some really actionable tips in there, which I'm a big fan of. I'm not a fan of wishy-washy advice. I want action. So no, that was really, really
I'm glad.
Great.
Thank you.
So question-wise, we've got a couple of questions. So if you weren't doing your role, what would you be doing?
So if I weren't a CEO game designer now, what would I be doing? I think writing and drawing. Like I have this book that I started before the startup, and I got I think I was 25,000 words into it around the quarter. And then now, because of the startup and the game, I had some very wishful thinking dreams of I'll manage to do once a week, write a bit, but no. So my science fiction book is sitting there, and I think at some point in future, I will work on it.
I love that. Still very in keeping with the kind of gaming theme, though.
Yes,
it's very science fiction. No, a true creative.
I'm a creator and geek and nerd. So,
Nicola.
Well, so for me, it's interesting because I'm already doing so many different roles. Because officially, I'm business developer and marketing guy, which is already quite a lot. But I'm also music composer, and then I work also directly in the game, doing some pacing for the story, for example, or putting together some mechanics, etc. So I'm doing so many stuff that I don't really know what else. I'm having a lot of fun because today I'm working in the game. Today I'm making music or sound effects, stuff like that. So I really enjoy what I'm doing, basically.
Amazing. So both such creative people. I feel like the takeaway that I've got there is that you've got to be incredibly creative to work in gaming. Amazing.
Yeah, we have a very good team. We're quite proud. Yeah.
And you both kind of have that common theme, I suppose, of being able to do lots of different things all at once. Because Alan, I mean, you run a business, you're doing loads of different things. You said you'd raised investment recently. Congratulations from the German.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and I want to comment on the creativity. I think I have worked with non-creative gaming people, and they can be awesome as well. So I would say, depending on the task, especially process, very repetitive process-focused tasks, you can have non-creative folks as well. So you're welcome, and even people who are not really into games as well. That's another myth I want to debunk. Even in my current team, we're a small team, but there are some folks who don't really play games, and some in some surprisingly crucial positions in the company that you wouldn't know. So I think it's both. Of course, it helps and it's cool to be creative or love games, but I think it's still work. And if you go there, you do your job properly, and you're a great employee. Why not?
Yeah, totally. Innovation comes from the outside. That's what they say. Okay, so, and what do you think the reason is that you chose this path and that you thought it was right for you, both of you, but we'll start with Nicola, maybe.
Yeah, you mean my role, my specific role?
Yeah.
So when I started like 10 years ago, more or less, I just wanted to join the industry, and I found that like in the company when I started with my friends, like we needed someone that was taking care of like talking to the public. Like everyone was like, I just want to make video games. I don't want to tweet about it, right? So I said, okay, guys, I'm gonna do it, and then so that's why I started like that, and then I started like developing my skills around that. But then as I said before, like I love like the actual game development process, the whole process. So I started learning some other, here and there skills, and that's why I'm able to apply what I'm doing today, like music and marketing and project management as well, etc. So all this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's because I started very early and started studying a lot.
Yeah, Alan, same question.
Yeah, also lots of things I'm listening to. I'm like, yeah, me too. I'll definitely say, I think if I have to kind of pinpoint one thing specifically, I think for me is like lack of representation, specifically in this case, because I must admit, like if you had asked me a few years ago, I would have been like, nah, I don't see myself as a CEO. Like I've actually always seen myself more as like the second in charge, kind of like the Gandalf of the situation, like supporting other people and not me myself, like being too much in the spotlight. But this time I felt like specifically, there's not many people, of African descent or Africans in the industry, and I just wanted to tell this story, like create a world that was, Black inspired and fantasy at the same time, and get other people to play inside it, and we build a team where, like the previous company I was actually a great company, very diverse, but I think there were like 3 Black folks with 300 employees, so we're like 1% of the company. And now, in my team, we're like I think 30 to 40% is Black. So it's like I just wanted to experience this and see what happens, And the team has been consistently 50% or more women, and I've learned so much from as a cisgender man working with women all the time. It really, and people from all sorts of backgrounds, and this is something I wanted to do. So for me, the drivers were specifically this project. So I don't know if all of my life I want to be a CEO and lead, but definitely specifically now, that's something that I wanted to do because of these reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense. An emotional kind of calling in a way. Yeah. No, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay. So next question. This is my favorite one. Tell us the handle of someone in the industry everyone has to follow and why. Could be a Twitter handle, can be an Instagram handle, just someone on social media that everyone watching should follow now because it's important for their industry learnings. You can't say yourself.
Should I go? Are you going? All right.
Yo, I need to think.
Okay. Then I'll say Rami Ismail. He's awesome, and I don't know if is it Rami Ismail or what's the exact handle, but you'll find him if you Google. And he used to be one of the 2 developers at Flambert. Maybe you know some of the indie developer. He's Egyptian Dutch, and he's awesome because he just talks about things that other people don't talk about, like politics in games, or like representation of Arab folks. As an Arab himself, he speaks a lot about this, and other intersectional topics. And he's just a great game developer as well. So it's like I really enjoy checking every day what he's posting. He posts a lot as well, so you'll have enough food for thoughts if you follow him.
That's great.
As soon as you said Rami, I was like, I should have said that.
You say agree, right? He's awesome.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's awesome. I would go with 80 level probably. They're pretty good, posting like everything new about the tech in the industry, and I really enjoy like reading about everything that is coming, that is new, that is coming for the tech. What can I use maybe in the future, and like that. I love like exploring what is going to be. So yeah, 80 level.
That's what's the name again?
Should be 80 level, right?
80 level.
I think I've come across some of the articles. They have really good articles, like blog posts. Right? Yeah.
Like it should be 80 LBL. I don't really remember the.
I'm not testing you, don't worry.
Yeah.
So you're really into like predictions and stuff like that for where the industry is going. That's useful. Yeah. Let's talk about that for a second. So, because everyone watching will be, like they're young, getting into the industry or already in, right, and looking at their career options. They need to know what your predictions are, what your inside knowledge is of where the industry is going. It's going to directly affect them. So give me your best predictions on stuff that will affect them.
Okay.
This does feel like a test.
I have the feeling that especially like social media can drive a lot of innovation in the terms of how you're making and thinking of a game. So, for example, right now I'm seeing a lot of people making games that fit very well the TikTok people, the TikTok clients, let's say, and so. Maybe, well, if you're making a mobile game, making it vertical, it's already something good. But if you're making a PC game, of course, the screen is still horizontal. But how does it look if you zoom in, right? How does it look if you stretch the frame and it can fit in a vertical screen? And I see a lot of people making this type of games that work very well to be promoted on TikTok. So yeah, definitely that's something to keep in mind, I think.
Alan,
I first of all 100% agree on. I was literally recently watching, I think, some stream of New World, this new MMO by Amazon. And they have like some embedded Twitch integrations. So you can literally, like there's some communication, I don't remember the exact feature how it works, but like there's more than just streaming. Like some things happen on Twitch can affect the game and so on. That's just, I think, a great example of how, there's more and more intersectionality. And I agree. But my entry though to this question would be proceduralism. So procedural elements, they've been for a long time confined to the indie world, but the procedural is like when, for those maybe who are not familiar, when you have like this semi-random elements, that's a very way to simplify it, but like code that creates things. So it kind of like fills out blanks and kind of creates these improvised stories based on variables that you put into the code. And this can be done for stories, it can be done for like visuals as well, to create maps, to do all sorts of things. And more games, even AAA, that usually they tended to ignore it in the past and just see it as a cheap indie things to create like this random robotic content. Now it just looks and feels so good that even big companies are doing it as well. And if you do have interest in this skill as a programmer, as a technical artist and so on, I think you'll have a great future. So have a look. Even as a game designer, have a look at procedural content.
Oh, good tip. Oh, loving these. Okay, so we've had a couple of questions through, some more questions through. How do you both forecast indie scene in 5 to 10 years? I feel like, have we just done that? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Well, because if I think about the indie scene 5 to 10 years ago, well, it was quite different. I had the feeling that especially like publishers, I saw like many like indie publisher like starting right there, and they were quite small, and right now they're huge like names in the industry, and I think also there are quite a lot of probably money like pour into some indie games. So the concept of little artistic indie projects, I don't know. Well, they're still gonna exist, but you're gonna see also triple I in this, let's say, coming up even more often. So I had a feeling that there's going to be, well, the indies, because at the end, indie means that they are independent from everything, right? But indie is, I think, is splitting right now. There's going to be indie with a lot of support, creating amazing games with the support of like even financial. And indies that maybe didn't have the support, they're starting, they're creating anyway incredible small ideas that still are going to work and they're more compact. But yeah, that's still going to be around, I think.
Well, indie publishers is awesome, very exciting. And I can say as a startup founder, and super excited to see more of this. And what I'd like to add, I think, is many more remote teams from all over the world. Like the fact what happened in the last year and a half is yes, some companies are going to go back to offices. It's already happening, but I think something has changed for good. Like as I said even during the talk, I remember deciding that we're going to be a remote company 2 years ago, and how kind of, it felt like, oh, because you don't have money, because you cannot afford an office. And now it's like, people are not questioning anymore. They're not, accusing me of being cheap because we're doing this, and actually understanding that there's so many. I have work with people from Lagos, from Spain, from Scandinavia, and all in one team. And apart from time zone issues, like basically it works super smooth. And I think this means that we'll see more teams from all over the world, people who would usually, maybe because of visa reasons or just travel, wouldn't be able to come to the usual hubs like Western Europe and the US. And that's super exciting. So, which means more opportunities for you if you're joining the gaming industry.
Love that. On the topic of funding, sorry, it's just going automatically on to the next question. I want to do this one, which is where's the funding question? Do you have any general advice with regards to acquiring funding? Alan, I think this one's for you.
Okay, so I think this could be like a whole other talk just about that. How do I summarize it in one line? So I'd say, I'm going to repeat again, do a ton of research. Like for instance, the funding from the German government that I mentioned, I literally started, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, kind of grooming it, like going to events where I know they were there, meeting them, asking people, other indie devs who got that funding, how they did it. I kind of was almost obsessed, like, researching what they did, like the project that passed before, like how they applied for it, like starting to understand like what type of projects get approved, like, how to do this, how to write a great application. I ask people to share their applications, so people are very friendly in the industry, especially in the indie world. Like they're often very open to show what they did and how they did it. So just ask a lot. People are friendly and plan ahead, I would say. And same for like Riot Games, who's supporting us financially as well. Like I literally saw an article. I'm not sure if I ever said this on air, so it's the first time I mentioned it, but I literally saw an article, them saying that we have these plans, we want to support this type of creators. I tried to find a way to contact them the following day, and I got a reply a day later. And this turned into them supporting us currently. So be proactive, do research, and ask, because people can be nice and sometimes even give money.
Absolutely. Nicola, any further thoughts? I don't know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree with everything you said. I would say also don't give up. Like people are out there, they're looking for you. You're looking for them. We are just 7 billion in this planet, so just continue looking for them. It's gonna happen at some point for sure.
Next question. So, Nicola, I am looking at you for this one. How can I market my game with zero budget and without debt, knowing that I'm the only developer and that this is my very first commercial game? It's a good question.
Yeah. And it's a question that, especially at the beginning, I asked myself quite a lot. For zero budget means that you're going to need to be probably on social. I think you need a little plan. So is your idea of like, do you want to build a community? If that's the case, maybe you want to find a center where you want the community to be. For example, in our case, is Discord. And then we use all the other platforms to go and gather people. So a nice post on Twitter that it goes viral on Screenshot Saturday, or a nice post on Reddit, a nice post on Imgur. TikTok is doing quite a lot. And then all those people actually, in our case, are going to the Steam page because we really like wish lists. And then on the Steam page, we have a nice banner that say, hey, join our Discord server. And so all the people are coming from all those different places, and then they're joining the Discord server. And to do that, there's really, if it's on zero budget, you just need to put time and create like engaging content. It's going to be hard at the beginning because you don't really know what is an engagement content, how to go viral, and there's not really a science behind. There is kind of, but you need to try, to learn, to make mistakes, to fail, and at some point it's going to happen. As I said before, don't give up. It's going to happen. Just continue doing it. And of course, if you're like, try also to differentiate. So if a kind of post doesn't work, try to understand why and change, and be a bit scientific on your method, let's say. Yeah, that's my general advice.
Good advice. Good advice. Have you got anything to add, Alan? Because I imagine you've also had experience marketing. Ooh.
Yeah, it's you have to, right? Like to give, and I 100% agree with the very wise tips. And additionally, I think specifically in our case, maybe it can be useful to say that what we did too was a lot about, because we spent like till now still €0. That's been our marketing budget, and I think a lot has been around providing useful content, like valuable content. So kind of like informative stuff. And I know other people do this as well. So we identified, okay, African-inspired fantasy, people are curious, let's give them more. So it's like, this is how architecture looks like. This is like, and then another thing that worked really, really well was creating, in our case, the lore of the game. So if we spent a couple of months, very intense months, writing all the lore of the game, then making it compatible to play as a role-playing game, as a board game, and then kind of gave it for free. With some concepts from the artist and everything. At the time, we're bootstrapped, zero money, but this went viral. And we actually got 10,000 people on our newsletter, went viral on Reddit. We got, I think, 1 million impressions on Twitter and thousands of followers. And this was, it really paid off and really helped later on with our Kickstarter, because then we had lots of people who came to the Kickstarter from this freebie that we gave out. It was just like a book. I mean, it was work, but in the end, we could do it on the side. It was kind of useful for the video game as well, because you need the lore, you need the concepts. It was kind of repackaging, a bit of additional work. And again, providing value or freebies always works, or tends to work. So that would be my tip.
Good tip. Quickly, my tip is just on Nicola's point. TikTok is it's got the best algorithm for successfully going viral. So recommend spending time there. Yeah. So okay, we have any tip on maintaining continuum output of work without burning out? Burnout is a big thing. It happens. So how do we avoid it? Who wants to go first?
So in my case, I try to plan ahead. I know that I want to push on Twitter, let's say, or on Reddit, and I just take I don't know, even a couple of hours, even more, to collect some nice screenshots, some nice GIFs from the game. And then especially for like Twitter, I think there are some nice tools that you can schedule what you're doing. So that's it. Well, once you can take a bit of time on Friday, schedule for next week, and then you're good to go, and you don't have to have that pressure to continue tweeting. For other platforms is a bit different. On TikTok, I tend to spend probably a bit more time, because I'm gonna put the voiceover and then blah blah and do some editing. That takes a little bit more time. But try to select your favorite platform and the platform that gives you more result, and try to find a nice balanced process out of that. There are some scheduling tools for pretty much all of them anyway. So yeah.
Alan?
Cool. So I feel like I need to follow your TikTok because I'm curious now and see what I can learn. But definitely a great question. And I think prioritizing, and I know it's very bland as a tip and boring, but prioritization is just super important. And the thing is, most things that you think you have to do right now, you don't, believe me. You can postpone them. Like there's other things, just 20% of them are really urgent. And the other ones you can, maybe you really feel like posting on Twitter now, but you shouldn't. You should finish those documents that you have to send. And I'm speaking by experience, because I've done this many times. I've fallen into the trap. And so I think the better, and I notice in my case, I prioritize things, the more relaxed I become. Of course, there's many other things that are very useful. Like I think in general too, just don't take too much work. In the end, again, it's part of prioritization, I guess, but there's months and months, of development, years of development. You don't need to do everything this week or next week. And once you plan things, you realize sometimes it means postponing or even removing some tasks. You'll be surprised by how much manageable things become. I really don't believe in crunch. I think crunch is a complete failure, lowers productivity, and you don't need those additional 20 hours a week. You don't.
Good advice, yeah. My dad has a really good saying where he's like, nothing needs to be done tonight. It can always wait until the morning. It's so true. Nothing is really that urgent.
It's true.
So
I agree with your dad.
Very wise man. Okay, when designing a game idea, we're running out of time here. We've got about 4 minutes left. When designing a game idea, does the idea just come to you? Or do you try and think of what will sell? I imagine a bit of both.
Yeah, definitely a bit of both. Like I tried to understand if this idea was already done. If it was, how can I can improve upon it? Like I don't want to make a copy, but think of Fall Guys at the end is a battle royale. How many battle royales we saw in the past few years? But Fall Guys is a new one, is a fresh one, and it worked. So yeah, and definitely like the sellable part of that comes also from the genre. Like if battle royales are going great now, well, maybe yeah they will continue for a little while if you innovate on that. Yeah.
Good answer. Alan?
Yeah, I agree. And by the way, I forgot to switch on the lights, so apologies that I'm gradually getting darker and darker and creepier. I promise I'm not trying to freak out anyone. But I'll say, referring kind of, I mentioned a bit in the talk as well, definitely think about both. I mean, you have to make a decision at the very beginning. Is this going to be purely creative personal expression? Then no. Who cares about money? It's about you talking about some emotion or like personal experience. And even if just your friends or your grandparents play the game and it's enough, or maybe nobody, it's just for yourself. I've actually seen games people made them for themselves and did not want to share them. It's like, I've made this game, I'm talking about it, but it's just for me. It's just to deal with my own trauma, my own story. That's super cool. But if you don't want to do this and actually want to sell the game, then you have to think about the market, because it could be that you have a great idea, but it's the wrong time for it. It would have been a good time 2 years ago, or maybe it's going to be the wrong time by the time it comes out as well, right? Because the market moves fast. So definitely, think about, do research, do a lot of research, look at the trends. I literally showed Google Trends on my presentation. I do those types of research, especially at the beginning, at the earliest stage of pre-production, was constantly looking at trendy words, things going up. Is African going up? Is Black Panther going up or not? You know, is MMORPG going up or down? What are the numbers there? What are the latest games looking like? What mechanics are really hot, and so on? Or underrated and no one has, So yes is the brief answer.
No, that's really good. Google Trends is amazing. Okay, and one final very, very quick question, because we do have time for it. Can you guys say how to contact you again, please? Everyone wants to get in touch. So just quick, tell us how.
Yeah, sure. My LinkedIn, Nicola Strina. Yeah, that's my name. You can find me there.
Perfect.
From me, Twitter, Alan Kudicho, my full name, so just at Alan Kudicho.
Amazing. Thank you both so much. I think now everyone has a 5 to 10 minute break, although the others will probably correct me. It's been either 5 or 10 minutes. so look at the agenda and see what it says there. But thank you both so much for joining us. It's been so nice talking to you. Great presentations, and really enjoyed hearing your tips and tricks and answers to the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you both. It was lovely meeting you.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Bye.
Okay, thank you everyone for a nice talk, and thank you Sam for amazing moderation. Before we'll go for a short break, I would like to say thank you to our sponsors, AppsFlyer. So their services help to improve your monetization strategy, attract and retain high-value players, maximize your return on investment by giving you insight into which in-game ads and purchases bring in the most revenue. Also, they offer robust fraud protection. The link to free trial from AppsFlyer will be in the chat, and make sure to join demo by Mateus, which was shown just a couple of hours ago. So now we are going for a short break, and then we'll join our next speaker, Lucas, and moderator, Michael. See you soon.
Hey everybody, it's Mike. I'm in a crazy location and everything. Oh my word. How is everybody doing out there? Oh my gosh. This is so freaking awesome. I can't believe this. I'm sitting in a undisclosed location and I'm just having a super cool time, and I am so super stoked here. Hey, I'm gonna bring in our next guest if he's ready. Let's bring in Lucas, man. What is up, man? How you
Hello,
doing?
Mike. Thank you. Everything's good here. How are you?
Oh, it's going crazy, man. I decided to take a crazy vacation, and I'm not in California. I'm in an undisclosed location, and I'm having a great time here. So, how about you, man? What's going on with you?
Well, I'm sitting at home in Stockholm, Sweden, and getting ready for my presentation, I guess.
Let's get going here. Lucas, what do you got for? What are you going to tell us today? What's going on?
Well, I'm going to talk about an open source game engine that me and our team is building, which is called Flame, and give like pretty short basic introduction to that.
Sounds good. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get off stage. I know you got a lot to talk about, and I'm going to bring up your presentation here, if that looks okay.
Wait, that is the wrong. I'm going to share.
Oh, that's okay. That's what we're here for.
Perfect. Let's see here. Let's share the correct tab.
That's okay.
There we go. Now you
Okay.
can have to pull it in again.
All right. Are you
Sweet.
sure?
That
Yeah,
looks
that's it.
better.
Cool. Yeah. Yep. Sweet. All right, bro. Hey, you got it, man. I'll see you in a few. Have a great presentation.
Sweet. Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. As I said, I'm Lucas, and I come from the Flame game engine team. And we're building a completely free and open source game engine, which you can build cross-platform 2D games with. In something called Flutter, which I will talk more about later, because a lot of you, since you come from the game dev world, you're probably not familiar with it. But what is Flame? Flame is the most popular game engine for Flutter, but it doesn't say that much that we are the most popular game engine for Flutter, because we're pretty much the only game engine for Flutter. But it feels good saying that we're the most popular, you know. And we're just a Flutter widget, and I will tell you more about what that means later. And on GitHub, we have like 4,700 stars, and it's like 2,000 commits now and 400 forks, and we have been working on this game engine for around 4 years. And I think I've been in on the journey for around 2 of those years. And we're a team of 5 now, I think, sitting all over the world. One sitting in Brazil, one in Netherlands, one in Portugal, one in Canada, and then me in Stockholm in Sweden. And we are just about to release our version 1 of the engine. So you should stay tuned for that. And yeah, as I said, Flame is a game engine that is built on top of Flutter. And what is Flutter, you might ask, because some of you might not have heard of it before. So Flutter is a product from Google, and in their own words, Flutter is Google's UI toolkit for building beautifully, natively compiled applications for mobile, web, desktop, and embedded devices from a single codebase. So basically, if you want to create an Android app and an iOS app and a web game at the same time, you can do that without having to fiddle with the different platforms. Flutter just does everything for you, which is amazing. And there have been a lot of these projects before, but this project is really one that properly works compared to some of its earlier competitors. And when you're coding in Flutter, you're coding in a programming language called Dart, which Google also started many years ago, which is kind of looks a little bit like a modern Java with like less boilerplate code, etc. And yeah, so like Flutter's aim is kind of to replace all these other toolkits that are targeting to like cross-platform apps, etc., like React Native and Xamarin, and even trying to replace like native Android and iOS apps where it is possible to do so. So yeah, as I said earlier, like Flutter supports lots of different platforms like Android, iOS, you can do web, and even Linux, and Mac OS and Windows. So you get like real desktop applications when if you would want to, which I think is a bit harder with the other toolkits. Right, so as I mentioned earlier that we are just a widget in Flutter. So this is how you kind of build a Flutter app. You have a widget which contains a widget which contains a widget. So you could have like a scroll view or something with a lot of widgets in, and they could have widgets in them. So from that, it builds up the Flutter widget tree, which could look something like this, but with a lot of different types of widgets to build your app. And like Flutter is not really built for games in mind at all. It's more built for just building like UIs quickly. But we thought that this can run in 1620 FPS, so why not utilize it for building a game engine on top of it? And so we did. So you can see here how like our widget is called the game widget, and you can put that into a Flutter widget tree at any place, pretty much. But yeah, you don't even need to use Flutter at all if you want to build a Flame app, or you have to have it in the background, but you can have just the game widget and have all the code inside of Flame and not use any of the widgets in Flutter at all. Or you can utilize the widgets in Flutter for example, menu systems and things like that, which Flutter does really great. And here is a picture how that would look like if you would use the Flames overlay API instead of having our game widget inside of Flutter's game tree. So if you just use the overlays API, then you have our game widget as the root, and then you can just put like separate Flutter widget trees on top of our game widgets. And yeah, Flame is very modular. So we have a monorepo on GitHub where you can see different packages that you can connect to other packages inside of our like little environment. So for example, here you can see like Flame in the middle, and we have Flame Forge 2D, which connects to another package called Forge 2D, which is used as a physics engine. And Flame Forge 2D gives us like special bindings to Forge 2D, which is more with Flame. And the same with, for example, if you would want audio in your game, which you probably do, then you would use the Flame audio package, and it would connect to the Dart package called audio players and SVG files, and or if you are more familiar with ECS, the entity component system, you can use something called Flame Oxygen, and Oxygen is our entity component system implementation. Inside of Flame, we use something called FCS, which is our own Flame component system, which we call it, and I will talk a little bit more about that later. All right. So if you want to start building your game, the structure would look something like this. So it is a little bit like the Flutter widget tree, you could say. You have a game in the root, and then you add components to the game, which can do different types of things. And also the components can contain other components, etc., 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 and into like a big tree. And as I said earlier, if you don't want to use any normal Flutter code, this is pretty much all you have to have as a boilerplate for just getting Flame started. So this will be your Flutter code, and the rest could be in Flame if you would want to. And Flame utilizes the classic game loop, which you probably have heard of if you are familiar to game engines. And that is working like, first you take all the components and you go through all of their update steps. And then after you have gone through all of their update steps to update all of their, like, could be positions or sizes, or if they have taken damage, or if their visuals change somehow. After all those are updated, we go to the render step. And then all those components are rendered. And after they're rendered, we go back to the update step, and we get a delta time for how much time it was since we last did an update. And then taking that delta time into regards, we do another update, and then do a render again, and update, and etc. And you'd want this loop to go back and forth at least 60 times per second if you want 60 FPS, or 120 if you want 120 FPS, so that it will run smoothly. Oh yeah, and also if you are familiar with this game loop, there is also the input concept is usually put into this loop, but all the input here is handled by Flutter in the background, kind of. So we don't really have to care that much about that in our loop. It is a little bit abstracted away from us, which is nice. And yeah, this is the code for like the basic update render loop that you would have in your game. So here you would have your function that does update, and super.update will update all of the components that have been added to that game. And then after that, you can do other game logic if you want, or you don't have to do anything at all there. And you can just have your components that have been added to the game handle everything. And if you want to do anything special in the render, you can also do that there. And you can see here that this one extends something called base game, which is our easiest. It's the easiest like cornerstone to start building from when you do a Flame game, because it has a lot of features that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you make a game. But if you do want to reinvent the wheel, or if you do want to do things differently than we have done things in the base game, you can extend just game instead. And then all of the methods, they're not implemented. So you can do the whole like game engine logic yourself, or big parts of it yourself. If you want to do some like super hardcore optimization of something that you need in your game, for example. But almost always base game is the way to go if you want to start to create a Flame game. And in your game, you always want to load some assets, or almost always, if you don't just want some, I don't know, some boring rectangles or something bouncing around, but usually you want probably sound and some images, some animations maybe. And that you do inside of the base game's onload method. And all of those ones, it will make sure that those are loaded when the widget is put into the Flutter widget tree. And here you can see the component. And if you look back on the game, it looks almost exactly the same. The only difference is that it extends components instead of extending base game. And that is because base game is actually a component now. So you could have a game inside of a game, for example, and build up the tree like that. But usually you want one game in the root, and then you put components inside of that. So a component could be, for example, your player or an enemy, or even it could be a weapon that you then add to the player component, and then you add the player component to the game. The possibilities are endless. And in here, as I said before, you have the update and the render loop too. And there you want to contain the logic of that component, like what it should do and how it should look like, etc. And like our most commonly used component is the position component. And it's not the most commonly used component directly, but a lot of our components extend the position component. And it's because almost everything that you want to have visible on the screen, it needs to have a position, a size, a scale, and an angle. And if you see here the vector2 class, it's just a tuple with x and y. So it will be x and y position on the screen, and x and y for how big it will be, and if you would want it to be scaled up or down during the gameplay, you can change the vector2 scale, which is usually 1.0, but if you want it bigger, you can make it 2, for example. An angle is just the angle in radians if you want to twist it. And as you can see, Flame is just a 2D game engine. So everything is just in 2D, which is why we don't need any SED here, for example. So as I said, we have several different position components inside of Flame that are ready to use. And that is, for example, the sprite component that you can just hand like a path to one of your image files that you have in your Flutter project, and it will be loaded automatically, and you can use it in your game. Or a sprite animation component, which we were thinking of naming animation component from the beginning, I think, but there was already something called animation component in Flutter, so it was called sprite animation component, and that is if you want to have something moving around, like if you want to have your player walking or whatever. And then we have other types of animation components too, where you can have a group of different animations, and you can change your character from walking to fighting, or walking to standing still, or etc. And another position component is the parallax component. And if you're unfamiliar with a parallax, it's the simple concept of having several layers on the background, and the layer that is closest to you, the player, that one moves the fastest, and the layer that is the furthest away moves the slowest, so that you will be able to get a little bit of a depth feeling. Like imagine if you're going on a train, for example, and the trees very close to you, they fly by very quickly, but the mountains very far away, they will move very slowly. And then we have some simple components like the text component and the text box component, which is pretty obvious what they do, I think. Yeah, and a lot more components like that I'm not going to go any more in depth on now. And on these position components, you can use effects. And effects, you will tell the position component that now you should do this for this long, or this for this much speed. Like with the move effect, for example, you can say move in this pattern, and you should move 20 pixels per second, or you should move in this pattern and it should take you 2 minutes to do so. And you can follow. You can also use different curves when saying that. So you can say, for example, you should bounce in and bounce out. Imagine like the different curves you used in, I don't know, when you make some slides or something, like back in the days, like in the end of the 90s, and you had something bouncing in. You can use those kind of curves that are predefined and say, you should move after this curve, or you should scale after this curve, or rotate, or you can have your component like fade away or fade in with opacity effect, or you can have it changing colors in different ways with a color effect. And then you can also combine these effects with, so we have one called the sequence effect, which will run them in a sequence. And then you can, for example, say, first do the move effect, then scale a bit, and then rotate. And then I want to do this in reverse, and then do that in infinity. And then we also have the combined effect, where you can say, I want you to move and scale at the same time. And then you can also do that in reverse, etc. So the effects system, you can do a lot of fun things with. And this is an example of how it would look like to add an effect to your component. So say that this is something happens in your game, and my component is an enemy, for example, and you want it to move in to like pixel 100, 200 on the screen. Then with a speed of 20 pixels per second, and here you will just choose a curve. It should like bounce in and then go a bit back, and then and when the effect is done, it should disappear. Here on complete, you can put any function you'd like. It's just a basic callback. And here on the path, as you see, it's a list, so you can make it move however you want. Right. And in Flutter, there is, or in Dart really, there is something called mixins. And these ones we utilize for are like the gestures that you do. So the different components, they can be tappable, so you can like click them on your screen, or either with your finger or on your mouse if you're on a desktop or something. Or you can drag them around, or you can hover them, but that obviously doesn't work very well on a touchscreen, since there is no like hover effect really. But you can do it on the web and desktop. And then we have a lot more advanced detectors too. But these three gesture things, those ones you can add on top of your components. And if you don't want to have those ones on the components, you can also add it directly on your game to handle like input on the whole game, if you want to react to that. So this is what it would look like if you would take one of these mixins and put it on a component. So you see here the with keyword. That one says that this one should be tappable, and then the game will hand it all the taps coming in that are within the bounds of that component. And then you can override whichever methods you want. Maybe you want to just react when someone, like on tap down, for example. And since the component can have children, you can say how far down in in the children tree you want to go. So you can return either true or false here, and it will bubble down through the children. So the child on like the leaf of the child components will be the one that first gets the event. And since that one is supposed to be closest to your screen, and if that one returns false, then no other components underneath it will get the event. But if it returns true all the way, all the components that are within the affected area of the event will receive the event. Right, and then we also have a camera on the game, which is very handy. So you can do a lot of things with the camera, but this is the most basic thing. So if you don't want to do a game where the world is as big as the screen, like most of the times the world of your game will be bigger than your screen, and then you want to move around the camera on the screen according to some logic, then you could say that I want to have the camera moving at 50 pixels per second, and maybe it should follow this component. And then if your component is your player, then the camera will just follow the player around in your defined world. And you can say that, the camera can never go outside of these bounds, for example, if you have a limited map. And you can do a lot of other things with the camera too, like adding shake effects, for example, or everything is possible. And we have some other features in Flame too that I'm not going to go any deeper into today, but that is, for example, collision detection, and we support the isometric tile maps, and like sprite batching if you want to render a lot of sprites at the same time, and to do that efficiently so you can still reach a high FPS. And as I said earlier, we have a physics engine too, which is also developed by us, which is called Forge 2D. And that one is it's a port of Box 2D to Dart that we have worked on. Oh yeah, and another very handy feature is the debug mode, which if you set it to true, you will be able to see all the boundaries of your components and where they are supposed to be, and like if they should collide with anything or such. That is very handy to know if you're maybe rendering something outside of the component or so. It's very helpful. So what would you do if you got stuck with when making your Flame game? That is awesome, because we have built up a really nice community over the years. It's super great. Cannot stress that enough. So we have a Discord chat with a lot of activity in, and you usually get answers to your questions very quickly in there. You get inspirations of different games, and we have all kinds of channels in there too, like just random channels which have nothing to do with the Flame engine. But yeah, if you get stuck, that is a very good place to go first. Or if you just want help with something. And then we have the Flame tag on Stack Overflow, which you can use, and you will usually get the reply within a day. Try to manage that as fast as we can. And you can always open a GitHub issue, or if you have something that you think could be improved, then you could always open a pull request. We try to handle those ones quickly too. But none of us are working on Flame. We're all doing this on our free time, but we're usually quite quick anyways. It's people are very passionate about it. But yeah, to how you really get started with a Flame game, a very good starting point is examples.flameengine.org, because every time we make a new feature, we also put in an example for it. on here. So then if you want to explore different features, you can go in there, and there is code for everything if you press the small little brackets up in the corner. So that's a very good place to explore the engine. And then also, of course, reading our docs, which is flameengine.org/docs. And we have some official tutorials for version 1, but we're going to write some more ones. And right now there are quite a lot of unofficial tutorials on YouTube, which are really good. And of course, just go into flameengine.org and you will get a link to our Discord channel. And yeah, it's a very good starting place to get links to everything you need. And right, I think that was my whole presentation. So we'll go to questions.
Dude, thanks a lot, man. I mean, that was so super awesome. You know, okay, let me remove your presentation first. Let me do that.
Go for it.
Because I get so excited.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Lucas, okay, I'm going to take advantage of you being here, all right? And so I have 2 boys, and I have a boy, he's about 13 years old, and one about 9. They want to get into gaming, all right? And I've kind of taught them a little bit of Java. I'm a Java developer, sorry. But anyway, it's paid the bills. So here's the thing. It looks like to me, as I'm looking at this flame, it's pretty simple, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, since we're a 2D engine, it's a pretty good place to start, I would say. And as a Java developer, you will have a very easy time with Dart too. You will see many similarities.
I did, because I was looking at your code. I'm like, okay, yeah, got it, main. Yeah. So I could see the similarities. I was like, man, maybe on the side I wanted to get into gaming, and I might hook up with Lucas and we can make a crazy game or something.
For sure,
For real.
we have a lot of fun doing that.
Oh man, dude, we would just kill it. Oh, okay, this is crazy. I got this crazy question for you. I say crazy a lot. Why choose Flames? Tell me why you did it. I'm sure you did a lot of studies out there and trade studies. So tell me, why did you choose Flames? And I'll bring up the question. There you go.
Okay, why other people should choose Flame, I guess. Because I like how I got into it was kind of like I wanted to make a cross-platform mobile game. And this was kind of the first thing that popped up because Flutter is like really hot right now. And since Flame is the only like proper game engine for Flutter right now, that was how I got into it. And then in the end, I didn't really make the game. I just got stuck making the game engine because it was so much fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can see that. What I really like about how you present it is your crazy passion, because I can really tell you enjoy what you're doing, right?
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
yeah, for real. I was like, man, I need to change my job because it would be so cool to write games or something like that. Here's another crazy question for you.
Indeed.
Can we make 3D games with Flutter?
I mean, theoretically, you could soon do 3D games with Flutter, but since we are like all our like the core features that we rely on, they come from Flutter, and there is not like the shader support isn't 100% in Flutter yet, but it is getting there. It is on the roadmap, and there was some shader PRs like merged just last week, I think. So in the future, it could very well be realistically to make 3D games with Flutter, but right now it will be very hard if you don't use some. You can always use like these like fake techniques like sprite stacking and stuff to create 3D effects, but real 3D games is very hard to do right now.
Is it like, well, here's the next, it's kind of the next question. So kind of they're saying, hey, can I make my own shaders, right? That kind of rolls into the question.
Yeah, it does indeed. So you could do that once, like not right now, but once the full support is there from Flutter. And I'm sure that will happen at some point. But right now, it's hard.
Yeah, it sounds like if it doesn't have this certain thing and you got this crazy game, you can kind of make your own thing and kind of customize it or something like that, is what you're saying.
Yeah, kind of. So yeah, you would have to dig in really much to be able to do that then, because you would have to do the support on all platforms right now. But in the future, you will be able to do it.
and that's kind of, and that kind of runs into this crazy, we're looking into the future, okay? So all these crazy devices and things coming out. What about that one? What kind of other platforms can you think about when it's about games? What can the future trends be? You probably know, right? Because you guys study. So can you give us an idea?
I have no idea. I mean, the future it can be anything. But I mean, we have a person on our chat, for example, that wants to build their own some form of handheld device, which is like Game Boy-ish, but that can run the Flame games, for example. So you could do that, and I mean, with Flutter as the backbone, you could really get it running pretty much everywhere. So I don't know. The future will have to answer that question, I think.
Yeah, and that's true because we really can't predict it, right? Because there's so many crazy devices that are coming out all the time. So yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then so let's see. Here's the next question for you. Hey, your expertise. What is the top advice you have for beginners in the industry? I need advice that it takes less than a year to follow. So start building your portfolio is out of question. So whatever that is, formulate it. So just answer that. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, I mean, what you really should do is build something that you get the passion for. Like, get an idea that you think will be fun to build. Because, I mean, in the end, you will remember so much more if you have a fun time building it. And you will also code so much more if you like what you're doing. So you just come up with an idea that you like and just go for it. Like building the portfolio and stuff that you can do later. That's you will always be able to, if you manage to learn, then you will always be able to get the junior role somewhere later.
Lucas, I think that's great advice because I think a lot of naysayers are out there, and I think you know what I mean. Like, you can never do it, and things like that. And what I do, you got people saying, you can't get this to work. And if you have the passion, right, and then obviously you do, and where you are in your career, I mean, you can do it, right? And that's kind of what you're saying. Just get up. You stumble and fall, just keep going, right?
Because, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, here's another crazy question for you. Do you think Flame can be used for future AA games for different platforms? What does it have to do with the games that need? Here's a good question about high performance, right? On platforms.
Yeah, I mean, so we have we can get fairly high performance in Flutter, but AAA games would most definitely be 3D, I would say. So, I mean, being a 2D engine that we are, I have a hard time seeing, like, I don't know, what would a AAA game be? Like Battlefield, for example, be written in Flutter. It would, it is more, right now at least, it's targeted more on more smaller games than 2D.
You know what? It's really funny you say that because it reminds me like at Christmas time or whatever, you give your kid some gift. And the thing about it is, they don't really play with a gift; they play with a box. I mean, it's right? I mean, you're like, dude, next time I'll just buy you a box. And so the thing about sometimes these fancy games, these 3-dimensional, you find like people and then so games like yours, it sounds like you're hitting a market, right? These kind of games that are 2D and everything like that, right?
Yeah.
How did you? Okay, this is my own personal question. So how did you hit the market on this? How did you know that this was a big thing for you? How did you find that out?
I mean, we never really hit the market or anything. It's nothing that we earn money on. We do this for free. It's open source. Like the whole community is helping to build this, and and some people have made games that they earn money on in this engine, and whether it will like be any super big hits in it, the future will tell, I guess. But I think there are quite a lot of games out there. Like it's mostly Android and iOS games right now, because those were the ones that were supported by Flutter until a few months ago when they released Flutter 2, which started supporting web and desktop properly.
That's really cool to know, because here's the next question. You'll laugh at it. What are the ways of monetization game they was play? We roll right into these, don't we? So yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So I mean, you can do it, but just like you do with any app or anything, you can utilize all of Flutter's other packages that they have, and they have a lot of different packages for ads, for example, or you can connect it to the Play Store or the Apple's App Store and sell your games through there.
That's really cool. And I think everybody out there listened to him, and I don't see it here in the question, and I know you did. I'm sure you're going to share your information, right? And I'm not putting you on the spot, Lucas, but I'm sure a lot of people would want to connect with you, right? And
yeah, for sure. Yeah, add me on LinkedIn, or if you're really interested in the code, you should follow me on GitHub. That's where all the action happens. But yeah, I'm Lucas Klingsbo, and you will probably be able to find me on LinkedIn quite easily if you want to connect.
I'm going to connect with you. You know that. And then here's dude, you know I'm going to. And then so are there any games you mentioned are there any games that we know that have been built with Flame? Right?
I'm not sure. Like, there have been quite a lot of games built with Flame, but there have not been any like games that have millions and millions of downloads. So it would have to be pretty niche people that are watching right now if they would know the games that people have built. But there are a lot of like puzzle games and what is called like arcade games and platform games and stuff like that built in Flame.
Well,
and we have a repository called Awesome Flame, which has a list of a lot of cool games that have been built in Flame, which you can check out. And you can find that on GitHub too.
That's really cool. Sorry, man, I'm interrupting because I got so much in
my
brain.
No
I had a lot of coffee, you know how it goes, right? A lot of drinks, energy. Yeah, here's another crazy question for you. This is kind of me, the developer guy. When you said open source, I'm like, cool, because open source has been my life. It saved me so much in my job. Yeah, you know. And so how can I download Flutter and Flame? And then what IDE do you recommend, or what? How just go.
Yeah, so you can start off on Flutter's website, I would say. And there they have good instructions of how to download Flutter. And the two main IDEs used are either Android Studio or VS Code. And if you have those already, you can just install the Flutter plugins for those, and they will be able to handle everything else. And Flame is just a Flutter package on something called Pub, which is the like package handler, and you just have to add that to a file that is called pubspec.yaml, and it will automatically pull in the whole Flame for you. We have installation instructions on our website too, how to do that. It might sound more complex than this. It's very simple.
It sounds like you've done a lot of the legwork. It sounds like you guys have done a lot of research on how to build the games, and it's really awesome, bro, that you're like out there, and then you're saying, hey, just kind of, you know, latch on to us, connect with us, and then we can help you out. Because it sounds like this is just a community thing that you're doing, which is pretty crazy. And that kind of leads to my next question, right? Because like when I'm developing something, I need that. So is there a lot of documentation on Flutter and Flame?
Yeah, I mean, for Flutter, there is like a crazy amount of documentation because Flutter is extremely well used. It has become such a big hit that you can like Google anything and you will find it. And for Flame, like we have our documentations page, and which has documentations for all the features that we have, and we also have the examples page that I mentioned. And if you would be uncertain of how things would work there anyways, you can just come in and ask us on Discord or write the question on Stack Overflow, and you will get your reply there.
That is so super amazing. I mean, that really is, because I'm reading my Java docs. Where's my example?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, it's like, I need my example. Lucas, you got 1 minute, man. I appreciate everything. Just go. What do you want to say to everybody out there? This is your time. So go.
Wow, 1 minute to say whatever I want.
Okay, take as long as you want.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I want to reiterate on what we said earlier. Like, go for something you're passionate about. Don't try to build something that you think is fun, not something that you want to do to earn money. Like, money isn't everything.
Man, that is very wise, because you could be making a lot of money and not be happy in what you're doing, right? And it's the passion that drives you.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in the end, you will usually succeed better with passion than with just pushing on for something that you think will earn money.
Especially when you're working on weekends.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Lucas, I think that's it. Just
awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Man, bro, this was awesome. Share your stuff out there to everybody. And we definitely got to hook up. Everybody, you know who it is. This guy's fantasmical, whatever that means. And we'll see you later, Lucas. Talk to you later.
Have a good one.
Thank you too, man. Bye. Oh my word. I mean, this gets crazier and crazier. I hope the next guy here is Dexter. What up, man? How's it going?
Michael. How's it going?
Oh, man. I don't know. Tell me about you. Where are you anyway? I see a door behind you and some stuff. So where are you? Where are you located?
Yeah, so I'm in my very makeshift home office right now. And when I say makeshift, it's new. So I put like a couple things on a shelf and I said, yeah, that's good. So this is where we're at.
That's cool, bro. Tell us what you got. What do you got going on? What are you going to tell us today? I'm like super excited. So what do you got going on? What are you going to share with us?
Yeah, so if you want to kick off my screen back here, I have a little intro slide on there. Yeah, so my name is Dexter Woltmate. I'm a writer-designer at Brunette Games, a storytelling studio headquartered in St. Louis, where my very makeshift home office is. We've helped design multiple chart-topping mobile titles played by worldwide audiences, such as our clients Magic Tavern's Matchington Mansion and Tactile Games Lily's Garden. And my specialty on the team is humor, because who doesn't?
I'm gonna go away. Sorry. I'm gonna go away. Bye. You're doing great. I'm out. Just go ahead and do your thing. Sorry about that.
Okay. Yeah. So my specialty is humor, because who doesn't love a good joke? So this talk will cover how to use humor to engage players in the casual mobile space, as well as how that humor can serve the audience and the developers. By the way, I drink a lot of water, so this is going to come up a lot of times during this. Just always thirsty. So at Brunette Games, we believe in 3 tried and true pillars of effective storytelling. There's conflict, mystery, and connection. Without all 3, a story can fall apart. So these images come from Redemption Games' Sweet Escapes, a title I've designed the narrative for. The conflict, as you can see in the first image, is the coming storm, as the chapter title says. The mystery is how clams relate to that coming storm. And the connection in that lower image is the relationship this character has with the clams. That's our lead character right there, Joy the bunny. But in this piece, my focus will be on the connection between audiences and the game. So when it comes to games, there are various forms of connection. There are the connections characters in the story form with each other, like romance or rivalry. You can see that with Lily's Garden right there. But another core form of connection is the emotional investment players form with the characters and story in a game. One way to bridge this connection is through humor. But what is it that makes humor so pivotal to a successful story? Well, to answer that, we have to examine the casual gaming landscape as a whole. So, and I want to start this talk by saying humor isn't a necessity, but it is a tool. I'm not saying every game needs humor to be successful. There are various genres where humor isn't part of the equation. But in the casual mobile space, its inclusion can bring more benefits than it seems at face value. With casual games, you have to assume your audience is playing in short, crowded bursts, because they're typically playing it on their phone. At Brunette Games, we imagine our player in the most distracting situation possible, playing our game on a crowded bus with other notifications going off on their phones at the same time. If you're me, the second a meme pops up on my phone, everything just goes out the window and I completely lose my focus. So by offering short yet funny lines, we can get a player smiling in mere seconds, and sometimes that's all we have. Also in the casual gaming market is theming. Developers often stray away from deeper or edgier themes, but for good reason. There's a couple reasons for this. The first is the concern over App Store regulations. There are more restrictions with darker content, so including these edgier themes means the titles reach a much more limited audience. There's also the fear of straying from the path that's proving to be a success. Top-performing titles like Lily's Garden or Matchington Mansion are proving financial successes. You can see their similarities. They both have puzzle gameplay. In their images, you can see they have planks, a big house to renovate, and they each have a lighthearted tone. Many other games share these similarities because that's what's making money. So why would developers stray from that? Even Lily's Garden's very edgy ads aren't actually reflective of the content in the game. So without the ability to craft deep emotional storylines, audiences' connections with the game is easy to lose. But this is where humor can come in. Humor sparks an authentic connection between the medium of entertainment and the audience. In the lighthearted casual space, humor blends in perfectly for the genre. You give audiences characters that are charismatic, lovable, and engaging in ways that other games' characters aren't. A perfect example of this is Edna Downey in Matchington Mansion. She's a very sad writer. Her bleak yet funny outlook engages players time and time again. And I'm going to read all the examples I put in my presentation because a big part of this for me was just showing all of you guys my really awful, weird voices. So right here you have Edna saying, "People can also visit your mansion. I bet you have quite the social life here. No one ever visits me." It's exactly that outlook that engages players. So Edna Downey is a prime example of comedic support, but she isn't the only one. Which leads me to one of my greatest accomplishments in the humor space. Scoops the Penguin. So my best example is Scoops. He is the foodie-loving penguin in the hit title Sweet Escapes. To drive the humor in a game, you need a strong comedic character like Scoops or Edna. When Redemption Games' phenomenal Sweet Escapes first launched, the story centered on Bunny Joy fixing up the local sweet shops. She's that bunny from one of my earlier images. And even from before I was involved with the game, Scoops was always a scene stealer. His obsession with sweeps, humorous antics, and adorable character design stole the hearts of many. And with my work on Scoops, he's gone from a humorous companion to sensational fan favorite. Fans can't get enough, and some have even written fan fiction about him, which I dare never to read. I promised myself I would not read it. You can kind of see that in this image too, where Joy encounters Scoops as they're trying to pack. "Hey Scoops, I got the painting. Whoa, what's all this? I'm trying to pick out scarves for the trip. I've never been to the tropics before. I have no idea what to pack." So what makes our lovable penguin so popular? Surely it's not just his fancy scarf, but I would say that's a big part of it. So along the way, Scoops' characters started to show a lot of promise beyond cracking jokes. When I got involved with the game, I saw potential in Scoops. He wasn't just comedic relief, he was the heart and soul of Sweet Escapes. I capitalized on it, growing him into a sensation. Mortar break, like I said, lots of these. So you can kind of see that comedic tone here too. Like in these examples, "Oh Baba, I don't get is the cool kick stay full. I just keep going from one pie to the next." Or this one when he sees an S and P carved into a tree with a heart around it. "S's and Scoops? Maybe a young lass is falling madly in love with me, unless the P stands for pie or Pilates." Or when he's talking about his secret organization, "We called ourselves the Illuminati because we always took from the cookie jar, even when we were told not to." So, unlike the other characters, Scoops maintains a consistent presence in the story. He's been there from the start, and, well, he's still there years later. So already there's so much potential for him. For me, it wasn't just about dialing up the jokes. It was making the world his joke. expanding on his quirks so that his specific tastes didn't just have to translate to sweets. Now he obsesses about scarves, jobs, occupations, proper lighting, how to bake things, planning. And like you saw in the image before, he has a lot of scarves. There is even a point where he becomes a shopping spectre with meticulous, albeit hilarious attention to detail. Like this example. I need to get in the expecting mood. What's my motivation? Why is the shop like this? Was it a tragedy? I need details. And then Scoops continues to list all the insane things that he calls a tragedy, which really aren't. So from there, Scoops' role in the story grew. He contributed conflict, mystery, and connection. Even if he started as comic relief, he now caters to the whole game, which is how he comes up as a sensation. In the second season of the game, the characters went to Desert Island. It's a tropical island, and when they did, I decided to make Scoops rise up as the new antagonist of the game. So he becomes Captain Cravy Cones, and he's here for the island sweets. Scoops isn't a straight up villain, but his obsessions do drive him against the other characters. Like here, aye, me crew be plundering your ties. Watch as we drape ourselves in these silks of fancy. He just really loves taking silky articles of clothing. And then right here in the middle of drama, I can't believe you, Joy. You like being better than me now, don't you? Here, I thought me to be your firstest mate. And right there, you can kind of see how he's filtering drama into the scripts. So when I made Scoops the antagonist, I didn't rewrite his personality. It was never about making him evil. I just took his established quirks and built off of them and found a way to use them to seed storylines of conflict. And we've used comedic antagonism in other titles too, like Don Scoffling in Cooking Confidential. It can be a way to help cater to your casual game as well if you don't want that straight up evil villain. So now, players are connected with Scoops. They want to know what happens next, and strong connections like with Scoops drives player retention. Tests have even shown that players are sticking around for the story in Sweetscapes more than ever before. And when you have strong characters who drive it, you can test the waters of genres outside the audience's norm, as we did with Scoops' pirate storyline. Because typically, pirates aren't a genre that would be popular with Sweetscapes' target demographic. I mean, I love them, but it's not the usual. So with Scoops at the helm, the story sails ahead. And there's more these comedic characters can do as well, such as helping a game follow its own limitations in funny ways. Sure, Scoops loves the sea, but he's a flightless penguin who doesn't know how to swim, leaving all his pirate antics landlocked on the world map. They even have a running joke that they're just called land pirates. So even more so from that, aside from driving the pillars of conflict, mystery, and connection, humor can do other things for your game too. One way that it can serve a game is through tutorial integration. At Brunette Games, we usually write the tutorials along with the rest of the character dialogue so that all the text in a game is consistent both in form and voice. By using funny characters to drive these tutorials, players are more likely to take the time and process a tutorial rather than just tap through it. Earlier, when I showed you the image of Eggneck talking about people visiting your mansion, that was an example of a tutorial. And another example is Argosaur Games' Cooking Confidential. In this title, we integrate the character Elena's unique and quirky voice with new mechanics. So right here, you can see that she's pointing out different cooking materials. And she says, first, let's toast the toast. And she says little lines like that throughout the tutorial process. So it just gives player a reason to actually read it rather than just literally tap that next thing. Along with that, humor can become the reward. When the humor is good enough, it can be a reason players keep playing. And you can see I made this really fancy diagram here. I put a lot of work into it. It's really hard to make circles with arrows. So, many casual games use an additional element like decorating as a motivator to keep players completing levels. These games usually have a core loop of a mega element like decor, story, and puzzle levels, all feeding into each other. The story is something players sometimes tap through to get to the next reward, which is decor. I think for many players, renovating is a huge draw in the casual landscape. They won't want a game without it. But there are another bucket of players, and those players are mostly in it for the story. So when the humor is strong, it becomes the reason to complete levels instead of decor or another mega element. You know me. Sometimes we get to take a cue from the very best humor writing and entertainment today. Brunette Games and the Jam Siggy team work in collaboration with the writers for the hit Family Guy TV show on 2 mobile games. The first one is Family Guy: The Quest for Stuff, and the second one is Family Guy: Another Freaking Mobile Game. And I still absolutely love those subtitles so much. We've recently helped the Jam Siggy team revamp Family Guy: Another Freaking Mobile Game with a new story system. It's a complete overhaul of how the narrative in the game works. And so Family Guy used to be another more straightforward match 3 like Candy Crush. Players move along a map, completing levels with occasional scenes of story playing every so often. You can kind of see that in that middle image of the map. But now that's all changed, and the game doesn't even use maps. The story follows Peter buying a boost truck to, as he says, serve hooch to the masses. So now in our narrative overhaul, players don't follow the map. They use levels to unlock the next part of a narrative scene or episode, as the game calls it. So rather than decor or another existing mega element, humor is the reward. So we broke their existing story down into smaller scenes that can be spread across numerous levels. And I'm going to kind of walk you through how this works. So to start out, the game is divided into seasons. You can see right here in this first image, there's a list of the seasons, and the first one's called the Boost Truck. And then after you click the Boost Truck, you can choose to continue the story where you left off, or you can replay your favorite seasons. From there, the season is then divided into episodes. And you'll kind of see the first is Season 1, Episode 1, Unhappy as a Clam. And yes, as you probably know with Sweet Escapes, I make a lot of clam puns in my games, and there's even more to come in the future. I just really like clams, and I'm surprised how many clams I've been able to have in these games. But anyway, this whole season structure is very reminiscent of regular TV, or, like the hit Family Guy TV show. So when you play an episode, it then breaks down into a scene. A scene is a dialogue exchange between characters, like most games. It's usually highly comedic. Like these 2 characters, after they buy the Boost Truck van. So Peter will say, "Instead of a stuffy building with walls and chairs and whatnot, I got this van. Just think, fellas, it's our own mobile bar." And Quagmire responds, "Peter, this van looks like something out of Law & Order Extra Special Victims Unit." And so that's an example of them trying to be more comedic. And then when the dialogue ends, you have to earn more clams to see the next part of the scene. You'll kind of see in that third image, it says you need 5 clams to play the next part. So then you play a level, which rewards clams. And in level 15, I only earned 3 clams, so I need to play more levels. Different scenes are worth different amount of clams. So this here, you have the levels directly just feeding into the scenes rather than that extra element. This kind of format also helps the game break away from repetitive calls to action, a long-established trope in the casual gaming industry. And let me kind of explain what that is. Many casual and decor games use what are referred to as calls to action to set up the next task or decor options. A character might say, "Or we can get a new door. That sounds more fun anyway," after her door breaks. Then, the player plays the level and chooses a decor option for the door. The characters then have to talk about the new door. So, however, there's only so many ways you can write talking about what to build next in an original manner, especially when your level count kicks into the thousands. So Family Guy, Another Freaking Mobile Game, uses story-focused calls to action to set up the next unlocked scene. You kind of see that here below. So the next scene after Peter buys his boost truck is, can Peter drink and drive at the same time? A scene plays, obviously he can't, but he makes a mention of Jesus, and the next line is, can Jesus really take the wheel? So instead of writing how to build a new door for the 10th time, you're making jokes to get players into the next scene. So now this next portion of my talk covers how to write humor effectively. To connect players with your game through humor successfully, the jokes have to be funny, because writing effective humor is no easy task. A writer has to continually produce high-quality punchlines that are certain to land, but the execution has to be flawless or else the scene will flop. For example, I want help as Edna says, I'll try, but he might be beyond training. It could be hopeless. So how do you write a good joke without hitting writer's block? Prepare to open Pandora's box. Here are some tips and tricks. First trick is to establish what genre of comedy caters to your target demographic. Granite Games works on a variety of titles, each with their own unique brand of humor. Matching Sweet Escapes, the characters' lighthearted quirks are on full display. We also have games with more grounded or down-to-earth storylines. And then in Family Guy, the titles capitalize on abrupt antics. Like here, the working scroll comes up to Peter and says, "Peter, I've been sent by the powers that be to tell you that your jokes are crude, offensive, and bad for the moral fiber of everyone around you." Moral fiber. That's what makes your soul go poop. Each title has its own audience, making it important to realize what kind of people play your game. The next step is execution. As legendary comedian John Cleese says, it's not that an idea is funny, it's that an idea done exactly right is funny. I took this quote from his Faulty Towers interview. And what he's essentially saying is that if a joke feels forced, audiences may simply roll their eyes or ignore it. The timing and circumstances around the joke must feel right. Setting up a joke is just as important as making the joke. So, to form a true connection between players in a game, the humor has to flow naturally. And if the jokes aren't coming to you, there are a couple ways to assist with writer's block. The first is character compatibility. As the famous Rob Bass and GG Rock song says, it takes two to make a thing go right. So if two or more characters are in a scene that humor isn't coming through, you may be using the wrong characters. You have to ensure that the characters have genuine chemistry, because that's how humor blossoms. If the characters aren't compatible, you may consider opting for a stronger pairing. This is especially true, like in Sweet Escapes or Family Guy, where there's a wide cast of funny characters. Like in this example, Cool Guy Dunking with his camera says, "My high-definition camera picks up every piece of grass." Jory Worried responds, "Does it pick up every piece of my gray hair? I have a lot of them." So you can also see how in that example they play off each other, but it also showcases text-image relationship. Humor can flow naturally from the visuals present in the game. The joke above only works because Jory's hair is mostly gray. Without it, the humor wouldn't make sense. But fortunately, Redemption Games gives us plenty of hilarious animations and visuals to work with. And then to create humor, you have to feel inspired. One way to help find inspiration is through using real references. By comparing your character to a competing source you're familiar with, you're laying your own groundwork. For example, I love beloved actress Betty White, and she has such a strong personality. I watch everything of hers. I even have the Golden Girls version of Clue. Spoiler alert, it was Dorothy. So anyway, I used Betty White as inspiration for the Seeing, Stealing, Leading Man Sam in Graphite Labs' Roller Coaster Tycoon story, one of the first titles I had the pleasure of working on. Miss Sam says, "My younger self would have loved this. I like vegetables. Little Sammy didn't like those." This isn't copying or stealing a character or person's personality. Sam is different both in voice and humor. Instead, it's using Betty White as an inspiration for your own unique vision. Next is retaining the element of surprise. It's the key to a good joke, as humor isn't just about finding a punchline, it's doing the unexpected. Audiences laugh because the joke doesn't fit the norm of the conversation. With Scoops, it's impossible to predict what he'll say next, but that's what makes him so funny. We especially see this with Jacqueline from Roller Coaster Tycoon. She always says the unexpected, especially in an amusement park. "Everything here is just so happy. I don't like it." And later on, "Darling, this pathway is horrendous. It's amusing how bad it is. Suppose that's why you're still calling this place an amusement park." So when you're brainstorming ways to punch up your joke, consider how you can make it even more unexpected. In weighing doubt, ask a teammate, a trusted friend, or family to read your writing out loud. If they're laughing, likely the audience is too. But even if you master how to write humor, the market's evolving. Having one comic relief isn't enough anymore. If your game relies on one comic relief character for all its jokes, it won't be long before you realize that character has to be part of nearly every storyline, which backs writers into a corner. And developers shouldn't want players to connect to just one character in the game. So while Scoops paved the way for success in Sweet Escapes, he isn't the only character that walks the path. Even with all his fanfiction, Scoops isn't enough, which is where Aggie the hamster comes in. As she says here, "Is that a video camera you've got there? How exciting. I'm ready for my close-up because I am very nearsighted. And she also says, the flowers are native to the island. We call them, don't eat them, they're poisonous. Aggie was a character reintroduced on Dessert Island. She calls herself the Dessert Honcho, the leader of the island. She's a devoted yet quirky character who always speaks her mind in strange ways. To say you expect the unexpected with her is an understatement, because she is the element of surprise. Like Scoops, she's also a core catalyst of conflict, mystery, and connection, which is only strengthened by her fresh perspective with the already established cast. And this is an example of how she can kind of bring that conflict and mystery. Oh, it was horrible, but instead of explaining it, I'm going to be vague and ask you to look at the volcano with me. And then Joy visits her at the volcano. Joy, sometimes the past gets too difficult to talk about. I told you I would be vague and not explain it. It's not only that Aggie's jukes able to match Scoops, but she gives depth to the new story arc. You know, she's the mystery, conflict, and connection of Dessert Island, all in one. And she breathes life into all the other storylines too, like Scoops' pirate arc. Aggie is her own brand of humor unlike anyone else, but even then, Sweetscapes doesn't just rely on her. We built up the quirks in the rest of the cast so anyone can shine under the spotlight. We actively do this in games whenever we can, with some hilarious, humor-centric titles coming down the road. You can especially see this in Super Gaming's Pride and Prejudice Solitaire, based on the popular Jane Austen novel. Anyone who's familiar with the book is already aware of its wide cast of quirky characters, only highlighted by its old-fashioned manners of speaking. In this example, the characters' parents discuss their daughters attending a rich bachelor's party. I will do nothing of the sort. You and the girls go, and I will send word of my hearty consent to his marrying whichever of our girls he chooses. Though I must throw in a good word for Lizzie. The rest are silly. And Miss Bennet later responds, You take delight in vexing me. You have no compassion on my poor nerves. I have a high respect for your nerves. They have been my friends for 20 years now. And this is an example of how the other characters can play off each other, even if they're not the main characters. You also want to make your own brand. Aggie's the perfect example of my unique brand because she's the most unlike any other character I've written. While it's great to replicate established comedic tropes in unique ways, something more original will be where your title stands out above the others. The more you practice, the more your brand will naturally develop. And part of my unique brand includes meta humor, where characters reference the fact that they're in a mobile game. You can see that here with Jacqueline. How absurd! People our age don't play games. Go wash the filthy trash of your hands. The joke being that her age is a large part of the demographic. In Family Guy, Lois says, Peter, it's a mobile game. Cutaways cost extra. Oh, right. We need to monetize everything. Hey, players, invite 600 Facebook friends and I'll do it that grinds my gears a bit or something. So this is mega humor. And even in established worlds like Family Guy, you can still find ways to make the humor your own by expanding your creativity to new audiences. Players will appreciate characters who make them laugh in ways they're not normally used to. So, when it comes to connecting a player through humor, it's more than making the right joke. It's building a world that caters to its comedy. Once the jokes flow naturally, so will the connection. In casual gaming, we always write edgy, dramatic stories about, or we can't always write edgy, dramatic stories about political espionage or overcoming trauma, but we can still make players laugh. When someone smiles while playing your game, even if it's only for a moment on a crowd train, you know the connection is there. So thank you everyone for listening to my talk. I think up next the Q&A, but here's my contact information. You can tell my email address says absolutely nothing about me, and in doing so says everything about me. You can also find my name on LinkedIn. And of course, I had to throw that clam up there because, like I've said before, I'm obsessed with clams. It's a problem that I helpfully ignore. So yeah, thank you.
Crazy, man. That was so awesome. Thank you so much, Dexter. That was really cool. So,
yeah, thanks, Michael, too.
Dexter, how did you get into this? This whole humorous thing. Dude, were you like a stand-up comedian or something, really?
I wish I could say I was a stand-up comedian. I went to school for writing. I practiced a lot, but I always had this knack for just wanting to be funny. I mean, I was watching Family Guy and writing my own mini episodes like all throughout childhood. So then when this opportunity came along, it was perfect. It's really just, I've always just wanted to write things that make people laugh.
It's, you know, and it sounds like you have a real passion for it, right? You really enjoy it, what you do, right? And okay, so here's this kind of rolls in this question here. What makes you inspired, or how do you create a new story for a game? How do you do that? How do you go about doing that?
Yeah, so a lot of it is, you know, we work on clients games and you see this new world and you kind of, or I ask myself, what flavor of like Dexter can I put in this world? Like, how does this specific, you know, country farming game separate itself from all the other country farming games? And then you kind of think, well, it's because it's Dexter's country farming game. So it's putting your own flavor into it, and then from there you can kind of create a cast and like a core cast that like features your kind of humor or personality, and that chemistry just becomes a lot more natural. And I think a lot of it starts with just having the characters themselves, because then once you have the characters, you can have them like blow out and get all these different story arcs. It's like what I talked about with Scoops. I mean, when I first introduced him, I didn't intend for him to be the villain, but it's just something that naturally blossoms once you create a successful world and characters.
It really does. It sounds like it. Once you start something right, it just continues to blossom and everything. It just gets better and better. That must be really inspiring for you too, right? As you continue to write all this kind of stuff, it's such a cool feeling. Sorry if it's getting dark here. I'm in an undisclosed location here, and it's getting darker and darker. So I'm sorry I'm fading away here. But,
yeah, no worries at all. It's still bright and sunshiny here.
Well, yeah. I would be in California now, but I'm not. I'm in another location where it's getting dark. Anyway, so, okay, in this age of fast-paced FPS games with battle royale games, but could be the funny future of storytelling and character arcs in video games. So in other words, what could it be the future of storytelling and character games in this fast-paced world? Like COVID, for example, could we make I just messed up, I'm sorry. But what can we do with that, you know, to kind of make it funny or something?
Right, so when you have games, I mean, when you're speaking of Battle Royale, too, a great example, I mean, is Fortnite, because they feature these very humorous, like, original characters, and they drive in these moments of story between. So really kind of what you look at is what kind of, I mean, a big part of what I say is what audience is playing your game, and what kind of humor or story do they want. So it's about proper integration. The future of story is the one where stories are the most connected with the gameplay. So even if that's not humor, it's about creating characters that feed directly into that gameplay that can then engage players beyond just playing the game. It's sort of like how I said, like, my unique brand includes mega humor, because that's my way to keep like the experience the same all across the board.
That's crazy. So here's my own question for you. Yeah. So do you have like okay, so when I write software, we have like requirements and we have our team. Do you have a team? In other words, do you have a team that sits around and you guys sit there and come up with this? Or how does that work? How does that work?
Yeah, so I mean, Brunette Games is a team. We always have multiple people on each of our games. But, you know, what we've kind of learned is that sometimes, you know, like the writer's room aspect isn't always the most beneficial for humor, because there can kind of be that, like, you're afraid to say this or that in front of each other. But we do a lot of, you know, we might come up with our own jokes, and then we'll read through them together on table read. And then from there, once you have that base, you can build off of it. So, like, we'll be reading, you know, like a script maybe I wrote, and the other teammate will say, oh, here's an idea of how to, what we say, punch it up, you know, make it funnier. Because they read what I wrote, but they have an idea to make it funnier from there.
That's cool. Okay, so and my next question, and we'll get to the question. You guys go out? I mean, seriously, do you guys kind of go out? Yeah, you know. So do you guys go out somewhere and you kind of compare your jokes and stuff like that and sit around, or what?
Yeah, you know, I will say with the pandemic, things have become very online oriented.
Yeah.
You know, we use these programs that we can still have our video chats or kind of meet like face to face online, and we do still try to see each other whenever we can. But yeah, it's essentially, you know, what it seems so like businessy. Like we'll schedule table reads and stuff to review this material together. And that's where I kind of said, you know, it helps to share your work with someone, because like when I know my teammate is laughing just reading it, then I'm like, well, the audience will probably laugh too.
That's super cool. So how to deliver your story in a way that it creates maximum interaction and feeling between story and player? How do you go about that?
I think it's important to come at the angle that the two serve each other. I mean, there's the long running trope that like games don't need story or this or that, and the truth is that they can both be just as essential to creating like a core experience if they're working in tandem. So to recreate that maximum interaction and feeling between the story and the player, it all has to feed into each other, kind of like I said before. So
no, go ahead.
So I'm saying it's delivering it in the way that your audience wants it to be, but with like the maximum efficiency. Like we said, we guess we only have a few seconds at a time sometimes, so that's how we try to deliver it.
That's crazy. So what's it like to get feedback from the players? Are you laughing? Really? What's it like? Yeah.
Sometimes it can be very, like bittersweet because, like we'll read reviews for games and you'll be like, oh, we just love this character, this and that. And sometimes it'll be that, you'll see that like, I can't stand this one character. so then you have to ask yourself, like, is this just one individual or is this a commonality? Are like the broad audience not liking this character? And then from there, it's like we've never done total personality shifts, but we can have them develop in a way that changes their personality to what the audience is expecting. Like I said, it goes through a bunch of different arcs.
That must be a lot, isn't it? I mean, like you have to determine, oh, this crazy feedback, is it like, more of the audience, or is this just a one-off thing and everything? Like, wow, that's really a lot. So how to effectively present our story? What is the main difference between game storytelling and traditional storytelling?
So the big difference that we see is that in traditional storytelling, you are just going out to tell a story. I mean, especially, like books, the oldest form, you're just saying like, this is the story. You're going to read it. You are only here for the story. Game storytelling is totally different because there's a good chance they're not even here for the story. They're here to play the game. So then you give them the story in a way, like I said, they complement each other. And you have to build a story that feeds into this game rather than just telling a story. And that's, a lot of problems we'll even see, here and there is that, games will be made and they'll have a really good story and it might be so disconnected from the gameplay on the other end. So you have to connect them, deliver your story through the actual gameplay.
That's interesting. Okay, so with my other cousins before, we would try to tell the driest joke. In other words, you would tell something like, dude, that's not funny. I mean, have you ever done one like that before, just to throw it out, like some kind of crazy joke and see how everybody reacts to it? I'm just curious.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we definitely do that as, like I mentioned, we have our table reads.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll just put that one joke in there that probably shouldn't be in there just to see how they react. Mm-hmm. And then, like, if there's an awkward pause after it, that means, don't include that. Don't include that joke. But, if they're laughing, then that means, all right, because it was just the amount of element of surprise because they didn't expect it either.
That's funny, man. That's really sort of like, I'm going to see if the audience is alive and let me give you a little jab or something like that by telling something like that. Okay, here's 2 of 2. Do we have to present visuals like concept, what that means, concept arts or something while game storytelling, or can we just verbally explain our story? What's the most effective way?
I mean, it depends what process of the game you're at. So if you are just writing the story, I mean, for like we work with clients, so they might come and say, write us a script for this chapter. But knowing the game, we already visually know what the game looks like because it's that text image relationship I talked about earlier. Mm-hmm. So this comes, early on. But I know if you're talking really early process, when we're like just pitching a story, like here, this is a couple paragraphs in this story, we do include example images of what it could look like. So we might include, like, oh, here's the reference TV shows kind of, and here and that. But yeah, it's really mostly just about understanding what the game actually looks like because the developers and the artists are the ones making the game and the visuals, usually not the writers. but you can suggest what it should look like, which we use visual notes for a lot.
So what is the relationship between the developer and the other members of the team? You know, you kind of brought that. Is it different, or does everybody really, you know, fit in well, or what's the different role? What are the different roles on your team and everything? If you mind me asking you that.
Yeah, so at Bring Out Games, we typically, we don't develop our own games. We're a boutique studio, so we have clients and they develop the games. So everyone on our team is writer specifically, but we might have different areas of expertise. Like mine is humor. We have someone that helps with like diversity and like gender representation. Like still maintaining a really strong relationship then with the clients who are developing the title. So there's a lot of communication back and forth about what kind of story they want to see in the game, how it can work for their game. And the important part is not just like writing the most like big things. Like you want to make sure it can fit the limits of that game.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Like
go ahead.
I had that like volcano you saw, but I can suddenly have like 20 volcanoes and they all erupt at the same time. Like you have to follow the limitations, which I talked about too with Scoops a bit.
Right. How frequent do you have meetings? I mean, if you mind me saying, how frequent are the meetings with your clients and everything?
It can really vary client by client. Sometimes we meet every week. Sometimes it can be, like longer gaps of time. We work with clients all around the world too, so time zones can be a big thing. So there might be some clients we actually meet with, like kind of this face-to-face very rarely, but we communicate a lot through messages and emails and that kind of stuff. So it really just depends how much you need that communication. Usually we communicate a lot more, especially at the start of a game. It can kind of break off a little bit later.
Crazy. So last question, Dexter, this has been awesome.
Yeah.
How you find out humor angles for different audiences? For example, let me click it on here. Different age groups. How do you go about that? In other words, right? I mean, there's different humor for different age groups. So how do you go about that?
So, the most important thing first is you have to decide what age group is playing your game. So, if the game is going to be for teens, you need to know that kind of before you even start writing it. And usually that's something, the developer or client will tell us. And then to find that angle, really, you watch a lot of that stuff. You experience that stuff. You don't just write what you think is funny. You have to write what they think is funny, which could be completely different. So like me, I'm in my 20s, and what I think is funny, a child probably doesn't think is funny. It's about changing the focus. And then once you know that core audience, you can look at what they love and make what you're writing something they love.
That's awesome, Dexter. This has been fantastic. Last words. Go ahead. Tell everybody out there.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for everyone listening. I always love getting to talk about jokes in general because I make jokes all the time. Please don't mind all the clam stuff. It's a wonderful opportunity. If anyone has any other questions, there's my contact information earlier. And this is Bring Out Games, where story is our game.
I appreciate your time, Dexter. I gotta let you go. You know how it goes.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Dexter. We appreciate it.
Thank you as well. Have a great one.
Yeah, you too. Thanks. Okay, I am supposed to do an announcement, and I think they're gonna do a video. So take it. Okay. Oh my word. What can I say? I am so super stoked just being here, and this is all great information. I just can't believe it. And I'm gonna do another announcement here. Here I go. I'm trying to do my best here as I'm reading this because I'm reading it kind of in the dark. Okay, for all the awesome people who can take care of iOS devices, we're organizing our iConf Summit for Swift developers. No way, that's so super cool. And this event is no exception. For the next week, you can get 2 tickets for the price of 1. Okay, I first want to say this. Let me say something about that first. I just want to tell everybody out there, take advantage of these summits with Geeko. I'm for real now, because I've been in design reviews, and I'm like, where in the world was all this information in my head? These summits are so super cool. And something like this iOS, I know some of you out there are going, man, I want that. So here's your chance. 2 tickets for 1. Really? This information is like a information overload, but it's a good overload. Because I'm telling you what, this information is a great way, instead of you searching on YouTube or whatever for all this information, it's right here. And you got all the experts right here. So this is like super cool. I'm telling you, take advantage of it. Thank you to everyone out there that is participating. I mean, it is so amazing. And saying that, I am going to bring in my next guest here. Hi, Kelsey. How is it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, fired up. I'm in an undisclosed location, having a good time, and I just had my latte. How about you?
Sounds like a good afternoon.
Yeah, it is. It's like super cool. So, Kelsey, tell us what you got. What are you going to share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be here. I'm here today to talk about production, particularly focusing on if you're interested in joining us in the production team, who might be the best fit and what you might be doing.
Man, that sounds super cool. So I'm going to share your slides here, and I'm going to get off stage because I'm not that important, and you are, and I'm going to see you later. Bye, Kelsey. Have a good one.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome, and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm super happy to be here. As I mentioned, we're just going to go into a big overview on what it's really like to work in production and what that would be like for you. So jumping right in, a little bit on what we're planning to talk about today is how I found my way to production, what a producer does, what makes a good producer, what kinds of producers there are, and where or how you might want to work, because it's more complicated than you might think. So jumping right in, a little bit about me first. Oops, I'm going to go back. My name's Kelsey Mabbitt. I'm an associate producer at Activision Publishing. I work on Call of Duty right now. I have worked at other brands like 2K Games, Jam City, Walt Disney Studios, and Viacom. And as you hear that list, you may be thinking I have had a bit of a unique path to where I am today. I've had a few different things that have led me to this game production environment that is my absolute favorite. So in general, my long and winding road was I've been in games for about 6 years now, and I decided to make the leap after about 8 years in the entertainment industry because I got a glimpse into what it takes to make a world-renowned video game, and I was hooked. What happened, you may ask, is I spent one afternoon touring a very large studio that shall remain nameless. And for me, it was absolutely thrilling. I was walking around seeing the people who were making the magic and feeling that energy and getting a bit of an idea of what the daily life really looked like. And I knew right then that I wanted to work in this kind of an environment, making amazing games. And I was going to figure out what I needed to do to make that happen. Like many of us, in that moment, I had no idea how to do that. I started looking at job postings and I tried to imagine how I could make my way into this new career. I was scouring online information and I was reading job descriptions to understand who did what and how everything worked. At the time, I didn't even realize how extremely popular the industry is, or how daunting it can be to try to break into games when you don't have games experience. One day, I remember I sat down with a friend of mine, and I found myself trying to explain how, even though I had a very successful career and I had proven myself at Fortune 500 companies, when I read job descriptions, I didn't have the basic requirements to get an entry-level job. At the time, I thought to myself, there's no way I can't do this. I just need to figure out how to apply the skills I have. So that evening, I was back at my computer with my lucky penguin, shown here, on my desk as we were working on looking for job postings after job posting after job posting, and until I found a very small studio that was just starting up with the backing of a parent company. And they were looking for someone who could run the office, manage new people as they hired more people, again, very small, and like run studio events and engagement and make sure people in this new small studio were enjoying themselves. And I just jumped at the chance. I had experience in administration and events, and I knew if I could get my foot in the door, I could figure out how to grow and all the other parts of making games that I just didn't know anything about yet. So I rewrote my resume and rewrote the cover letter and then rewrote it again. And I was lucky enough that once I put in that application, I got a call for an on-site interview. At the time, I packed my lucky penguin in my purse, visited the office for an all-day panel interview, which I'm sure some of you have heard about. Happy to answer questions about in the question and answer section. And spoke to lots of potential colleagues, as well as company leaders. Generally speaking, it was arduous, but it really was a great experience because, again, you got to meet people, see what it really felt like at this studio, and kind of get a sense for what you were signing up for. And I was as prepared as I could be. I was focused, and I was hoping I was a little bit lucky. Thankfully, the next day, I got a call that would change the trajectory of my life. And they told me my offer letter was on the way. So as I accepted the job happily, my lucky penguin and I celebrated with a very nice dinner that I genuinely could not afford at the time, but it was wonderful. I then moved myself 2 states away without any financial support from the company, which, looking back now, I realize I probably should have asked for. And in the first week when I was at the studio, I went right up to my GM and I asked if I could shadow the senior producer. We only had 2 producers on the team and one was the primary. And I knew that if I could learn how she was operating, I could learn how to do that job. I was lucky enough that they were absolutely excited for me to learn more and use me in the future. And I learned by leaps and bounds over those first 2 years. I met some absolutely amazing developers and people and friends now. And because the studio was a very tight team, I had an extremely lot of opportunity to jump in, help out, see what this team was doing, identify what this team needed, and really make an impact while being exposed to so many different disciplines and sort of how things work. And in that, I definitely realized production was exactly what I wanted to do. It was a combination of some of my very favorite things, which is working with people, solving problems, and generally just making sure everyone has the same information. So it was obvious what I wanted to do, and I took my experiences to the next steps in my career. My journey led me to where I am now, but I also had some great teachers along the way that helped me understand what you needed to do or learn to succeed in production. And now I'm here today because I would like to share some of those learnings with you. So I'm sure you've thought about this before, but what does a producer actually do? And the answer is a lot of things. I bet you have heard or have read on the internet that some of the things we do are related to these three tenets, right? We're making decisions. Producers are independently or with other people going to be the point of contact, and they're going to liaise with a lot of other groups. Often, the final say will come down to what is possible and what is not possible. And typically, the person in the room who knows that is the producer. We're also managing the project on a basic level. Producers identify what needs to be done. They make sure the work is being delivered on time, on budget, and at the fidelity that is needed. They're holding true to the vision of the creative team, as well as the key stakeholders from many different disciplines, including publishing or other departments, marketing, audio, as needed. This can mean a lot of things. From creating tasks or tracking the overall health of the game to check in on milestones or schedules. The project management aspect is a large piece of what a producer really does. Speaking of schedules, being in production means you are responsible for tracking and oftentimes making the schedule for your team, possibly outside teams, possibly for the entire game. A good producer has a knack for knowing when things need to be done, when you can push the envelope, and where you can sort of draw the line. If you can understand the concept that A plus B minus wind velocity plus the time of day minus Jones' vacation equals X, probably great at production. There's also a handful of other things that you might not know about what a producer does. We're also going to be vision holders. A successful producer is someone who knows the big picture and might be the person in the room who has a sense of what's planned by all groups. And this means you can call something out if you're hearing an idea that doesn't match or is incongruous with what the other teams are doing. You're also going to be a cheerleader. There are times when you're the only person who knows how much extra effort the team put in to get over the challenges they were dealing with. A good teammate and producer is someone who will make sure the team and the people who report to, the people you report to, know how appreciative you are of all of that amazing hard work. And you make sure that accolades are handed out properly because you might be the one who knows. You also could be a bit of a therapist. Making games can be super hard. It can also be super rewarding and sometimes really great, but it can fall to production to have a sense of who on the team needs to do what or where they're at. And when I say that, you might need to be aware of a teammate who's taking vacation or family leave or simply finally taking the long weekend that they should have been taking. And you might need to rebalance the work. You also might have to communicate with people differently. I'm sure we've all worked on teams where one person is speaking one language and another person is speaking a different one. And as a producer, it's often your job to jump in and make sure everyone understands the same thing and possibly be the calming voice in the room. You also might be on the hook, as it were. The most important thing to mention in production means you're responsible for the plan. Which means if things don't go to plan, you need to know why. You need to know why it wasn't caught in advance or why it wasn't on a checklist to be avoided. You also need to understand how next time you can avoid it. We need to do a post-mortem. You need to understand what happened. And all of those questions are going to come to a producer. This can be small problems. It can be items not making the sprint. It can be items that are broken on the store page, and it can be something that you were responsible for checking that did not work the way you planned. A good producer can handle the hot seat with grace while focusing on making things better, not playing the blame game. You also might have the opportunity to be the face of the team. As you progress in your career, you will likely get asked to speak for the team. This could mean once a week in a leads meeting, or you could be asked about confirming the information in a blog post on the company website. Production is called upon to know the answers to all kinds of questions. especially questions that other teams need to move balls forward. Generally speaking, you are the person in charge of knowing the game the best in the room. Even the designers sometimes have to come confirm with you what the plan is, because you are the person who's seen the most in the room. You'll find that we do a lot of confirming and double checking in this line of work. And then finally, nobody wants to be the bad guy, but sometimes production is a bit of a dream crusher, simply because nobody wants to be the negative Nancy in the room. But if you want to be a producer, you will have to be able to say no. Sometimes you have to say it to smart and charismatic people who are absolutely right and they have good ideas. But when it comes down to it, you're out of time. It is not the best part of the job, but maybe one day I'll get to make a game of all of the amazing ideas we had to abandon because they came too late in the process. That would be absolutely amazing. But for the time being, you just have to be the person who knows what the plan is so you can move things forward. The day-to-day responsibilities range. It depends from specialty to specialty or studio to studio. And we'll get into a little bit of the specifics a little bit later. But high level, producers are wide thinkers who take in information from all sorts of different teams to make sure everyone's goals are interconnected and working together. I like to think of this like a wagon wheel. A producer is in the middle of making sure every team knows what's happening, even if they're trying to figure it out from a team 180 degrees away. This might mean connecting with an engineer to find out when they will complete their tasks so they can unblock UI, or talking to marketing to understand when they need to capture the cool new feature that's in the game so they can post it to the blogs. It might mean staying up half the night to get the final confirmation that the last update fixed the bug for our live players. Lots of things mean, lots of parts of this are just continuing to keep that communication line open. So if you are thinking, this is me, I want to be a producer, fantastic. If you're not, if you're thinking, I'm not totally sure, I've still got some questions, let's work through a couple of ideas. First question, do you like working on a team? How do you feel about it? Do you like working with other people? Are you a person who's always doing the work when you're in a team? Do you find you've personally made schedules for your casual trips with your friends? Or maybe the opposite. Do you hate being the person who carries the weight in a group project? Or do you not like working in a group at all? Production is about interconnecting groups. If you like working with people, sharing ideas, clarifying communication, and you like to track the plans that come out of those creative conversations, production might be a very good fit for you. If you're more interested in working on your own, there's tons of great opportunities in games, but this might not be the route you're looking for. Maybe engineering, maybe art, maybe even marketing, depending on what you want to do. But if you do like working on a team, production's a good fit. Number two, what do you do? As a producer, I feel like a big part of our job is that you need to be able to take information in and use it to inform decisions, which means when you're confused about how something works, things can go pretty poorly pretty fast. We need to be able to clarify and understand what the plan is. Now, don't let that scare you. Thinking you need to know a crazy amount about this game to be successful is not accurate. But everyone does have to learn how to do everything, right? So just like everyone else, you have to learn how to keep this information that's important, highlight it, and make sure other people have it. In your career, you will have lots of times when you run up against a new problem where you simply don't know what to do. We all do, no matter how long you've been in the industry. Things change all the time, which means brand new problems come up. The thing is, Are you the kind of a person who likes to figure things out? If you are, production's probably a great fit for you. A good producer would be asking questions, would be connecting with your colleagues in advance of issues so you can understand the concepts, you can understand the kind of challenges they're having. And that way, when something comes on your table that you're not sure how to handle, you can go ask them, see what they would do, see if that sparks a great plan for the future. So when you don't know what to do, you're not phased and you're ready to figure things out, please consider production. Number 3, what is your communication style? Now, everyone knows that everyone communicates differently. Some people listen to things, some people like to read things, some people want a really pretty visual representation. As a producer, it's your job to find ways to make sure everyone on your team is clear about their tasks, timelines, and goals. If you have a communication style that is a bit on the passive side, you might have to work a bit harder to make sure you are proactively communicating information. If you shy away from difficult conversations, you may need to spend some energy thinking on how best to approach those tough talks, possibly even a little bit of practice. If you are the kind of a person who's very visual, you may end up getting a lot of information in emails. So you may have to think about how you process it to make sure you're very clear on your details so you can communicate them out to others. No matter what your communication style is, there are things that you can do to make you a fantastic producer. The trick is to know your tendencies and identify what works when you're communicating with others, so you can target the things that you maybe need to practice, or really lean into the things that you do really well. And before you know it, you'll be doing a great job and you'll keep your team clear and harmonious. Oop, clicking. Okay, so now that's a lot of information thrown at you. So if you're still with me, I'm hoping you're thinking, wow, this is awesome. I'm totally into it. This is my kind of thing. Well, fantastic. Let's talk about the next chunk of our presentation here, which is, what do you want to do? How do you know what's the right fit for you? So now that you know what it means to be a producer, let's dig into how many different kinds of production there are. There are many, many different production focuses, just as many as there are disciplines that make games. Not to mention the different disciplines who have totally different goals. Most people just learning about the industry probably have some knowledge about a development producer. They're working within a development team and running the day-to-day of a specific arena they manage. For example, an audio producer might be tracking when recordings are being slated to be finished, or when the music will be turned in from the composer. A narrative producer might be planning the schedule for script deliveries and tracking when they're going to do deliveries to the localization groups. A cinematics producer might be overseeing the departments that are doing the day-to-day deliveries for the cinematics, possibly outsourcing, possibly internal. An executive producer, I'm sure we've all heard of this, might be overseeing all of those departments and producers to monitor the delivery of every aspect of the game and track that everything has been completed on schedule, on budget, and with the fidelity demanded by all stakeholders, especially the players. But did you know there are even more areas of production? I, for example, work in publishing, which is the production team that works on behalf of the publisher. My day-to-day revolves around release management. My department takes care of everything that needs to happen to get a game out to players, which includes a lot of background work, including submitting to first parties, clearing assets with our legal teams, working with QA to confirm quality and content is present, working with marketing and biz dev groups to ensure everyone's tracking for the same events and activations, and just making sure the game is ready to be released to the players. One thing I love about production is that you can really approach it from many different ways. If you're the kind of a person who just loves music or loves the music that they hear in games, you might consider that audio production. That might be a great fit for you. If you have more of a technical background, but you're maybe not sure if you're interested in being an engineer, or you're a little bit more interested in doing a little bit of group management, there are technical producers who bridge the gap between technical information and the layman groups who maybe don't speak ones and zeros. They're always valuable, so you should consider that maybe. If you have a creative background like me, you may find that you're excited to be in the weeds with the narrative team and help them keep on track and hit their deadlines while they are writing an entirely new world, which is a very difficult job. I highly recommend it for people that are excited, but trust me, keeping creative people on track is one of the best parts of production. So there are so many roles in production. There are so many different kinds of jobs in the games industry, and hopefully you're thinking, all right, I'm in. And I promise you, if you are, I'm so excited to have you. We really need your unique voice, especially those of you in the room with no games experience. So that's going to bring me to the last big question I want to touch on here, which is, how do I get the job? I get asked this question a lot, and I'm afraid there is more than enough to cover that we would need a whole other talk. But I'll leave you with a few suggestions, okay? These are my high-level tips. Number one, update your resume. This is going to seem like you all know this already, and hopefully you've done this a lot of times as you've started looking for work, but everyone can use a once-over on their resume. Have a friend read it. Have a colleague read it. See if it sounds as amazing as you really are. And if not, revise. Consider connecting with a resume writer. Maybe they can help you highlight some of your transferable skills. Number two, smaller companies are a great place to start. Sometimes smaller studios have more opportunities for quick growth. If you already established a career elsewhere and you were looking to prove yourself, it might be a great path in the experience you're looking for. My one tip is don't let brand recognition stop you from beginning a brand new career. It's amazing what you can do at a lot of different companies, be they big or small. And number three, probably doesn't need to be said, but keep applying. Seriously. It is hard to know that your information goes out into a black box and you maybe don't feel like you're getting anywhere, but just keep applying. Connect with people on LinkedIn, join Facebook groups with developers, watch for job postings, follow your favorite games social presences, maybe check in with your esports social presences. Then I would say go back to number one and keep applying. I'm sure everyone can handle this and everyone will do an amazing job. It's just a matter of sticking with it. You got this. Maybe you've been dreaming about gathering up your friends and starting your own studio, or maybe you want to work on a world-renowned game and you're dreaming of having one of the top game studios on your resume. I am absolutely here to tell you that you can do it. Whatever you dream, you can achieve it. There's no one way into games. Your path may not be typical or exactly what is expected, but you will be surprised. You can make amazing things happen. And with that, I want to say thank you very much for listening. If you decided to join me today, I hope that you were curious about production and I answered some questions. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to answer any more questions or discuss in the Q&A. And remember, no small jobs and games.
Thanks
all.
Thanks, Kelsey. That was so cool. We got like 2 minutes, I think, till the next guy. I just want to thank you because you get out there and you look for a job, the super amazing job, and then you get shot down, right? And you're a great inspiration. You really are. I mean, I really like what you said. Any pointers for all of us out there that feel down right now, looking for the right job or anything like that?
Oh gosh, I've been there. Trust me.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of hits, or a lot of at bats to connect, if you will. And my suggestion is don't feel like you have to do anything. If you need to take a minute, take a minute. If you need to not apply for 24 hours, go ahead, take a break. And then do something to support yourself. Talk to your friends. Everyone knows that this takes time, and you shouldn't beat yourself up if you're not hearing back from people. It doesn't mean you're not amazing. It just means that maybe they're not hiring, or maybe something changed. This time of year is not the busiest time for people to get picked up. It changes pretty seasonally. So have faith in yourself and make sure you talk to people if you're feeling really down about it. You're not alone.
I think that's really awesome what you just said, because sometimes we feel alone, right? I mean, we think like, what am I doing wrong here? Why can't I get this position? It's really good to have friends, isn't it? The support.
Yeah. It makes a big difference.
It really is. Mm-hmm. Well, we're not done with you. You know that. We've got a Q&A session at the end. Mm-hmm. Kelsey, thank you so much. That was really awesome, the information you provided, and we will see you in a bit. Thank you so much. Yep, thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, let's go. I think I got Carl. And Carl,
hey, how's it going?
You're in the back, and you're saying, I have to pronounce your name correct. Are you ready? Leduc. Did I do it?
That's perfect. Yeah, that's
sweet.
Perfect.
Okay, cool, man. So what do you got for us today? What are you going to share with us?
So, I mean, Kelsey's talk, I think, hit on a lot of the same points, but I guess the angle that I'm coming from is from an indie developer perspective. Maybe there's a small team that needs production support, or someone that's just starting out needs to understand what a producer can solve on the project, and that's kind of the angle that I'll take. But Kelsey's talk was great, and I liked a lot of the points she talked about.
Me too. I think it's really cool. So here's my big word for the day, segue. So we'll segue right into yours on the development. So I'm going to go ahead and share your presentation, and you got it, Carl Leduc. I'm just kidding with you. Have a good one. I'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, Michael. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much, Geeky, for having me on. I'm really excited to give this talk today. So, production advice for when you have no producer. What I'm going to talk about today is a little introduction of myself and my history, and also just a bit of background as to like definitions of what a producer is. Kelsey's talk touched on, all the different types of responsibilities that a producer can have, and I'll be talking about all those different things as well, but specializing in project management, which is where my experience really focuses on. I'll be talking about the main pillars that I feel producers or production managers bring to a project, and that's communication, motivation, and direction. So let's get into it. I hope you find this valuable. So who am I? My name is Carl Leduc. I am currently a production coordinator, a mid-level production coordinator at Rocketworks, working on a new survival game called Icarus. We actually just had our first open beta weekend last weekend, and we're set to have a launch in November. It's really exciting. It's awesome working on a survival project. Different genres of games require different problems to be solved. So I hope the advice that I give today is broad enough to be valuable to people coming from all different areas of games, different genres, different platforms, and that kind of thing. My game dev journey started off in 2014, where I got an internship as a QA tester at Gameloft Auckland. We were developing mobile games there. I had a great experience working as a QA tester for a year, and then I transitioned into the production department. And that's when I really fell in love with games and saw my future as someone that really loved the skill set that was needed for the production department and being a producer. So my journey kind of continued on from that, where I worked at Weta Workshop in Wellington, New Zealand, as a QA tester there on Magic Leap, on a game called Dr. Broadbort's for the Magic Leap device, which is an augmented reality headset, which was a really, really cool experience. And even though I was there as a QA tester, I still learned a lot working with a different team, different tools. It was cool to go from working on mobile to working on a different platform, and that was a great experience. And now being at Rocketworks working on a PC game, it's kind of giving me a good all-round experience of what it's like to develop games on different platforms with different size teams. Rocketworks has about 65 plus people right now, and it's really exciting. There's 3 producers on the team, 3 production coordinators, a couple production assistants, and it's a nice production department that kind of covers all the different areas, from design to the programmers to the artists. And I'm currently sitting on the artists team as a production coordinator. Some other things that I do on the side is I sit on the board of the NZGDA, which is the New Zealand Game Developers Association, and through this I've had a chance to talk to a lot of indie developers, help with funding, early stage funding, and just kind of networking with people that are just going through the game development journey early on and seeing what that growth looks like. And I think that's why I wanted to do this talk today with this angle, is because I've realized that I've kind of understood, even though I'm not a programmer and I'm not a developer, I've realized that producers always need to be hired earlier and earlier on projects. And it's it's obviously it's hard if you're only an indie developer working on your own or with a small team. But I hope I can explain a few of the pillars that would explain the kind of value that a producer can bring. The other side thing that I do is I host a weekly podcast called Zero to Play, where I interview different game developers and game experts in the industry all around the world. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing several indie developers that I've found through LinkedIn and Twitter, and being able to talk to them about their journey, their struggles, things like that. And it's been a great resource for me to ask these questions and to kind of learn a bit more what goes inside the minds of these indie developers that are pursuing their passion. And I highly recommend, if you need a great piece of content to consume, to kind of learn more about other people's stories and things, I definitely recommend checking out the podcast on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Podcasts and all that. It's one of my most passionate side hustles, and I'm definitely really loving the value that I'm getting from that, just from talking to different people around the world in different roles. So that's a bit about me. Now let's talk a bit about what it is to be a producer. So similar to what Kelsey mentioned, there's all these different things depending on the project, depending on the size of the team, depending on the different department that the producer is working in, that they'll have all these different types of responsibilities. So publishing, working with a publisher, funding, trying to raise capital, distribution, working with different platforms, hiring and growing a team, marketing, project management, and there's a lot more. And I'm learning in my journey the different kinds of responsibilities that a producer has. But project management is definitely the one that I've focused on the most, and that I've had the joy of learning the most of, and that's where I feel I can talk about the most confidently. So the next question I have is why don't you have a producer? And if you've come to listen to this talk, you might not have a producer, and there's several reasons why that might be. The project might be too small, it might be too early, so you haven't had to think about that yet. There's enough money to afford one, which is a very valid problem to have. When you have limited money, you have to make really smart decisions as to where that goes. Maybe you don't see the value in having one. That's something I hope to change your mind about by the end of this talk. Maybe you've had a bad experience with a producer that hasn't done what you've expected, or brought as much value to the team as you thought. or maybe you just don't want one. Maybe you feel like those responsibilities are being taken care of by another member of the team. Maybe it's yourself, and maybe that's completely fine. And I'll be talking about some of the pillars that I think will hopefully be on the shoulders of someone in your team, even if that's yourself. So that's what I'm going to talk about. The pillars of being a good producer, in my opinion, from a production management perspective. So there's a few caveats there, but I hope there's some value sprinkled in here somewhere. So the first one, and this is probably the biggest one that is constantly, there's just so many lessons that you can learn from this as you go through your journey. I'm learning about this every day, but that's communication, and just communicating with the team, the best processes for communicating. And it seems like a very simple thing. Everyone can communicate. Most people feel like they communicate well, but I do feel like there's a lot to unpack with what good communication really means. So I've drawn these little diagrams to try help explain how big of a problem communication can be. So the first case is you have a team, from one developer to another developer. Let's say one programmer to another programmer. They need to communicate to each other about, maybe they're working on a system that's quite closely linked and they need to make sure the code doesn't overlap, or whatever it might be, they need to communicate. And a producer can help facilitate those conversations. Even if it's a remote team, maybe a producer needs to help plan a meeting to get that conversation going. But maybe they don't need a producer involved. They can just go talk to each other, jump into a Discord channel or something and sort it out, which is perfectly fine. But one-on-one communication can happen between different departments as well, and a producer is sometimes a good middleman to help put those two people together and talk about a problem. The next case is from one department to another. And once the team starts growing, and once you have established pods of different departments, whether it's marketing or the art department, the animation department, the world builders, the level designers, or the designers and the programmers, the backend team, there's so many different departments that you need to develop a game. It's not a simple it's not a simple thing, and games can be very complex. And once you have this inter-department communication needed, things like documentation become really important. Just being on top of the kind of problems that one department might be causing for another, if there's bottlenecks and things like that. So that's another case that I feel communication can break down, where there can be a lot of value created by having someone on the team that's thinking about this stuff. And the third one is communication between one person to another, but at a different point in time. And this is, I think, one area that isn't really thought about a lot. And that's, for example, a year ago, a feature in the game was developed by a programmer. And a year later, that programmer has now left the company, and that feature needs to be picked up and iterated on. It needs to be improved or changed. And a developer is going to go into that system, and they might be confused as to how it was developed, what the intention was when it was first made. And you need to have good processes with documentation, capturing that data back then a year ago, so that a year later, when someone's trying to, not repeat the same problems that the person had a year ago, is to have good processes that point to documentation that's really well written, and that documentation is up to date and things like that. And this presents a whole bunch of problems once you scale a team, once you have a project that's been in development for a long time. These kinds of communication problems happen often. And a producer's job is all about trying to keep the team organized and keep things like this not causing too much of an issue. So I hope that made some sense. In terms of making communication easier, one great solution is documents. Documents are a team's most efficient tool for communication, in my opinion. What I think it does is it removes the responsibility from a person and being stuck in their head to being responsible by a whole team. So anyone else can jump in, anyone else can provide feedback, can give advice, can change things, and create discussion in amongst that document so that there's a source of truth that people can go to from different teams. And I think it's really important that it can be shared. It's a piece of paper or a document online that is detached from one sole person, which is, I think, the main benefit of having documentation. And you have documentation for everything, for meetings, talking about design scope, different systems, art style, onboarding when there's new people coming on board. Honestly, there's so many things that a document can solve so much headache when trying to remember things that have been discussed or problems that have been solved. But what is really important is the file structure and organization. One good tip is to have good templates for different documents. If you have an onboarding document, to have a good template that you're giving to that lead artist to lay out in an organized way, so that anyone else jumping in can kind of understand that template, and there's like a starting point for them to go off to put that information out there. So yeah, documentation is really important. So a producer's job is to know what documents exist, where they live, and if they're up to date. And this is just one of the things that is a constant job that a producer or a production manager is trying to do, is to be the source of truth that knows where everything is, and if there isn't a document that exists, that will then be a gap in their mind that they want to fill. And that's ultimately what I'm passionate about as an aspiring producer, is being that person that can be a point of contact to solve all those little communication problems and make sure that there's things like documents being created and followed through with, and things like that. The next thing to help with communication, in my opinion, is meetings. So meetings are the next best way to kind of solve problems quickly. The big problem with meetings, though, is that you're taking all these people's time away to solve the problem. And there's a big problem with meeting bloat, where developers feel like they're just constantly in meetings, they're not actually doing focused work. And I do think that is something that a producer should be conscious about, is always making sure they're not taking too much time, not wasting the time of their developers by pulling them into meetings all the time. Also, what I think is important is to focus on capturing the decisions that are made during those meetings, not discussion. Sometimes discussions can go for hours to talk about different things, and you kind of hop between different ideas, but it's whatever the decisions that are made at the end of that I think are really important to capture. And a good piece of advice is to always end in action items, end with a task that can then be followed through, whether it's a document to be created or to go follow up with a different team, or even just to put those facts out somewhere. Another important part about meetings is taking notes in the meetings. Sharing notes with a team in case some people aren't there, so they can still get that information and be on the same page as everyone if they're not present at that meeting at that time. So sharing notes from meetings, I think, is really important. And recurring meetings can also be handy if you're trying to do things like daily stand-ups or retrospectives, just to get the flow of the team being really kind of efficient and finding any issues in those regular meeting time slots. But yeah, don't be careful with too many recurring meetings that make people feel like they're wasting their time. So a producer's job is to ensure meetings are scheduled, notes are taken, and action items are converted into tasks. So these are some of the things that I am responsible for at RocketWorks, and what I think a producer's job is in the production team. And if you didn't have someone that was thinking about this stuff, it's very easy for information to be lost and time to be wasted, and for you to be going back to those meeting rooms again and again, talking about the same things. And that's not a good place to be in your project. So the second pillar that I'd like to talk about is motivation. And one thing that Kelsey mentioned in her talk before this was being a producer is like being a therapist. And this is a topic that I like to talk about a lot because it is talking about soft skills. It is talking about caring for individual people and making sure that people are in the right place, they have enough tasks and things like that. And I really like talking about this topic when it comes to having efficient processes. So what is motivation really? The way I like to see it is everyone in the team's working towards a goal, whether that might be the next sprint, the next feature, next update, whatever it might be. But a producer, I feel, is looking at the team at where they currently stand. No one else in the team is really caring about their neighbors to the same degree that a producer is. And I think it's really important to have someone in your team that is focusing on what that person is doing right now and if that's the best thing for that person to be doing. Because people need to be focused on what they're working on. They need to be getting into that state of flow. And to do that, they can't be distracted by what's happening either side of them. And a producer does a perfect job of making sure that that is being considered. So to help with motivation, I think a producer should be checking in with the team regularly, treating them like a human, helping them prioritize and find work. It's just these kind of things that are discussions that you have with your team that help them feel more confident about what they're currently working on. And also just looking for opportunities to shift and move the team around. Maybe someone's been working on 3D assets for the last year and they feel kind of burnt out, not really learning or excited anymore, and maybe just switching them with someone else, having a little handover can make both people feel a lot more motivated and produce a lot more just better work. So I think that's things like that are really important when you find those moments. The other thing are regular meetings to help to motivate the team. Things like having one-on-ones to just give each member of the team a chance to talk about the areas that they are interested in, the problems that they're having on the team. Retros are great, whether they're project-based or just done on like a monthly cadence, just to find out what people are happy about, confused about, or sad about, or angry about. There's tons of different formats for retros that you can find online. But I think they're great just to get an overall snapshot of how the team is feeling at that moment in time. Things like quarterly goals to talk about what that person's currently like feeling in their project. Maybe they're in the art department, but they are working as a programmer on the side, and maybe them being a tech artist kind of in between might be a solution. And just checking in with your team to find those goals that the team are working towards so that people are really motivated for what they're working on. And then yearly assessments. I think it's really important for people to be told if they're doing a good job or not, to be given kind of a roadmap of if they want to work their way into a senior position, like what that kind of path looks like, and being as open as you can about their career path and how they can best get to that. I think things like that are really helpful to build the motivation in the team. Producer's job is to make sure the team are taken care of and have something they can talk to about challenges, having someone they can talk to about challenges, both on the project and personally. I think that's important. If you didn't have a producer on the team or someone to kind of fill that gap, then people won't feel comfortable. They won't know who the kind of leader is or the point of contact is in that team. And sometimes having a producer is that perfect person that you can go to talk about things outside of what's directly work related, that a producer fills that void in a good way, I feel. And the third pillar is direction. So providing direction for the projects, the team, and just being conscious of the direction that the project is going in. So a good way to that I put this into a little graphic is, if you didn't have a producer and you're just kind of developing the game week by week, day by day, you're kind of just trying to find what you're building. You're not quite sure. You're making decisions and you're changing the way the game looks, but there isn't really this clear direction. And that's what I feel a producer does really well, is just kind of nails down that long-term vision and can reiterate that to the team. And that's ultimately what a producer is there to do, is to help deliver on a decision that has been made, a few months back. And a producer can think long term while thinking short term, whereas a developer and someone that's actually writing the code or drawing the art is focused on their skill set, and they're not really thinking about the roadmap of the project. And that's another great solution that I think producers give to a project. What I think they do well is looking forward. So allocating tasks to the team on a daily basis, making sure that they have three things on their list that are the most priority right now, that they can then just kind of work through one at a time, working by 2-week sprints, and having those goals to achieve by the end of that 2 weeks, and just having that cadence of delivering big chunks of the game at a time in 2-week sprints, I think is really valuable. And then also just thinking more long term, quarterly planning, seeing if you need to hire anyone to fill in those gaps to deliver in that time, things like that. A producer provides a lot of valuable insight on. They also do good at looking back. So making sure the backlog is being prioritized, I think, is really important, so that it's not so overwhelming. If someone's got no tasks and they decide to go into the backlog to see any bugs that they can fix, that it's not just this big ocean of tickets, that it's being prioritized and looked at, so that the producer on the team is hopefully making time to go and make sure that is at least considered, even though there might not be time. It's a fact that all games ship with hundreds of bugs in the backlog. Developing games, a polished game, is hard work and takes a very long time, but prioritizing the backlog is something that helps just make the overall process feel a lot cleaner and more efficient for the team to work with. Organizing documentation, so not just kind of letting things just pile up, but actually making sure things are ordered as the team grows, as the project matures, to make sure that things like documentation are organized, and doing things like retros, documenting the lessons that you learned about different features or different projects or different teams, and realizing the pros and cons that you learned, so that you can do better for the next iteration or the next next chapter of that team. And then looking at the present, so doing things like daily stand-ups, making sure the team are motivated on a daily basis, team morale, and just making sure the team are working well together, and just improving processes. I think things like this really help in the long term, when there's someone on a daily basis that's taking care of the processes and the efficiency of the team, and can make those little micro changes that help the team out on a daily basis. A producer's job is to make sure the team is as efficient as possible, and that processes are put in place to help hit the deadlines and move the project forward. So that's pretty much it. I hope that this helps you understand some of the value that a producer can bring to a project. So if you're listening to this and you're an indie developer, you're maybe growing your team, maybe you just got funding and you need to kind of expand and you're not quite sure the kind of responsibilities and roles that a producer could fill, I hope that this can shine some light on things like communication, motivation, and direction, and to show the importance of that in a team, and as a studio is growing, the kind of things that should be responsible by someone on the team. It doesn't have to be a producer. I think the name of a producer or production manager, whatever you want to call it, it can fall on someone else's shoulders that might have a different responsibility in the team as well. For example, they could be like a lead developer, but they do have those production tendencies. I think that is perfectly fine with a small enough team, but I hope that this talk made it clear that it is a full-time job to be a producer and to have someone that's focusing solely on things like communication and the processes on a day-to-day basis. Because if you're also trying to be the lead developer, lead programmer, you will very quickly, that those kind of things will be pushed to the side. They won't be as important. They won't seem as important in the moment, but they do make a big difference for the longevity of the project, to reduce burnout, to reduce overtime, and finding things last minute that you need to fix. The last point that I want to make, though, is to not be so hard on yourself, because every producer is constantly having to adapt and change to a growing team, a maturing project, new projects, having to balance multiple projects. It's a constant work in progress, and there's no one solution for every team. Even a producer is constantly changing the way that they feel about different processes, different ways of organizing information. So if it is on your shoulders, don't be so hard on yourself if things fall through the cracks, if if you find that things like time is wasted sometimes. Just know that even on the biggest projects with producers at every corner, they still have areas that they can improve on. So thanks for your time. I really appreciate being able to talk about some of these things that I'm really passionate about. My Twitter is Carl's Content if you want to keep in touch. I'd love to know if you found anything valuable from this talk. I'm going to be posting a thread which summarizes this talk in the next few days on my Twitter. I'd love it if you could join me over there and keep the conversation going. So thanks again, and see you guys soon for the Q&A.
Right now. How about now? Thanks, Carl. That was so awesome. I'm going to bring in Kelsey also. Guys, let's just get this started. Where do I start? We'll get to the questions in a minute. I just want to let you know the information that you provided, and I heard the word communication, right? I mean, between your team, and I see you nodding your head. Just go ahead and how important is communication between the team?
It's as easy as just walking over to someone's desk to solve a problem and to be confident enough to just ask the right questions. But I think, especially if you're dealing with bigger issues on the project, to make sure that those things are documented after they're communicated is really important, so that that information isn't just kept between two people. It can be communicated to the wider team so that everyone's on the same page. Communication is both the simplest thing and the most complicated thing at the same time.
Right. Kelsey, you want to add to that?
It couldn't be more important. I think. And you spend your entire day doing it if you're a producer. So keeping it clear, making sure everyone is speaking the same language is sometimes just a big part of it. And I completely agree. It's as simple as saying hi, going and just checking in, making sure everyone's moving towards the same goal.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that, because we'll get to the questions in a minute. We keep on going into that. How has COVID impacted you guys when it comes to communication? How has that impacted you?
Yeah, I can start. New Zealand has just gone into its 5th lockdown a week ago, so all of our teams had to go remote again, and it's definitely harder, personally, I think, as a producer to facilitate conversation. I feel like when you're remote, it's easier to let people self-manage themselves. But I think things like daily stand-ups are really important, just to get the ball rolling at the beginning of the day, make sure the team comes together, knows what they're working on today, and can communicate that to the producer. Those like daily stand-ups are what I found to be the most valuable in a remote COVID world.
Kelsey?
Yeah, I agree. I actually haven't left my house since last March for work.
Yeah.
So I'm very used to it now. And for us, it's a lot. There's definitely more meetings than there were before to make sure people are communicating and keeping things open. And there's just some sort of new creativity. You have to find new ways to talk to each other and have reasons to talk that aren't always work related. You have to come up with the reasons to just chat sometimes, because that's, especially as a producer, some of the most important stuff comes out of casual conversation. So it's been fun. There's a lot of Zoom. I am a professional Zoom humor at this point.
Right.
But, I think overall it's very doable. You just have to put actual energy into thinking about how to keep people connected.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because when I was a lead developer on a project, we had cat show and tell day. And so everybody was showing their cat, like, hey, this is my cat. And developers went crazy. I was like, dude, really? They started like bringing out their cats, 3 and 4 of them. But it really brought a synergy to the team and maybe a personal thing, which is important, right? It's not just, hey, let's work on this project, but hey, let's get to know each other. And I found that's very effective. And I'm sure you guys can relate to that, knowing everybody on a personal level. We could go on and on the topic here. But here's the question for you, Kelsey. And then, Carl, you can step in too. I believe you mentioned this time of year isn't the busiest time for people to get picked up. Why and when is the busiest time? When is the best time?
Yeah, good question. Everyone's different, and I will say that every country is different. So this is speaking from my personal experience only. But if you're looking at certain companies that do releases in fall, at this point we are nose down. We have too much to do, and we're not hiring people very often. It still happens, but not as extensively. Whereas there are companies that are going to be looking more beginning of the year, like first 4 months of the year, and you might see more jobs. Again, totally depends on the company and depends on what their targets are, but it is something I've seen as a trend, especially in the US.
What about you, Carl? What do you see? What's the best time in New Zealand?
I think it's interesting. The industry in New Zealand is still pretty small, and it's kind of clear when a company gets new funding and is expanding their teams. And I think just keeping in touch with local organizations that are sharing the job boards, so that when that kind of rush is happening. Maybe you could even be aware of the local funding projects that happen and find out when their cadence is for announcing new funds. But I mean, there's so many variables. It's hard to give a good, clear answer. I think it can be at any point of the year. Probably not around Christmas, maybe. That's probably the clearest piece of. Other than that, it's quite hard to say.
I would totally agree. I would also say track your companies. See what if you're somewhere you're excited about, get to know what they look like and when they hire, because they probably have things like that. For example, they got funding or they got a new quarter. That's probably the best way to follow.
So it sounds like you're saying, if I'm really serious about applying for a job, you got to do research, right? You've got to research the company out. Well, they're going to ask you questions, right? Like, do you have any questions for us? And it looks a lot better, doesn't it, when you're prepared, I guess. Yeah. So I guess this is kind of a duplicate. Unless any of you guys want to say anything, we kind of touched on that, right? Is there a best time? Let's move on. One of two. In my country, Thailand, several people and government still didn't see the importance of local game developers. You're nodding your head there, Carl. Why is that? You seem to understand.
Yeah, I mean, sitting on the board of the NZGDA, the New Zealand Game Developers Association, we're constantly trying to lobby government to, acknowledge games in their bills and things like that. And it's a constant work and progress. I think the whole world, though, is starting to accept games and see games as part of the mainstream media now, and see the benefit of games in different industries. I still think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get rid of a lot of the stigma around games. But I'm hopeful that as every year goes on, more people from different industries are seeing the value in games, especially at a government level as well. So my answer to that is be patient, find the people that are fighting for it, and join them.
Kelsey, anything to add?
I think Carl nailed it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to be, Mr. Polite here. So most game developers rarely have any budget, and sponsors or investors often doesn't understand the process of game development. You guys can read it. Any guide to support local? Is there anything out there, any community or something like that can support local game developers? Because I'm sure there's hidden talent, right? There's probably some really good talent out there. So there's something to support that.
Kelsey, you can go first if you like.
I mean, I don't have a ton of insight on this, especially compared to your experience, but I would say that there's always groups. There are angel investors. There are people who do this and focus on this. So if you feel like you want to find an investor that understands what you're pitching, do your research, as always.
Yeah, I think it's also important, just like the startup industry, it's and like the tech industry, which is similar to games in a lot of ways. The harsh reality is that at 95% of projects don't succeed and don't grow past a certain point. And I think the answer is everyone is dealing with that, and it's all about finding creative ways to put yourself in front and be different. Like, what's your angle? What makes you unique? Why is now the right time? Things like that. But like I said, like other industries also struggle with that. It's hard to make a game and to grow a studio. But just keep trying. If you are really passionate about it, you might fail the first few, but the third, fourth, or fifth project might be the one that gets attention and gets funding, gets sponsorship, and that kind of thing. So if you are really passionate about it, you will end up making it work.
It sounds like passion is a good driven force, isn't it? I mean, if you have passion, that can get you over a lot of the people saying, no, you can't do it, find another job. And so this leads to the next question here. What is the degree of competition of the gaming industry? Is the graphic engine of each game proprietary and trademark and blah, blah? You guys can read it. So what is the degree of that?
Those are kind of different questions.
Yeah, it is.
As far as like competition in the games industry, it's going to just depend on what you're trying to get into and sort of at what level. I do think that it's a popular industry. So I do think a lot of people are applying for the jobs. When you see something, you can assume a handful of people have applied. As far as the graphics engine, I really can't speak to that. I would say that it completely depends game to game and situation to situation.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd like to add is game engines like Unity and Unreal are providing a great solution to a lot of game devs that don't have the same amount of money as other studios that develop their own engines. I think Unity and Unreal are providing competition that is on par with some of the big studios. And if you are just a small guy looking at these free tools, learning Unreal, it's free to download. There's tutorials on YouTube to look at it and just know that is a tool that can be competed with some of the biggest companies in the world right now.
Yeah. Kelsey, anything you want to say to that?
No, I would agree. It's a good note that there are lots of things out there if you're at the small level that are being used at the large level. Like it doesn't mean you don't have to have a proprietary engine to make any kind of game.
Yeah, I'm learning that too. As I'm moderating, I'm hearing some of the other speakers, and they're even getting into talking open source now. I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of it. I'm like, whoa, open source, that saved my life. For how I develop and everything. So for me, that's a lot of confidence. And before I'd be like, I'd never be a gaming developer or something like that. But a lot of these tools that are out there, right? It seems like a lot of people are giving that opportunity. Here's another question. Any tips on finding games producers, project manager jobs? Any tips?
I think for me, I can say it's going to depend a little bit, again, on location. But I know that a robust way to find them in the US is often LinkedIn. Sometimes you're going to see some things on Indeed. And then always, always, always look at the actual developer's website, because sometimes jobs are only on the actual individual developers' websites.
Yeah, I'd probably say like finding games producer / product manager jobs. I would look at entry level jobs like an assistant producer or a production assistant. Sometimes that name is interchanged. They're great entry-level jobs in production that will give you a good insight into how games are developed. Being a QA tester as well, I personally, just because that's how my journey started, it was a great way to get my foot in the door to understand how all the different departments worked, which then gave me the insight into game production. And then there was an opportunity to switch departments once I was inside the studio. So I think applying for jobs as a QA tester can be another great strategy as well. But yeah, places like LinkedIn in New Zealand, there's companies like TradeMe or Seek that have jobs postings as well.
That is so super awesome. Thanks, guys. Because I'm just saying, if I was new coming in the industry, a lot of information that you provided, it's helped me to be more confident, right? In other words, just look out there and like the companies you work for, they're super big, and maybe that kind of scares me a little bit, and maybe a lot of what you provided, and I'm talking to everybody out there too. I mean, they're telling you, right, guys? They're telling you to go out there and just apply, right? And don't be afraid of whatever the company is and everything. I mean, look at you two. You're very successful, and I think you are totally awesome for being here and sharing that. Okay, that was my little speech. But anyway, let's go on. What are some entry-level production? Well, you mentioned this, Carl. What are some entry-level production positions I should be looking for? Do I need to be a specialist in a specific area? Like an artist to be an art producer? What is it that I need to be one? What are the skills?
Yeah, I can speak to this a little bit. So again, different companies are going to have different titles, but I completely agree. Associate producer is sometimes entry level. There's also coordinator positions that are sometimes entry level. Like a project coordinator is often entry level. You do not need to be a specialist in an area. If you have an interest, it's great to sort of focus. But if you don't know what you want to do, or you are excited about it but don't have a ton of experience, that's completely fine at entry level. It should be our job to teach you how to do it. So overall, though, it also should call it out. Like, you should look at your requirements on any job, and if it's a year or less, that should be entry level.
Yeah, I think having a specialization, like say you're pursuing production, but you are also an artist at this on the side, I think that helps with communication. But at the end of the day, your skills as in production are what you're being hired for. I'm not an artist, but I've been made familiar to the art pipeline so that I can communicate with the artists on my team. It hasn't been, I can't even draw a stick man properly, but I'm able to communicate with the artists now because I understand the tools that they use, and because I'm curious about that. That doesn't mean that I want to be an artist, though.
Well, I'm a master at copy and paste. Whatever. Okay, anyway, I'm going to continue on really quick here. For example, can a game developer also be a game producer?
Titles are titles. I mean, like, if you're a producer on the dev team, then you're a developer. Like, it's pretty interchangeable. It just depends on how you use it.
Yeah, I think the definition of a game developer is something that's I think argued a bit online, but personally, I call myself a game developer, even though I work in production. I'm very close to the development team. I'm not a programmer, but I do help bring the project to life. So I think everyone that is directly involved with making a game is a game developer. Even industries like distribution and things that are very disconnected from the core development team, I still consider those people game developers.
This is really interesting, guys, because some of the projects that I worked on, specifically this one I'm thinking of, you got to have good chemistry, right? You got to have good chemistry from all the people on your team. And I think you mentioned this, Kelsey, that it's really important we mentioned this about good communication, right? So what do you do about somebody that just wants their own way of doing things? How do you handle those kind of people? How do you do that? Somebody just going in a different direction than the rest of the team. How do you steer them back?
Carl, you want to go first?
Yeah, I think I think things like ego are very real. People that are really confident and passionate. I think that's part of the producer's job as well, is to facilitate communication in that way. Sometimes pulling people back. Someone that's a good team member isn't always the person that's the best programmer or the best artist. It's the one that can communicate well with the team and talk about their decisions openly, so that the whole team's on board. It's just another one of the challenges that producers have is to make sure that the team are working together and communicating together. But sometimes you have those prodigy like people that are really amazing at what they do, and they kind of have their own way of working, and that's, you just have to kind of make sure that fits in the process of how the rest of the team operates.
Yeah, I have found in my experience that when you have people like that on a team, or an individual who's just got their own ideas about how things are working, it's about keeping clarity in the target. Like, if someone has really put their head down in the way that they want to do it, I'm not necessarily going to have a problem with that unless it's blocking someone else or creating problems elsewhere. And if it is, usually you're working with adults who are smart, capable people, and you can explain, hey, this is creating other issues. Is there a way we can do this that does not create those issues? And oftentimes, even difficult personalities can understand that we're all on the same team, trying to make the same thing, working together.
Well put. That was well put, seriously, because I think that this is really awesome information, because I work with interns sometimes, and maybe I disclose too much information, but I'm like, it's really good for them to hear this, because when they get in their first job, and I know you guys are like this, you're going to have those kind of people, and it's how you deal with them is what's really important. I think that's what makes you successful. I'm going to switch gears a little bit, and I kind of heard a little bit about, coming from both of you, I heard Agile a little bit or something. And what kind of tools do you use for tracking development or tracking your project or even your teams? Just curious.
You can go first, Cassie. I'm interested to know what Call of Duty, what their team uses.
Yeah, me too. Why do you think I brought up the question?
Oh, you guys. We use Jira. I mean, it's pretty industry standard. We use Jira for our tracking for the most part. And then we have other tools that we use for a lot of different things. Like, I will use a handful of other projects. I will use things in the Google Suite. I'll use things, possibly Smartsheets. But for the most part, it's Jira. Good old-fashioned Jira.
At Rockerworks, we use Jira as well. We use Confluence as a documentation tool, and Jira and Confluence, just because they're both Atlassian products, they work really well together, and there's some really cool, unique functionality that you can do when you combine them both. For the art pipeline, we use ShotGrid, which used to be called Shotgun, and that's just for the art pipeline, just because that is its own unique set of challenges that Jira it's slightly different, works differently with. So we use those both of those tools, and we have ways of communicating between both of those when it kind of goes from artist to the tech team.
And it kind of leads into the next question. You mentioned daily stand-ups. Are you referring to agile development methodologies? If so, is it a hybrid? In other words, if you're using agile, is it true or what is it? I'm just curious.
I mean, I've used the word agile and Scrum. I think when it comes to a production's process, you try not stick to a methodology too strictly. You just kind of use it as inspiration. It's good to maybe have in the back of your mind, but when you're on the ground working with a team, you have to make changes and do what works well for the team. So, I mean, I guess, yeah, we work agile. We do daily stand-ups. We have like a very agile approach with the way we do sprints and things like that. So I guess it would be hybrid, but I would imagine everyone's would be hybrid to a degree. That's just my perspective.
How about you, Kelsey?
Agree. No, I completely agree. Like, everywhere I've ever worked, and I only speak in my personal experience, but every studio does their own thing. It's never like strict to any system. It's what works for the team, which by definition would always be some kind of a hybrid. And I personally subscribe to the beauty of Agile, that you can plan to pivot. But beyond that, it's just about making sure open communication is working.
I agree with that. Guys, guess what time it is? I think it's time. This is your moment. You've got a couple minutes. Just what do you want to tell everybody out there? I mean, I'm so amazed at you guys in your career and where you are. Just shout it out. Go for it. Just go ahead and just give some inspiring, comments, statements, thoughts. It's yours.
You can go first, Kelsey.
You always point to her.
All right. I mean, I guess honestly, I would say I've worked hard. I've had a lot of good luck. And if you are interested in working on the scale that I'm at this point, find your mentors. Find people who can help you, who can teach you and bring you along on the journey, because anybody can do it. You just have to make sure you're constantly growing.
Awesome.
Yeah. I guess what I'd like to say is if you're really passionate about making games, maybe you're a developer yourself, take part in local meetups, participate in game jams. There's a ton of international game jams popping up now that you can participate in. I think it's really important to actually take action and not just consume content all the time. You're consuming this conference and I hope that you're taking away some really good advice, but I hope that turns into actual actions, into whether it's applying for jobs or participating in game jams and building your resume, so that you actually have those experiences under your belt, because that is what will make you grow. Consuming content's great and inspiring, but I think it's important to apply that as well afterwards.
Guys, great talks, great presentations. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I have had such a great time. You both are amazing. I gotta let you go. It's the end of the day. So thank you so much, and we'll see you some other time. So bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. I guess I get to close. I am not sure if somebody wants to come in or not.
I'm here, Mike. Yeah. Hello.
What up, bro? Hi, Air 5.
Yeah, hey everyone. I was on backstage like I always do on these events. So I wanted to say this time, personal thank you for everyone, to you, Michael, to every moderator, to every speaker who was with us today, and obviously to every L&D who participated in this event, and also to you who are sitting this through and still watching at the very end of this junior track. Yeah, and so I decided, so in case someone haven't got a ticket to tomorrow's Senior Day, so I'm gonna share a link to the ticket right now in the chat, and I'm also gonna give you all a promo code. So the promo code just Nick. I'm gonna change like my name, just Nick with big letters. So it should get you like $300 off the event. It will be just $49 for tomorrow's and third day of our event. So yeah, I hope to see you all or someone active in the chat as much as you are today. So you all were really amazing. We're so happy to see all these discussions based on your questions. So yeah, and we're gonna wrap this up, I guess.
And Nick, you always surprise us. You always do. See you later, bro. Have a good one. Talk to you later.
Yeah. So thanks everyone. Take care.